The golden tree that rises in the world of Teyvat. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101. Eyeing. Pass on the fire. Eyeing turned around and saw Payman catching up slowly. Eyeing. Don't fly alone anymore. I'm so angry. You left me behind twice. Payman said angrily. Don't you want to experience the feeling of flying in front? I won't do it next time. When we get to Liusu, I'll treat you to a good meal at Wanmin Hall. Eyeing replied with a smile. Humph. Then I forgive you. Payman crossed his chest and snorted. Dane, this is what happened. Payman then shared the information he got from the remnant spirit of the Wolf King with Dane Sleep. I see. Dane Sreb pondered. Then, the overall picture of the direction of the world's first teller machine can be roughly pieced together. Payman asked curiously, really? Just based on what the Wolf King said? Not just this one piece of information, but a more comprehensive consideration. For example, you told me before about the old story passed down by the church. Eyeing asked, the tyrant's last wish? Dane Sreb folded his arms and replied when he heard Eyeing's question. Yes, it's the strange incident mentioned by the nun in your mouth that was mistaken for the tyrant's last wish. If the fireballs falling from the sky are really missiles, then... I see. So the tyrant's last wish is actually a missile automatically launched by the machine that escaped from the wolf territory. Eyeing was interrupted by Payman before she finished speaking. After it was damaged in the trial of the wolf, it wandered to the ruins of old Mondstadt and settled down. Whenever someone approached, it would fire, bang, 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 until one day, it finally broke down, so the fireballs that fell from the sky also disappeared. At that time, the Mondstadt people had not yet had a large number of contact with the ruins guard, so they could only interpret it as the tyrant's legacy. Payman, can you let me finish? Although your interpretation is very good, can you make me feel a little more? So, are we going to the Wind Dragon ruins to conduct a carpet search now? Dane Sreb asked. No, I have already made memory about this matter, then. Eyeing refused directly. Oh, I understand too. That's right, that guard sitting on the high platform is indeed very impressive. Eyeing, I stole your line, and now you are stealing my line too, right? Eyeing glanced at Payman dangerously. Why, what's wrong? Payman felt a little uncomfortable with Eyeing's eyes and asked with his neck shrunk. It's okay, you continue. Payman. Then let's go. Payman said, then turned to look at Eyeing who was about to take off. Eyeing. Wait for me, don't fly alone anymore. You're too slow, let me help you. Hey? Don't do that. Eyeing grabbed Payman, spread his wings behind him, and flew towards the location of the Wind Dragon ruins, faster than before. Payman had to hold Eyeing's arm tightly. Too exciting. Yingzi, slow down. Payman's exclamation sounded along the way. What is a humanoid fighter with a speed of 1000 km per hour? The blessing of the wind god made Eyeing fly more freely and calmly in Mondstadt. At this time, some residents of Mondstadt looked up and saw only the fleeting blue light in the sky. Wind Dragon ruins. Eyeing landed steadily on the tower, looking relaxed and comfortable, and after Payman let go of Eyeing, he felt dizzy and couldn't keep his balance in the air, and his stomach was churning. No, Eyeing, you're flying too fast. I feel a little uncomfortable. Payman recovered after a while, holding his dizzy head with his hands, and said to Eyeing, TSK, can't you bear this speed? If it weren't for the blessing from Wendy, that can only fly this fast, I can fly faster. Eyeing said with her hands on her hips. Payman. I'd better not. I hope Eyeing won't have such an experience in the future. Can she fly faster? Payman couldn't imagine it. This is the so-called ruins guardian who was severely injured by the Wolf King. Eyeing walked to the edge of the tower and looked at a lonely ruins guard paralyzed there. I think it should be. After all, there is only such a ruins guard here that is the most conspicuous. How about using the elemental vision to take a look? Payman curiously observed the ruins guardian, but he couldn't see anything different, no matter how he looked. How is it? Did you find anything? No, and it seems that the ruins guard does not use elemental power, and the elemental vision seems to be ineffective. Aang heard what Payman said, and turned on the elemental vision, but it didn't work at all. Then he remembered that the ruins guard did not seem to use elemental power, and he was fooled by Payman again. Huh? What did you say? I was so looking forward to it. Payman said in surprise. How could it be? Is there something wrong? I told you that the ruins guard does not use elemental power. Aang didn't know how to complain. Yes, the traveler is right. It's the wrong method. The voice of Dainsleib suddenly came from behind. The traveler flew too fast, so he couldn't keep up. He could only follow the trajectory of the traveler's movement. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. This situation seemed to have not happened for a long time. It's not possible to use elemental vision on the tiller, because the energy that drives it has never been an element. Not an element? Hearing what Dainsleib said, Aang took out the rock green. Under Dainsleib's gaze, a solemn and sacred aura gathered on Aang's sword. After a while, the whole sword was dyed golden. Then try this? Aang held the sword and wanted to stab the eyes of the ruins guard. No, although yours is not an element, it is completely different from the energy of the ruins guard. On the contrary, it will damage it. Leave it to me, I will try. Dainsleib hurriedly stopped Aang from preparing to act. With this sword, the ruins guard would probably disintegrate on the spot. This aura is completely different from the abyss. I don't know where the traveler got it from. This is obviously not the power of Teyvat. Dainsleib stretched out his hand to the ruins guard, and the blue light gathered in his hand. Aang looked at this energy that was not elemental with curiosity. This Teyvat is really magical. After a while, a sphere with patterns like an energy core was taken out by Dainsleib. This sphere was like a large battery. What is this? Aang looked at the sphere, which was completely different from the cores collected before. The key that the Abyss Apostles have been looking for, the eye of the world's first tiller. Dainsleib replied. All the ruins guards that remain today are replicas of this machine. As a prototype, its combat power is uncontrollable. Payman asked puzzledly, the difficult word prototype, is it a terminology of the Canria people? As the Abyss cult thinks, if the eye can be placed in the hand of the filthy reversed statue as a base, the limbs of the demon can be combined to create a mechanical demon. It can give the newly born filthy demon the power to shake the throne of the Sky Island. What are you waiting for? Destroy it quickly. Aang held the sword and was eager to try. Yes, it's better to deal with such a dangerous thing. Payman replied in agreement. No, this thing has a lot of energy. If it is destroyed directly, it will explode with very strong energy, and most of Mondstadt will be affected. Dainsleib stopped the traveler from having this dangerous idea. Then how to deal with it? Hide it in a hidden place? Aang asked. Dainsleib replied, no, I will keep it. Huh? You? Dain, you won't do anything weird with it. Payman exclaimed. You can question my position, but I must ensure that its power is not used by others. Dainsleib replied nonchalantly. The hidden place will be dug up, and the church, in my eyes, is not trustworthy. Aang. But I think you are not trustworthy either. You kept talking nonsense along the way. At this time, Aang quietly dialed a mysterious communication. HMM. Payman didn't know how to refute Dainsleib's point of view. Not only that, in order to eliminate the trouble forever, we have to deal with the filthy inverted statue. After getting the reply, Aang said calmly, how should this matter be handled? Leave it to the church. We can't let the church intervene. We will handle it ourselves. As for the meaning of disposal, naturally it means destruction. Payman was surprised to hear the decision of Dainsleib and said, destroy. That is the 7-day statue. Not only is it a very meaningful cultural relic, but it is also real, from the gods. Fortunately, I kept it from Barbara before, otherwise she would be crazy now. Payman said in a low voice, touching his chin. The things of the 7 gods, do you still want me to help them take good care of them? Dainsleib said disdainfully. The eyes of the world's first tiller are indeed of great research value, so I will accept it. At this time, a plain voice came, making Aang and Payman raise their heads. The core floating in front of the ruins guard was pulled by the power, and then shrank and fell into the hands of the visitor, like a glass bead. Who? Dainsleib turned his head, and saw a woman in a white dress. The main color of her body was white, even her hair was the same, only there were golden lines on the dress and a little green at the end of her hair. The woman stood in the air and walked towards the few people, as if she was going down the stairs. A golden hexagonal barrier appeared under her feet with every step. Dainsreb looked at the person vigilantly and said, "A strange god, obviously not the power of the 7 gods, and the power that can shake the throne of the gods on the Sky Island. Or are you one of the gods on the throne of the Sky Island? Liusu, why are you here?" Payman shouted in surprise. "I noticed something interesting happened here, so I came here," Liusu said. She didn't notice it at all. She was still fishing just now. It was completely Aang who sent her a message, otherwise she wouldn't have planned to come. Although she arrived here, Liusu didn't tell Aang about it. "Liusu, are you the new god of Liu mentioned by the traveler? It's really strong." "Of course not, I'm just an ordinary fishing enthusiast." Liusu shook her head and replied. "Dainsreb, I took this little thing away. Do you have any objection?" Liusu picked up the core, which was like an ordinary little bead in her hand, and asked while playing with it. "No," Dainsreb answered calmly. As long as it was not obtained by the Abyss cult, it didn't matter to him now who got it. And she was a very powerful god. It seemed that the traveler got his power from her. "Let's go back to the ruins. Let's destroy the reversed statue, and if we are lucky, we can meet the Abyss Apostle." Dainsreb had no intention of talking again, or he was just like that. He turned to the traveler and said, "With me here, it will never disappear from your sight again. In fact, it doesn't matter if it disappears again. After all, my mission has been completed." Aang thought silently. As for whether to kill or not, it didn't affect her. "It's just right that I'm out this time. I'll go with you," Liusu said on the side. Okay, there will be no problem with Liusu here," Payman said excitedly. Aang also smiled and nodded beside her. In her impression, Liusu was very reliable, except that she was a little lazy. At least she was more reliable than Venti, Zhongli, and Dainsreb in front of her. That was why she had secretly contacted Liusu just now. "Where is the ruins you mentioned? I'll take you there directly and see if there is still time to go fishing today." "Wow, we finally don't have to rush. The ruins are in Liu." Payman excitedly explained the location of the ruins to Liusu. "That's easy." Hearing that the ruins were in Liu, this matter was easier to handle. Under the gazes of Payman and Aang, Liusu stretched out her hand to the space in front of her. Under the shocked gazes of several people, Liusu's hand seemed to disappear into the air. Then she tore at the void, and everyone seemed to hear the sound of something being torn apart. A crack with golden edges appeared in front of everyone, and the opposite side was the location in front of the Liu ruins. "Amazing. What kind of ability is this?" Payman said in surprise. "Have you used the power of space to such a level? Just fold the space to a point, and it only takes a moment to go anywhere." Dainsreb's eyes flashed. It was far less convenient to use the power of the earth veins to move the throne that appeared in Teyvat. Interesting. Now the obstacle of the Abyss cult is even greater. "I'm not the throne on Sky Island. You guys hurry up and follow me," Liusu said calmly with his back to everyone, and then walked into the crack first. "Huh? What?" Payman asked puzzled. Dainsreb. He knew that this sentence was said to him, and he didn't expect that the other party had the ability to read minds, but fortunately the other party didn't pursue it. Since the other party clearly stated that he was not the throne, then it must be true. After all, powerful gods have their own pride and will not lie to someone who is like an ant in their eyes. Well, it's a bit uncomfortable. Everyone walked through the space crack and felt a momentary dizziness. Payman rubbed his head and said, "After all, the space is messed up. This is your first time entering. It's normal to feel a little uncomfortable." Liusu waited for everyone to arrive and close the space crack. "Hey, let's go in quickly," Payman urged excitedly. This time, she didn't have the worry before at all and flew in with her head held high. "Aang, we will meet again." "Interesting. How about giving Aang some cheats?" Liusu touched her chin and thought, while following everyone into the secret realm. According to the plot, Aang will meet her brother in it. I didn't expect that. After going around all the way, I would end up back here, Payman said while flying in front, looking at the scene he had been to last time. "I finally escaped from the dangerous place, and now I have to go in again." After entering the secret realm, Paimon felt a little uncomfortable with the depressing atmosphere and said a little worriedly, but when she saw Liusu following behind, she hurriedly flew over and followed Liusu, which made her bolder. Alas, there are not many brave adventurers like us in the entire Teyvat continent. Paimon, can you please stop flying around Liusu? You are not convincing when you say that, you know? And didn't I fight the Apostle of the Abyss last time? However, to find the statue before, we just need to follow the route we escaped from before, and walk back all the way. We should be able to find it. Well, let's do it. Let's go. Remember to be vigilant. Paimon said, and followed Liusu closely, making Aang roll her eyes at her. There was no threat along the way. Even the strange looking bubble seemed to be defeated by an invisible force when it approached everyone. The situation along the way made Aang feel something called a sense of security. Is this the statue of Jiumengzi? After arriving at the destination, Liusu looked at the statue hanging by the chain and asked in surprise. Well, yes, we asked in Mondstadt, and there was indeed a statue of the wind god that disappeared before. It should be this one. Paimon was still surprised to hear Liusu call Wendy again. He didn't expect that she was better at naming than him. He couldn't give her a nickname in the future, otherwise he would be retaliated. Thinking that he would also be given a more unpleasant nickname, Paimon felt uncomfortable at this time. With it. Unpleasant room. I understand what you mean by the evil atmosphere. Dainsleib said. Liusu, don't you feel it? I don't think you look uncomfortable at all. Paimon saw Liusu's leisurely and comfortable appearance, which formed a sharp contrast with the three of them. He asked curiously. No, you feel uncomfortable because of the abyss, which is equivalent to the coldness felt in a world without the sun, and I have firewood, which can dispel this coldness. Liusu's eyes turned around and said to Aang and Paimon with a smile. Firewood? What is that? Paimon asked curiously. A will that does not despair in difficult situations is also a kind of spiritual continuation. With it, you will not be afraid. Wow, it sounds very strong. Can this kind of will also be passed down? Paimon said excitedly. Of course, this is an immortal will born in the desperate world for people to continue, even if it means using their bodies as firewood. Ah, the body as firewood to ignite the fire. Well, so scary, I don't want it. Paimon said fearfully. So Aang, pass on the fire? Liusu said to Aang, with a very serious tone. Chapter 102 Backstab of Justice. Me. Can I? Aang's eyes lit up. Her intuition told her that this fire was not as scary as Liusu said. On the contrary, it would be of great benefit to her. Of course, you can. Your behavior is indeed that of a good fire believer. Believer? Paimon scratched his head. Didn't Aang have no faith? Yes, believer. This believer does not believe in other people, but believes in yourself. Only you can make the decision for you. Liusu continued to deceive. She just wanted to satisfy her own bad taste and let the traveler try out the new skills. So, have you decided? I accept the fire transmission. Aang answered firmly. Well, close your eyes and feel it carefully. Liusu stretched out her hand and pointed her finger at Aang's forehead. A strong fire appeared at Aang's forehead. The oppressive atmosphere around seemed to be dispelled by the burning flame, allowing Paimon and Dainsleib to intuitively feel that the uncomfortable feeling was gone. In Aang's mind, there emerged worlds, dark souls, old man rings, the will of the protagonist to climb to the top step by step in order to fight, and the world that seemed to be hopeless. But in this situation, there were still people who risked their lives to serve as firewood for the fire, just to continue the insignificant light. Fire will, after it is activated, it will dispel all negative states and negative emotions on the body and make the surrounding teammates no longer affected by negative emotions. Aang, what's wrong? Seeing Aang standing quietly for a long time with her eyes closed, Paimon asked worriedly. It's okay, I feel good. Aang opened her eyes and activated the fire will. A flame mark appeared between her eyebrows, and a warmth like flames emanated from her body. Dispel your negative emotions? Aang clenched her fists. She had never felt so happy before. All the negative emotions were swallowed up by the flames when the fire will was activated. Dainsleib, Wow, suddenly I feel that the environment is not scary anymore, and I feel very comfortable. Is this the power of fire? Payman said suddenly. The fire can only remove the mental discomfort, but the body will still be in trouble, so don't be too reckless. Liusu reminded from the side. Payman. Eyeing. Is this something you can say? Since we met you, we haven't seen anyone more reckless than you, although you are indeed very strong. Yes, it just makes us feel relieved. Be careful, the Abyss Apostle is here. Danesleb reminded. Hehe. Keen sense of smell. Except for Liusu, who was still observing the statue, the others all turned their heads and saw the Abyss Apostle from last time. You are still so annoying, the enemy of the cult. Danesleb. I can feel a terrible smell of blood on you. Is it from the dark nightmare? Or, the Apostle of the Abyss said this, paused and continued. Oh, so dangerous. You also have that smell of decay, which is familiar to me. You are a dangerous thing like us. But dangerous things outside the cult should be put in cages. TSK. Danesleb replied disdainfully. I'm afraid your tongue has been rotten for too long. It's time to cut it off. Liusu frowned and looked at the statue in front of her. With her knowledge reserves, she couldn't tell what it was. She could only wait for the Great Compassion Tree King to regain consciousness before asking. Now she should collect the data first and analyze it slowly when the time comes. Liusu stretched out her hand, and golden light extended from her hand. From this light, golden branches began to extend to the filthy statue. When the extended branches touched the statue, the originally golden branches instantly turned dark purple. TSK. Small problem. Liusu was like a growing ultimate virus, which could swallow any virus. The filthy statue was just a large virus that had not yet been completed. In front of Liusu, the ultimate virus. What was this small virus born from the filthy statue? Bring it to me. In an instant, the branches turned golden again and began to analyze and copy the filth in the statue. Finally, Liusu had a purple light ball in her hand, the same as the one in front of her. Put the eyes of the world's first tiller in the hands of the filthy reversed statue. Use this as a base, and then combine it with the mechanical demon created by the demon. You will have the power to shake the throne of the sky. This can be tried. Also, right? Although he is dead, the world tree still has data, and it can be pulled out. You can try it then. Liusu put away the purple light ball in his hand, touched his chin and thought. If Payman and I knew Liusu's thoughts, they would definitely say that you are worthy of it. Why are we running around like this? You just bring out the mechanical demon. Behind Liusu, Aang and the Abyss Apostle fought together. Aang, who did not need to collect data, attacked with all his strength in every move. The Abyss Apostle cried out that he could not bear it, and soon, he was defeated by Aang's attack. Damn it, you are so strong, and even if you are so close to the abyss, it has no effect on you. Is it the flame mark on your forehead? There is really a burning feeling that makes me hate it. The Abyss Apostle said while retreating. The strength of the traveler has exceeded its imagination. If it continues to hold on, it may fall here. In addition, there is Danesleb standing next to it, and there is an inexplicable sense of threat, as if there is a more powerful person standing here. No, this feeling should not be a person, it is most likely a god. Thinking of this, the Abyss Apostle hurriedly retreated, opened the teleportation space behind him, and prepared to enter. Danesleb took action at this time, stretched out his hand, and a blue-black aura appeared in his hand. The Abyss Apostle was imprisoned in front of the door by Danesleb. Danesleb's imprisonment made the door in front of the Abyss Apostle slowly dissipate. Seeing this, Aang was about to step forward to finish off the knife. Suddenly, a figure appeared, and the blue blade swept towards Danesleb. The huge attack force forced Danesleb to release the power that imprisoned the Abyss Apostle and hurriedly dodge the attack caused by the newcomer. When Aang saw the newcomer, her pupils shrank, and then returned to normal. She thought that it was the will of Xinhuo that dispelled her emotions, and then she hurriedly turned off the will of Xinhuo, but the feeling was still the same. Aang looked at the newcomer with a complicated look, and stood quietly without the strong desire to speak. Your Highness. The Abyss Apostle knelt on one knee to the newcomer, and addressed him respectfully. Then, that person, is it? Payman exclaimed after seeing the newcomer clearly. Kang. Aang replied to Payman calmly. The brother in front of her made Aang look a little strange. Was he really infected by the abyss? Sister. Kang said. Finally found you. Aang said, but her hand had already touched her back, and the divine body turned into a sword slowly appeared in her hand. Wait, Aang, he just blocked the attack for the abyss apostle, Paimon reminded hurriedly. Dane's Reb. He noticed Aang's action. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have noticed that Aang had taken out the sword, and the sword was full of the breath of life and light. Dane's Reb felt that this sword, which seemed to be cut from a branch, could hardly cause any harm to ordinary people, but it would be very effective for the abyss. Your brother seems to be with the abyss. Sister, why are you with Dane? Kang interrupted Paimon and asked Aang. What? Aang blinked and looked at Kang curiously. She decided to ask before taking action. With Liusu standing next to her, she had the courage. Huh? Paimon made a puzzled sound. You seem to know Dane? Aang asked calmly. Dane's Reb sighed and said, Kang, we meet again. What on earth is going on? Dane also knows his name. Of course, I think the travel companion Dane is talking about should be Kang. Aang analyzed calmly. You are right. Dane's Reb nodded. Sister, you shouldn't go with this person. Kang turned to look at Dane's Reb and said seriously, this person is my enemy. Dane's Reb looked at Kang with complicated eyes, and shouted in a low voice. Enemy? What happened between you? Aang turned to look at Dane's Reb, then looked at Kang again. After a light sigh, Kang organized his words, and said to Aang, but this is what I must say to you, sister. Don't come with Dane to stop me. Don't stop the abyss. That man. Dane's Reb. He is the sword of the last light of the last palace guard of Canria. 500 years ago, he failed to prevent the destruction of Canria. At that time, he was cursed with immortality, and wandered in the wilderness. He could only watch the people he wanted to protect turn into monsters of the abyss. Kang's words surprised Paimon and asked, you said, Dane is a Canrian? The Canrian who experienced the destruction of his country 500 years ago. And when you said that the people turned into monsters, are you saying that the current abyss cult is not only related to Canria, but they are the remnants of Canria themselves? And Dane is your enemy or something? I can't figure out the situation at all. So, what are you going to do? Go home with me, or? Aang no longer had the joy of seeing her brother. Instead, she felt that Kang had become a stranger, so she decided to rescue Kang from this situation. She clenched the sword behind her, and looked at Kang with a firm gaze. Home, Kang murmured in a low voice after hearing Aang's words. Well, of course, home is where my sister is. Before Aang could speak, Kang continued, but I can't go to the next world with you to find a new home, at least not now. Before the abyss submerged the throne of God, I had an unfinished war with Tenli. Tenli? Aang's eyes flashed. She was not familiar with Tenli at all, because she directly encountered the maintainer of Tenli when she was awakened that time, and she didn't understand what happened at all. Listen to me, sister. I've already had a journey. So, you have to reach the end like me, so that you can leave the sediment of this world in your eyes. End? Impossible. My journey has no end, unless I really die. My goal is the Sea of Stars, and the Sea of Stars is endless. Aang replied firmly, the end is completely non-existent in her eyes now. There are other worlds outside this world. Travel is an endless growth process. The end of the journey is a day when you can no longer travel, which is the so-called end of life. Aang didn't expect you to think so. Kang looked at Aang in surprise. He didn't expect Aang to reply to him like this. This sister seemed to have a longer vision than he thought. We will meet again, but don't worry, sister. I have enough time to wait for you. A portal appeared in front of Kang, and the Abyss Apostle jumped into it first. Kang turned his head and said to Aang, we always have enough time. Aang rushed forward and saw Kang's back. This was an opportunity. The light of the divine body sword in his hand was driven to the extreme by Aang. Puff. Kang stood in front of the portal, looking at the tip of a golden sword piercing through his chest in disbelief. The intense pain in his chest and heart told him that he was not dreaming. Aang? Kang turned his head in disbelief. He had never thought that his blood sister would stab him in the back, but he did not experience the feeling of life passing away. Instead, there was a kind of life energy spreading in his chest, and he just felt a pain in his heart. Brother, you deceived me so badly. This sword is my sister's revenge on you. Don't worry, this sword is harmless to life. It will only make you feel pain. After Aang finished speaking, she suddenly pulled out the divine body sword. Kang was drained of all his strength by this blow and fell to the ground. After the golden sword left his body, Kang did not show any injuries on his body. He covered his chest as if it had just been pierced, and a warm energy lingered in his heart. Dainsleib, such a scary woman. This must be very painful. Although there is no danger to his life, looking at Kang's distorted expression, Dainsleib silently moved away from Aang. At that speed, he might not be able to resist. Does your heart hurt a lot? Aang said with a smile, while standing in front of Kang. No, on the contrary, I feel much more comfortable. Aang. Kang's answer was beyond Aang's expectations. She looked at Kang with some confusion, which made her prepared words stuck. Sister, your strength is growing very fast, and your goal may really be achieved. The Sea of Stars, your vision is much higher than mine. Brother is looking forward to the day when you achieve your goal. At this time, Kang slowly stood up, while holding his painful chest, and said to Aang with a smile. Although he felt a lot of pain in his chest at this time, he felt more of a warm feeling. This feeling made him who was in the abyss not feel it for a long time. Aang looked at Kang's smile, and suddenly felt that Kang was much more normal than before. Yes, since you have your own things to do, I won't bother you. Aang replied lightly. Kang was stunned and said, okay. Kang covered his painful chest and slowly entered the teleportation array. Dainsleib used his body skills to quickly follow him in. Aang, you scared me just now. Paimon said to Aang while looking at the disappeared portal. It's okay. I feel that my brother is alive, so this sword has no harm to him, but now he is controlled by that power. It must be very painful. Paimon. Aang, you said such a horrible thing with a calm face. Is it really okay? Aang, don't be sad. At least we have a clue. Paimon looked at Aang who was not right and whispered to comfort her. Aang, which eye of yours saw me sad? I'm very happy now. I will stab Kang with a sword next time we meet. What a good sword to die beautifully. In short, in the current situation, in addition to the 7 gods, there is another Dane to find the breakthrough of relatives? Aang, right. By the way, what they said just now is so hard to understand. Did you understand? Almost understand. Aang replied. Then let's sort it out. Aang. Paimon was about to start the storytelling session again. Aang didn't say anything but just looked at the flying emergency food quietly. First of all, the Abyss Apostle calls your brother His Royal Highness the Prince. It seems that your brother is leading the Abyss cult, and his status is higher than that of the Abyss Apostle, although I don't know if he is the highest ruler. Also, your brother said that his goal is to submerge the throne of God and fight against the law of nature. What does this mean? It sounds like, is he going to destroy the 7 gods and the 7 kingdoms? Aang said at this time, he can't do it. Huh? Why? Paimon was suddenly interrupted by Aang and asked puzzledly. Intuition. Paimon. I'm so angry. How come Aang has become such a riddle man? Paimon continued with a tangled face. Then, the monsters of the Abyss cult are the people who were twisted into monsters when Canria was destroyed. This is really a terrible story. Dane is also a Canria, and he experienced all that 500 years ago. But he did not turn into a monster, and today, 500 years later, he is fighting against the Abyss cult. That is to say, what your brother said, that Dane is his enemy? At this point, Paimon was a little confused. But, if the monsters of the Abyss cult are the people that Dane protected back then why would Dane be hostile to the Abyss cult? Also, why, the one I have been accompanying you to find, but now he is standing with the monsters of the Abyss cult. Aang said, there is no point in thinking too much, as long as I'm strong enough, no secrets will be a problem in front of me. Well, what you said makes sense. Our journey will not end. It's time to leave this annoying place, return to where the sun shines, and then slowly become stronger. Well, that's a very good ideal. Liusu's voice suddenly came from behind Aang. Liusu? I thought you were gone. Paimon said in surprise. I've been here the whole time. Then why didn't we notice it just now? It's like it disappeared suddenly. It's just a little space folding trick, not worth mentioning. I thought you needed help, but I didn't expect you to backstab your brother. Eyeing. A little space folding trick. Since it's not worth mentioning, coach, I want to learn it too. As for the second half of Liusu's words, Aang completely ignored it. Chapter 103 Klee's message. It has been quite a while since Aang stabbed her brother in the back, and Aang has also started her usual crazy commission tasks. Liusu, who was fishing, suddenly heard Nashida's voice from behind. What's wrong? Nashida usually wanders around Liu, looking at this and that every day, and buys anything she likes, and sends the bill directly to Ganyu, which is completely different from Liusu, who is a salted fish. As for Master Liuan Jifeng, he also started to tinker with small gadgets at home. The new knowledge about mechanisms that Liusu gave her inspired her a lot. Aang just sent me a message saying that Klee wants to play with me, Nashida said happily. Although she had not seen Klee for a long time, she regarded her as a friend. If you want to go, go, Liusu said, lying on a chair like a salted fish, basking in the sun without moving. Liusu, aren't you going? I heard that they are going to a mysterious island for adventure. It sounds interesting. Mysterious island? Liusu sat up when she heard this. It seemed to be an activity in the game. This archipelago seemed to be called the Golden Apple Islands, which was a gift from Klee's mother to Klee. It seemed that the scenery there was nice and suitable for fishing. Yeah, it was said to be called the Golden Apple Islands. It sounds good. Let's go. Liusu put away the fishing rod and stood up and said, great. Nashida said happily. Although she wanted to go, she still liked to stay with Liusu. If Liusu didn't go, she was also prepared to stay here. After all, it seemed a bit troublesome to go to Mond without Liusu's help. It would take half a day to go back and forth, not to mention playing there. Liu, we are going to Mond to play. I heard that there is an island there. Do you want to go? Going home first, Liusu said to Liu, who was working on the mechanism inside. I won't go. There's nothing fun in Mondstadt. If possible, I'll go to Inazuma next time. That little fox is pretty cute. Liuan thought about it and rejected Liusu's proposal. The people in Mondstadt were not interesting at all, and no one could talk. Okay then. Seeing that Liuan was unwilling to go, Liusu didn't say anything. After all, she was going there to fish. But what are you going there for? I remember there's nothing interesting in Mondstadt, right? Well, Nashida wants to go, so I'll just go fishing in a different place. It's the same anyway. Liusu was stunned for a moment and explained. So that's the case. It's a pity for Shen. I don't know who to let contact her. The 7 stars of Liu are not easy to deal with, and other people can't bear her ideas and force. It's really a headache. Thinking of her little apprentice, Liuan's head began to hurt again. The main reason was that she couldn't solve this kind of thing, and she could only rely on Shen to solve it herself. How about letting Aang contact her? Liusu asked tentatively. Forget about the traveler. I'm afraid Shen he will be led astray by her. It won't be so easy to get sick then. Liu recalled Aang's increasingly abnormal behavior and quickly rejected the proposal. Liusu, which step was wrong? Why did Liu oppose Shenhe's contact with the traveler? Isn't this good? Aang is so lively and cheerful. Well, then I'll take Nashida with me. Go ahead, go ahead. The magic you mentioned last time can indeed be realized with a mechanism, but it consumes external objects. Mora can do it. Liu turned around and buried his head in a longsword. This longsword can convert Mora's power into attack, causing a small amount of rock element damage. Liusu. As expected of my invention master, Liusu left directly after seeing the excited Liu and closed the door. Liusu, isn't Liu going? Nashida, who was waiting at the door, asked curiously when she saw that only Liusu came out. She's a mechanical geek. When she heard that we were just going on vacation, she lost the idea of going. Nashida tilted her head and said cutely, vacation? Liusu, aren't you always on vacation? If you can talk, talk more. Liusu walked over and squatted down, stretched out her hands, and pinched Nashida's cheeks. Well, I know, Liusu, let me go quickly, it hurts. Nashida's little hands fluttered, trying to stop Liusu's behavior, but it was all in vain. Comfortable. After a while, Liusu stood up contentedly. Rubbing badminton is really Liusu's biggest hobby besides fishing and cheating travelers. Nashida. Nashida looked at Liusu pitifully. Although she felt very comfortable being rubbed by Liusu, why did she feel particularly ashamed and always wanted to resist? Let's go. Let's ask where they are. The wind is rising. Let's go. Let's go. Don't we have to fly? Nashida asked curiously, not knowing how long it would take. Flying? Too slow. It will take about half an hour to fly from here. If you walk, you can get there in one breath. Ah. Nashida touched her head and looked at Liusu in confusion. But if she walked, she would not be able to get there in a few days. Nashida heard a sound like paper being torn. She looked forward along Liusu and saw a crack with golden edges appearing in front of Liusu. From the crack, she could see the big tree and Fenkidi, as well as Aang, Klee and others. Nashida. Is this the authority of the Tree King? Why doesn't she have it? Isn't she a fake grass god? Why are you in a daze? Let's go. Liusu looked at the dazed Nashida and called out. Ah. Oh. Nashida walked into the crack and felt the space twisted. Then she appeared in the Fenkidi of Mondstadt. Sister Nashida? Little Klee shouted excitedly when she saw Nashida suddenly appear. Wendy. Wendy looked at Nashida who suddenly appeared and felt very complicated. Why did she come again? Little Klee. The two little ones hugged each other happily. Why did Nashida suddenly appear? Oh, by the way, look at that golden crack. It's Liusu. Payman turned around and saw that there was another golden crack where Nashida came from, which reminded him of Liusu's method. Good fellow, you open a space in Mondstadt like it's your own backyard, don't I, the wind god, have any face? If I can't beat him, I will. Wendy whispered softly and was also shocked at the same time. Liusu actually had such a method. If there was a war next time the opponent opened a crack in the main city of Mondstadt, it would be hard to defend against. What a terrible woman. What about you? After Nashida went in, Liusu suddenly remembered something and hurried to Wanmin Hall to pack up all the things made by Master Mao. After all, she couldn't let him send them to Mondstadt, right? That would be too long. Who knew that? As soon as he walked out, he heard Wendy's muttering. Wendy. It was that woman. Why did she come too? With her personality, wouldn't she not move when she found a place to fish? Ahahaha, I'll treat her to the best food in Mondstadt. Wendy laughed. Okay, I'll remember that. I'll ask you to have a meal next time. Liusu nodded. No, I was just being polite. Do you take it seriously, Kin? Big brother who sings for money. When are we going to the Golden Apple Islands? Sister Nashida is already here. Little Klee said to Wendy excitedly. Okay. Wendy took out the kin again, and the sound of the kin flowed out from between his fingers. What a beautiful sound of the kin. Barbara said intoxicatedly. Hey, is it windy? Suddenly, a strong wind blew up, and the flowers and plants on the ground swayed in the sudden wind. Wait a moment, I'll be here soon. Wendy smiled mysteriously. Suddenly, a blue figure flew over from a distance, the dragon of the east wind, Teverin. When Jin saw the flying dragon, she was surprised and said, This is. Shh, Wendy interrupted Jin. Don't tell anyone else. This is a secret between us. Guardian of the Four Winds? Barbara didn't expect that Wendy summoned Tevelin, the East Wind Dragon who was the guardian of the Four Winds. This way, Wendy's identity was about to be revealed. Ahem. Ahem. Dear poet, thank you very much for everything you have done for us. In response to Jin's words, Wendy smiled and said, Acting Captain, you are so polite. You are worthy of it, Wendy. Aang looked at Tevelin who had landed and gave Wendy a thumbs up. Although she could fly, it was completely different from riding a dragon. Haha. Everyone's surprised expressions are really wonderful. I won't see you off. Everyone has a good trip. After that, everyone began to climb onto Tevelin's back one by one. Nashid looked at Tevelin curiously. She thought this dragon was so cool. Liusu, aren't you going up? Nashida saw Liusu still standing below and said curiously. I won't go up. I'm airsick. Liusu replied. Teverin. I fly very steadily, okay? If I hadn't seen that you are a god, I would definitely. but seeing Wendy's unnatural expression below, Teyvat chose to remain silent. It's better not to talk about this matter. Payman asked, sickness? Will Liusu be like this too? Payman, I don't want to sit. I can get there directly. If I had Liusu's ability, I wouldn't have to fly. Aang complained on the side. What you said makes sense. Walking is faster than flying, and only Liusu can do it. Payman scratched his head and said, Liusu won't come up. I'd better go down. Nashida said reluctantly. Compared with the new experience of riding a dragon, she still wanted to be with Liusu. Liusu stopped Nashida from getting down and said with a smile, it's okay, you can experience it. I'll wait for you at the destination. Well, okay. After seeing Liusu finish talking, Teyvat flapped his wings and took off, flying towards the destination, the Golden Apple Islands. Liusu, why don't you follow me? There are only 2 gods left in Fenkidi now, and there is a big gap in their strength. If Liusu does anything to him, Mond will spread the news that the god of wind has been assassinated and block Mond. Barbatus, right? Come on, sign it. Liusu took out a piece of paper with a densely written treaty on it. Wendy's face turned green after taking it. Impossible, as the god of wind in Mond, I will not sign such a treaty. Huh? Impossible, isn't this treaty normal? It should be very beneficial to you. Liusu asked in confusion, and then saw the contract marked with the thunder element symbol in Wendy's hand. I took the wrong one. That one was prepared for the god of thunder, and this one is yours. Liusu stretched out her hand and waved, and the contract in Wendy's hand flew back to Liusu's hand. This time she took out a contract with the wind element symbol drawn on it. The paper of the contract was made of the energy of the golden tree, and there was a pattern of the golden tree on the golden paper. Wendy, good fellow, this contract of yours is tailor-made for me. I can't refuse it. But isn't the contract you just gave to the thunder god a little exaggerated? Wendy looked at the contract in front of her carefully. The conditions and responsibilities were written in detail on it, as well as the so-called benefits. Not exaggerated, she will agree. Liusu smiled mysteriously at Wendy, and this smile seemed to Wendy to be able to stop a child from crying. Okay, it's none of my business anyway. I agree to this contract. Wendy left her own aura on the contract. As for the thunder god's affairs, what does it have to do with me, the wind god? I'm not familiar with her. Since the contract has been concluded, those who break their promises will be punished by eating rocks. Liusu put away the contract and said with a fierce face, hey, you're not the rock god. Why are you talking so much like that? Liusu's look made Wendy not know how to complain. Since you agree, then you take this, and the roots of the golden tree will also continue in Mondstadt. After Liusu finished speaking, the golden tree in Liu quickly extended towards Mondstadt. What is this? Wendy took the small object in her hand curiously. Well, Skynet, you can try it. Liusu told Wendy how to use it. After Wendy took Skynet, she used it curiously. Not bad, not bad. This function is very powerful, but it is not suitable for Mond. After using it for a while, Wendy said, I didn't plan to popularize it in Mond. It's not good if too many people know about it. You Mond are too free. Haha. Wendy scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. Let's go. Remember the meal you said. After Liusu finished speaking, he entered the space crack. Wendy looked at Liusu, who was leaving with an uncomfortable face. We are all gods. Don't you know my difficulties? You just want to cheat me for a meal, right? And it seems that I can't not treat this meal myself. Who knows what this woman will do? It's completely different from the impression of the Tree King. The personality is completely reversed. He doesn't use wisdom but force. The key is that he can't beat it. Golden Apple Islands. Liusu appeared on an island. It was covered with dark clouds, and thick lightning rolled in the dark clouds, as if it would rain at any time. This place doesn't look like a place for fishing on vacation. We can only fish comfortably after Aang has unlocked the mechanism here. Liusu found a tree on the island, and leaned against it, waiting for the arrival of several people. As for whether she would be struck by lightning under the tree, she had a shield anyway, so she was not panicked at all. We are here, it's the beach. After a long time, Liusu heard the sound, and then she opened her eyes, and found that several people had landed. The singing man is so proud that he actually let us ride a dragon here. With such a strong wind, I'm about to be blown away. Payman said. Not fast. Aang remembered what happened on Teverin's back, which was not as fast as her own flying. Aang, if I hadn't held your arm tightly, I would have been blown away by the wind. Payman said angrily. Barbara covered her chest and said breathlessly, this is my first time sitting on a dragon's back, and my heart is still pounding. Hey, is everyone okay? Jin was not feeling well during this flight, and asked everyone with concern. Well, I'm fine. Sister. Captain Jin, who is that poet? Yeah. Jin wanted to reveal Wenda's identity, based on Barbara's words, but this matter made her a little embarrassed to say it, so she could only change the subject and said, he is a legendary poet with superb musical skills who can attract all kinds of creatures with the sound of his piano. Aang. Captain Jin, you can also make jokes. Aang glanced at Payman and said, this is also a necessary skill for managing subordinates. Such a powerful person, you must thank him when you go back. The innocent Barbara completely believed what the traveler and Jane said. By the way, the climate of this island is very bad, with heavy fog and extremely low visibility, which is consistent with the rumors Lisa said. We'd better be careful. By the way, where is Liusu? Didn't she say she came before us? Payman suddenly said. She's already here, right behind us. Nashida replied. She couldn't understand the conversation between the few people, so she could only stand by and listen curiously. She didn't speak until Payman asked about Liusu. Right behind. Where is she? Here, I've been waiting for a long time before you arrived. Liusu yawned as she walked, and she almost fell asleep while waiting. Well, it's because you're too fast. It takes time for us to fly. Payman replied. Sister, who is she? Barbara asked quietly beside Kin. I don't know either, but the other party is from Liu, and her identity must be very special. Kin explained. In fact, she already had a guess in her heart. She was a colleague of the wind god, so she must be a god. Okay. Looking at the silent people, Liusu rubbed his brows. It seemed that he appeared at the wrong time. You guys chat, I'll go take a look. After that, he disappeared on the spot. Kin. Traveler. Payman, what else did the letter say? Kin was relieved to see Liusu leave. She didn't know how to face this unknown god. Now the other party may have seen her embarrassment, so he made an excuse to leave. He must be a particularly good god, right? I remember the answer. The full text is, Evil Fire Girl, in the name of the great demon King Dudu, the ruler of the Dudu clan, I deny your qualifications to become Dudu's new family. Payman replied. Unless you bring Dudu to the Golden Apple Islands, light up the 4 lights, knock on the door of the trial, and accept the trial. Chapter 104. This child is so easy to cheat. 4 lights, do you mean to find 4 things that can emit light? So, the area we are in seems to have less fog than the surrounding area? Why did Liusu run away? If she were here, with her ability, she would definitely be able to solve the puzzle quickly. Payman replied after hearing Barbara's words. Are you sure? Aang asked suspiciously. Well, with her method, she would definitely split the entire island. Payman scratched his head and said. Kin. Why does it sound like a very violent god? Nashida said beside her. Nashida can also. Although I can't compare with Liusu's wisdom, I can also help. It's just to eliminate these fogs. It's very simple. Well, let Nashida try. Payman finished speaking, and then saw Nashida took out a long sword from an unknown place, and the grass green light gathered on the sword. As for why Nashida changed from using a magic weapon to a one-handed sword, it was because Liusu instilled strange knowledge in Nashida, telling about a small grass growing into an extremely powerful existence, and a sword can cut down the stars in the sky. Nashida felt that this was Liusu's expectation for her, so she threw away the magic weapon and used a one-handed sword instead. The more she used the one-handed sword, the more Nashida felt that it was much more useful than the magic weapon. Especially after entering the world of Genshin Impact, she completely fell in love with the feeling of using a one-handed sword. Hey, this is not the solution. Stop it. Payman hurriedly stopped Nashida's dangerous behavior. Really, didn't they agree to be the gods of wisdom? Each one was more violent than the other gods. Oh, can't this be solved? Okay. Nashida took back the one-handed sword and said disappointedly. She didn't expect that she wanted to show off in front of Aang and Klee for the first time, but was rejected by Payman. Actually, I think this solution is indeed very efficient, Aang said on the side. Really? Nashida heard Aang's words, and her eyes lit up again. In Nashida's mind, Liusu was the most important, Aang was the second, and little Klee was the third. Nashida was very happy to be recognized by Aang. Payman. Hey, Aang, don't teach Nashida bad things. How can you be so violent? But Liusu and Zhongli both told me how to solve problems. To solve problems, you have to choose simple and efficient methods. Nashida tilted her head and said cutely, okay, it's my problem. Payman rubbed his head, thinking of Liusu's look of being able to solve any problem in front of me with a sword, and Zhongli's title of God of War. It seems that it is normal for Nashida to solve problems in this way. Kin. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand a word? And it seems that this girl who is the same age as Klee is also a dangerous person. The power emitted by Nashida's hand just now made her feel very powerful. Maybe she can really dispel these mists with a sword. So where are her parents? Let such a dangerous little girl run around. And she is not Klee, and she seems to be unable to control it. Nashida, use wisdom. Wisdom, aren't you the best at this? Payman reminded Nashida. The god of grass is called the god of wisdom in Zumi, although it seems that the two gods called the god of wisdom seem to be crooked. But, Liusu didn't teach me how to use wisdom, I don't understand. Nashida whispered. Payman. Aang asked on the side, so what does Liusu teach you in daily life? Well, these are the books that Liusu gave me to read. She specifically asked me to learn the characters in them, and these. Nashida took out a pile of books, and several people walked forward curiously, and picked up one. The Great Ruler, Perfect World, The Self-Cultivation of the Sword Immortal, on how to convince people with reason, The True Explanation of the Way of the Sword, The Correct Use of the Sword, The Formation of the Sword Heart, on how to cut down the stars with one sword, The Method of Solving Problems with One Move, The Invincible Growth Path of Little Grass. Aang. Payman. Kin. Barbara. Klee. But, so amazing. Payman said in shock. She could no longer describe her current mood in words. What did Liusu give her? Are these books suitable for children to read? Aang excitedly took the books that Nashida brought out and scanned the contents into her Skynet one by one, deciding to read them slowly when the time comes. These are always to improve strength. Hey, Aang, aren't you going to say something? Payman turned to Aang and said, and saw Aang frantically copying books there. The excitement in her eyes made Payman feel it intuitively. Okay, I thought too much. Aang, you are also such a person. Payman felt so tired. Everyone was like this, and Yingzi seemed to be led more and more crooked by Liusu. Well, Nashida, don't you think these are a bit wrong? Children are so violent and so on. Kin took the book on how to convince people with reason in her hand, turned a few pages, and said to Nashida awkwardly, no, I think what Liusu said makes sense. Nashida blindly worshipped Liusu. If Liusu dared to say it, she would dare to learn it. That day, she met Liusu at the Windflower Festival. Nashida was very happy. At night, she lived in the same room with Liusu. Great kindness Tree King, why don't you go back to Zumi? Because I have things to do, you know that. But Zumi needs you, and I can't manage Zumi at all. Now you are the new grass god. Managing Zumi is your task, not mine. But, no buts. If you really don't want to manage it, just don't manage it. Nashida. Do you like Zumi? Liusu asked. Not really. Those sages of the Order Institute make me very uncomfortable. Nashida thought for a while and shook her head. She didn't like Zumi very much, and the actions of the Zumi people made her a little disappointed. Since you don't like it, why don't you relax a little? Liusu said to Nashida with a smile. But, Zumi is your territory, King Dassy Tree. I need to protect it, and I'm also the new god of grass. Then just quit. Didn't the god of wind and god of rock retire? But, there are still some good people in Zumi now. I don't want to give up. They deserve a better life, not to be oppressed by the church. King Dassy Tree, why do people in Zumi dislike me? They only care about you, and say that I'm not the god of grass of Zumi. That's because you are not strong enough. Liusu replied. Not strong enough. Yes, not strong enough. If you are strong enough, then you can do whatever you want, and you won't be locked up by the church. But how can I become stronger? The people of Zumi don't believe in me, and my strength can't grow. No, 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 you are wrong about this. The strength enhanced by faith is ultimately an external force. You have to become stronger yourself. Liusu said mysteriously. King Dassy Tree, can you teach me how to become stronger? Yes, but what's the benefit of teaching you? Liusu replied with a smile. Nashida didn't expect Liusu to ask this. Her little face showed a tangled expression, as if she couldn't give any reward. I don't have it, Nashida said disappointedly. Liusu had everything she could give, and Nashida really couldn't think of anything else she could give Liusu. You have it. Liusu smiled mysteriously, took out a contract, and handed it to Nashida. I agree. Nashida looked at it for a while and said firmly. It's just a very long contract. Nashida signed it, and I can stay with Liusu. This deal is very profitable. Nashida thought so. Liusu. Suddenly I felt like I was deceiving the little girl. No, don't you bargain a little? This makes me seem very rude. Since Nashida agreed, Liusu didn't say anything else. He took out a few books for Nashida to learn, and also made a special Skynet for her to enter the world of Genshin Impact for training. Liusu multiplied the characters with data, and threw them into Nashida's world. Although she died many times in the world of Genshin Impact, Nashida could still clearly feel the feeling of becoming stronger, so she abandoned her magic weapon, and used a one-handed sword instead, which was more efficient and more powerful. She decided to follow Liusu's footsteps. Zumi and the like, we'll talk about it later. Anyway, Liusu said it was okay, so it was okay. Although force can't solve the problem, it can solve the source of the problem. Nashida said in Liusu's tone. Payman scratched his head and said, okay, that makes sense. It doesn't make sense. It's really like this. Since the abyss can't solve it, then just solve the brother. Aang said excitedly. Payman. Kin. Since the other party's parents taught her this way, she couldn't say anything. She could only hope that the other party would restrain themselves a little. And the traveler seemed to have become strange. Didn't he want to find his brother at the beginning? Now he was thinking about how to solve his brother, and the traveler's brother seemed to be connected to the abyss. Then how do we solve the problem now? The dispersal of the fog seems to be related to this device. Jin directed the problem to the right track, hoping that Klee would not be led astray by Nashida. At first, she thought Klee would lead Nashida astray, and Jin was a little scared. Unexpectedly, the other party was more dangerous than Klee. Aang, look, does this device look familiar? Just like the anchor point made by Liusu? Let me see. Klee knows that this is a teleportation prop set up by the magician. It can be used for short distances within a certain distance, but it requires too many materials, and it also requires elemental power to use. Klee said, looking at the anchor point. Klee, how did you know? Payman asked. Well, I've seen it before, but I can't remember when. Klee covered her head and thought hard, but couldn't remember. Aang said, then our goal is to light up these anchor points, right? It should be. Aang, look, Klee's map has marked the location of the anchor points of this archipelago. Barbara analyzed, light up 4 bright lights and knock on the door of the trialer. What does that mean? What will happen after lighting up the 4 devices? One has already been lit up here. Let's light up the other 3 according to the map. Kim said. Hey, what is that? Klee seemed to have seen something interesting and ran towards the destination. Seeing this, Nashida hurriedly followed. Hey, don't run around, Aang, let's catch up. Payman said. There seems to be something down there. Klee stood on the edge of the cliff and said to the people coming behind. Payman said curiously, is this a boat? After everyone went down, they looked at the small boat-like thing floating in the water. It looked like a boat, but it was different from an ordinary boat. Kin analyzed. It looks like someone is waiting for me. Are we going to sail in such bad weather? Payman said worriedly. What else? Are you going to let me fly over there? Aang rolled her eyes at Payman. If I fly in this weather, what if I get struck by lightning? That's not what I meant. Really? Payman stamped his feet in the air. He couldn't even drive the boat, so how could he fly? and flying is more dangerous than driving a boat. I'm afraid that's what the other party meant. Everything on the island is still unknown. No matter what challenges you face, please act cautiously and pay attention to safety. How should I drive it? Let me see. There seems to be an instruction manual on it. This boat is called a wave boat, and there is. Why do you need to read the instruction manual? I know this. Aang excitedly jumped onto the wave boat and walked into the wave boat. He found that it was quite large inside and there were many seats. Aang excitedly sat in the driver's seat. This kind of child's boat can be driven without Aang knowing anything. Come on up, let's find the other 3 anchor points. Aang drove the wave boat in front of everyone and greeted them. Wow, Ononite's sister is so awesome. Klee praised. That's right, I know a lot. Aang stood on the deck, with her hands on her waist and her head raised high, like a proud white swan. She was particularly pleased with the praise from a cute little girl like little Klee. She felt that the traveler seemed to be starting to act strangely. She raised her head high, and little Klee looked at the traveler with starry eyes. She couldn't help but cover her forehead, which was a little painful. Let's go, we are all on board. Ononite's sister, please start the boat quickly. Klee said excitedly, sitting next to Aang. According to the blueprint, we need to follow the guidance of the glittering beacon so as not to get lost. By the way, the glittering beacon is the small thing on the sea. When the wave boat touches it, it will light up. Otherwise, it is easy to get lost. Is that so? There is even a dedicated track. Then sit tight. I'm going to start the boat. Huh? What do you mean? Paimon asked in confusion. Suddenly, Aang pulled the control lever violently, and everyone felt a strong push on their backs. The wave boat rushed out like an arrow from a string. Too fast. Aang, drive slower. Paimon was almost thrown out by Aang's sudden acceleration, so Paimon grabbed Aang's hair in panic. Paimon, don't grab my hair, it hurts. Aang was pulled by Paimon's hair, grimacing in pain, shaking her head while saying, trying to get rid of Paimon who was holding her hair. Because the boat was always moving, Aang had no intention of paying attention to the front, causing the boat to twist and turn under Aang's control. The only thing that did not change was that Aang stepped on the speed to the extreme. Aang, don't drive so fast, and don't shake your head, I'm about to lose it. Don't grab my hair. In the end, it was Jane who rescued Paimon. Without Paimon's obstruction, Aang sat up again and controlled the wave boat that had deviated from the course. Wow, it's flying, Ononite's sister, so powerful, faster, faster. Klee said excitedly, sitting next to Aang. I know, watch me. Aang replied excitedly. Klee. Jane tightly grasped the armrest of the chair. Aang's speed made her feel uncomfortable, but as the acting leader, she had to endure this feeling, because she saw Barbara sitting next to her with an excited look on her face. Liusu. Fast in the curve is really fast, who can't throttle in a straight line. Liusu saw the wave boat disappearing in the distance outside, and couldn't help but think of this sentence in her heart. Ugh. After the boat stabilized, Paimon and Jane both retched. They were uncomfortable on the boat, and couldn't say a complete sentence. Klee and Nashida, the 2 little ones, cheered excitedly beside Aang, hoping that Aang would be more exciting. So the cheers of the 2 little ones completely covered up the weak discomfort of Jane and Paimon, making the originally excited Aang drive faster. Captain Jane, are you okay? Klee realized that Jane was a little uncomfortable, and walked to her side and asked worriedly. Facing the care of Mon's little son, Jane could only force out a smile, and said to Klee, it's okay. As for Paimon, he was already dizzy, and Aang had already jumped out of the boat. Only Barbara went to comfort her. Next time, you can't take Aang's boat again. It's so uncomfortable. It feels like the world is spinning. Paimon covered his dizzy head and spoke intermittently, which made her feel even more uncomfortable than the last time in front of the inverted filthy statue. But, without lighting up the other 3 anchor points, we still have to take the boat driven by the traveler. Barbara comforted her from the side. No. Barbara, Captain Jane, who of you can drive the boat? Paimon asked the 2 of them hopefully. Unfortunately, none of us can drive. Jane said. Klee can drive. Klee knows how to drive a boat next to the Ononite sister. Klee stood up and said proudly. Then let Klee drive next time. Payman asked hesitantly. I don't think this is a good idea, Kin replied. Although driving the boat made her feel uncomfortable, her intuition told her that it might be more dangerous to let Klee drive the boat. Woo. Klee's idea was directly rejected by Kin, and she cried out in dissatisfaction. Klee wanted to say something to save it, but seeing Kin's firm eyes, Klee finally gave up. I'll end it, Nashida said on the side. Then let Nashida drive the boat. As long as doesn't drive the boat, it's fine, Payman directly suggested. That's fine. Kin looked at Nashida's cute look and thought there shouldn't be any problem, so she agreed. Didn't expect that when she went out to untie the mechanism, the captain would be replaced when she came back, but if Nashida drove the boat, she probably wouldn't let her down, so she got on the boat and sat in Nashida's seat. Take off. With Klee's excited cheer, their wishes were dashed, and the boat sped towards the next destination. Wow. Payman held the armrest tightly. Jane looked at Nashida, who was sitting in the driver's seat with a gleam in her eyes. She knew that she had been deceived by this cute little girl. Chapter 105 Big Green Mushroom. The fog has cleared, Klee said excitedly as she stood on the edge of the cliff. Hey, the scenery here is so beautiful. All 4 lights have been lit. I wonder what test will come next, Jin said a little worriedly. The other 3 anchor points were all lit up. At this time, the Golden Apple Islands, which were originally covered with dark clouds, had cleared up, and the sky became bright. Oh, it was an unforgettable experience. We can't let Nashida and drive the boat next time. Nashida's driving the boat refreshed everyone's perception of her again. The little cute one drove the boat even better than In the end, Jin couldn't stand it anymore and stood up to drive the boat. Looked at Jin's pale face, hesitated for a while and agreed, but she felt a little regretful. Well, the weather is so nice. Barbara didn't feel uncomfortable with and Nashida's way of driving the boat. On the contrary, she felt it was very exciting. She stood on the cliff with a happy mood, looking at the sea, and said it in a relaxed and comfortable manner. Even though I know the situation is not that easy, I can't help but start enjoying the summer. Klee wants to go catch fish. Klee said. I'll go too, Nashida echoed. Although Nashida didn't like seafood, she liked the fish cooked by Liusu. Now that Klee was here, she could find an excuse to push this matter to Klee, so that she wouldn't have to bother Liusu. Thinking of this, Nashida praised her own wit. Klee, this is not monstered. Please be careful. Oh, Klee knows. Klee lowered her head sadly. Klee was still willing to listen to Jane's words, because Jean had a blood suppression on Klee. It's okay, Klee, I will protect you, Nashida said excitedly on the side. She was still waiting to catch fish for Liusu to cook for her. If Klee gave up this idea, wouldn't her plan fail? No, absolutely not. The main reason is that Nashida discovered a law in Liu, that is, other people's children are always better than your own, just like she had observed a couple of families before. Obviously, both children were equally naughty, but both sides felt that the other's children were less troublesome than their own, and would satisfy the wishes of the other's children to a certain extent. But for their own children, they were disgusted with everything, and did not satisfy anything, so Nashida used her wisdom here. Liusu said that for those who cannot use force, wisdom can be used. Besides, who else can suppress me now except Liusu? Wow, thank you Sister Nashida. Hearing Nashida's words, the head that was originally lowered suddenly raised, and the red eyes emitted a hopeful light. Captain Kin, is it okay? Is it okay? Klee turned her head and asked Kin excitedly, her big eyes full of pleading light, which made Kin dizzy. In this state, Klee really didn't know how to refuse. But seeing the cute green badminton next to Klee blinking its big green crystal eyes and looking at her curiously, Kin was in a dilemma. This one looked more dangerous than Klee. If she agreed, the 2 little ones would make some trouble. But she couldn't bear to refuse Klee now. Okay, but don't mess around. After thinking about it, Kin agreed to this wrong decision. She didn't see the 2 little ones making trouble in Xingluo Lake before, because they were solved by Liusu first. Otherwise she would definitely not agree to this decision. Okay, little Paimeng, let's go fishing together. We'll go find the great demon king Duduko later. Klee heard Kin agreed to her request and turned to invite Paimeng. What exactly is the Great Demon King do to Ko? Kin pondered after hearing what Klee said. Aang asked, Captain Kin seems worried. Yeah, this is my first time here too. It may not be fair to Klee, but my first responsibility is to protect you, and only then to find the big devil. Also, a sudden litter, an island that ordinary people can't reach. It's all too coincidental. Why would such an invitation be sent to a child? It's really incredible. Well, I can't take it lightly. Barbara agreed. Paimon appealed to everyone heartlessly. Let's go fishing first, and then explore the surroundings. Let's go and see if there are any treasure chests or something. Aang also agreed. Finding a treasure chest gave her an inexplicable sense of accomplishment compared to doing commissions. Although she didn't know why she had this mentality, it was obvious that doing commissions would get her much more than finding a treasure chest overall. Okay, we should indeed take advantage of the clearing weather to confirm the surrounding situation again. Barbara seemed to be looking at Aang and said, even if we are on a strange island, as long as you are here, I'm not worried at all. Hey, Barbara, go for it. Aang saw Barbara looking at her and responded with a smile. Barbara. Ahem. Let's continue with the previous topic. Barbara was a little uncomfortable with Aang's sudden words, especially since Kin was looking at her strangely, so she quickly changed the subject and said, otherwise, let's go swimming first. Alas, Barbara is still so easy to relax in the face of beautiful scenery. Looking at her energetic sister, Kin said with a little emotion, Traveler, please explore with confidence. If there is any danger, I will rush to your side in time. It's okay, I'm very strong. You can have a peaceful vacation. There is no fog now, I can fly. Aang waved her hand and said to Kin. Kin put one hand on her chest and said to Aang, I hope there is no danger on the island. I wish you a smooth exploration. May the wind god protect you. Let's go fry. Ah, no, catch fish. Kelly said excitedly and almost let it slip. She quickly covered her mouth, but how could these little actions be hidden from Kin? She just pretended that she didn't hear it. There shouldn't be any danger in frying fish on the sea, right? Hey, have they dispelled the fog on the island? Now we can go fishing. Liusu saw that the sky, which was originally covered with dark clouds, suddenly became sunny and windy. It felt like summer, but now that she was a god, she didn't know what it felt like. Liusu moved in the sky of the Golden Apple Islands, looking for a good place to fish. Suddenly, she saw a small island several dozen meters wide on the sea, with a few trees on it. The terrain was flat and the water around the island was deep. It was a great fishing spot. After Liusu landed, she used her divine power to decorate the island a little, put out the table and chairs, then lay down directly, picked up the fishing rod, and threw it to the sea, enjoying it in a relaxed and comfortable manner. Sister Nashida, the sea water is so deep, the bouncing bombs can't seem to hit the fish. Klee took out a bouncing bomb and looked at the sea in front of her. The sea was deeper than the water in Zinglao Lake, and there were almost no fish swimming in the sea. It doesn't matter, I have a way, watch me. Nashida rubbed out a green energy ball with her hands and continued, grass element reactor, use this to create a lot of grass seeds in the water. Then you use the fire element to ignite it. It can affect a large area, so you don't have to worry about not hitting the fish. Okay, but you won't blow the grass seeds everywhere like last time. If Liusu knows, Sister Nashida you. At this point, Klee glanced at Nashida's head, and the meaning was very clear. You will be beaten if you do this. It's okay. I don't know where Liusu is fishing now. She won't pay attention to this place now. Besides, the sea is so big, nothing will happen to her. Nashida said confidently. Paimon whispered to Aang, I always feel that they are making dangerous decisions. The grass energy in Nashida's hand looks scary. How about we observe it? And Liusu should be here, so nothing should happen to her, right? Aang said uncertainly. Watch me, I'll throw this in first, and then you can throw the bouncing bomb later. Hey. Nashida grabbed the grass energy ball and threw it towards the sea in front of her. The grass energy ball sank into the sea with a splash. After waiting for a long time, it seemed that nothing happened, but in Aang's sight, she found that the originally blue sea water began to turn green. Sister Nashida, when can we throw the bouncing bomb? Klee asked expectantly while holding the bouncing bomb. She looked at Nashida with admiration. In Klee's opinion, Nashida's fishing skills were much better than hers. Last time at Starfall Lake, Nashida's method allowed her to catch a lot of fish. Wait a little longer. The elemental reaction is not that fast yet. Nashida's eyes flashed green. She observed the grass element seeds that were constantly generated like locusts on the seabed because of the grass element energy group. Have you noticed that the sea has turned green? Payman asked, scratching his head as he looked at the green sea water in front of him. Payman, I think this place is not safe. How about we stay away from it? Aang blinked and looked at the sea surface that was getting greener and greener. She had an ominous premonition in her heart. She felt that, if she stood here again, she would definitely be unlucky. Hey, what's dangerous? Didn't we also fish with Little Klee last time? I'll see how many fish Little Klee can fry in the sea now. Payman didn't care about Aang's words at all. Instead, he flew beside the two little ones expectantly. Then you stay here, I'll run away first, Aang said, and hurriedly flew to the island, where Barbara and Kin were. Klee, it's ready. I borrowed some wind element. You just put all the bombs in, Nashida said to Klee. Okay, watch me, the bouncing bomb. Hey. Klee held the bouncing bomb wrapped by the wind element, and threw it hard at the sea surface. The wind element pulled the bouncing bomb to the center of the green sea surface. As the bouncing bomb slowly sank into the sea, and then, with a bang, the bouncing bomb exploded, causing a 10-meter high water column on the sea surface. Really, the power is not that great. Aang is really a coward and ran away. Payman stood next to the two little ones, and complained in a low voice. Hey, why is the sea shaking? Payman suddenly found that the water surface, where Klee threw the bomb, began to react violently, and even the island under his feet was shaking slightly. Not good. Too many elements were used, resulting in the incomplete blooming of the column, and the grass element energy could not be released. Now it is condensed together, and there will be a strong explosion, so run. After saying this, Nashida took Klee and Payman and ran away. Boomkin and Aang were attracted by the sound, and turned around to see, wow, a red and green mushroom cloud formed in the distance. Kin. Aang. Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise, I don't know how Payman is, but if Nashida is here, it should be okay, right? Liusu. She was attracted by the explosion, looking at the huge red and green mushroom cloud in the distance, knowing that this must be related to Nashida. When did Nashida become like this? Like a naughty child. Run, the shockwave of the explosion is coming. After landing, Nashida hurriedly said to Kin, Aang and Barbara. She didn't know how to solve this problem. Liusu only taught her the knowledge of attack, and hadn't taught her how to defend. It's too late to run now, isn't it? Kin said helplessly as she watched the tens of meters high waves coming towards them quickly with shockwaves. After a while, the two little ones made such a big noise. She hoped that the wind god could sense it, otherwise Kin felt that they would be doomed today. Stop. With a soft voice, the huge waves attacking in front of them seemed to have encountered a time stop, remaining the same, but no longer moving. Liusu. Payman shouted in surprise. You guys, really, didn't you have enough fun in Zinglo Lake last time? You made such a big noise this time. Originally, it was enough for Kin to have a headache with just Klee frying fish. Now there is a god playing with Klee. How much more destructive power can it cause? I was wrong. Nashida squatted down with her head in her arms at the speed of light. Liusu. Why are you so skilled? Kin. Looking at Nashida's skilled movements, Kin looked at Klee with a complicated look. She felt that Liusu should also understand her feelings. It's just that the opponent's strength is very strong, but the destructive power caused by Nashida is also higher than Klee. It's okay, I don't blame you, Liusu said lightly. Really? Nashida stood up and asked curiously. Boom. It hurts. Nashida was hit by Liusu again, and squatted on the ground. She covered the place where she was hit with her hands, and looked at Liusu with tears in her eyes. Her eyes were full of questions. Didn't you say that you don't blame me? I don't blame you, but you didn't solve the problem you created. This is your punishment. Oh, I see. Nashida replied with a grin. She didn't understand why Liusu's seemingly powerless slap on her head hurt her so much when she hit her head with her head, even though it didn't hurt. Why are you very unconvinced? Looking at Nashida's puzzled look, Liusu said with a smile, and at the same time, stretched out his hand, ready to hit Nashida again. No, no. Looking at Liusu's gesture, Nashida was scared. Her wisdom and force were suppressed by both. Hitting herself was still real damage. How could she resist? It's better to be a good boy. She's just a little kid. Isn't that too much? Jin whispered. She was easily soft-hearted, especially for cute kids like Klee and Nashida. At most, she would punish Klee with confinement, but she wouldn't punish her. She's not young anymore. She's already 500 years old. Liusu replied faintly. Now the roots of the golden tree had spread all over Mondstadt, so she became less careful under the cover of the golden tree. Jin. Well, she was overthinking. She didn't expect that this child who looked the same age as Klee was actually 500 years old. Go solve the problem yourself. Liusu said to Nashida, who was squatting on the ground. Oh. Nashida stood up after being called, stretched out her hand to the waves in front of her, and activated her divine power. The green energy accompanied the branches and attacked the distant waves, blocking the energy prohibited by space. This was very simple for Nashida. Nashida's hair and eyes began to emit leaf green light, and her body slowly hung in the air. The waves in front of her gradually calmed down under the divine power. It's done. Nashida came over and said to Liusu. Well, you can't let me solve problems in the future. What if I'm not there? Liusu preached to Nashida. Yes, I know Liusu is the best. After hearing Liusu's words, Nashida walked up and hugged one of Liusu's arms, saying intimately, alas. Liusu looked at the badminton that was acting coquettishly towards her and felt a little tired. A god who originally wanted to work hard to be a good god now seemed to be crooked again. Liusu, I want to eat fish. Nashida asked Liusu. The explosion just now blew up a large number of seafood, all of which were killed by the shockwave. Cook it yourself. Liusu glanced at Nashida and said, I don't want it. Your cooking is delicious. Nashida looked at Liusu hopefully. She was right. The fish cooked by Liusu didn't feel hard to swallow. She didn't want to eat the fish cooked by others when she smelled it. Okay, go get the fish. As soon as this cute badminton acted coquettishly, Liusu felt her heart soften, and she couldn't help but agree to Nashida's request. Did you hear that? Let's go help too. The grilled fish Liusu made is really delicious. If we help Nashida get the fish, Liusu will definitely make one for us. Payman loudly conspired beside Aang. Okay, we'll go help too. Aang licked her lips. The fish Liusu made was really delicious, and it also had some very good effects. So Aang, Payman and Barbara took Nashida and Klee to the destination to start fishing. Jane didn't follow, because she was seasick, and Payman was, because she had delicious food as motivation, so she could overcome seasickness. Are you also a god? Jane asked Liusu. How did you know? Liusu said with a smile, and she didn't hide it. As long as a normal person could find it, but there were many abnormalities in Teyvat, just like Zhongli and Venti, who were so obvious, but no one knew. Chapter 106. I'll just call you little flying pig. After all, you haven't concealed it, and you seem to be familiar with the god of wind. Kin answered seriously. I just don't know which country's god you are from. Liusu blinked and said, guess. Kin. Are all gods so evil? At this moment, Kin felt a kind of malice from the gods. Since you want to know so much, why don't you ask Wendy? Liusu looked at Kin, who seemed to be choked, and thought about it, and had a brilliant idea in his mind. I know. Thank you for your answer. Then who is the child named Nashida? She is the grass god of Zumi, but she looks a little small. Liusu said this without hesitation. After all, this is not a secret, and it is only a matter of time before she knows it. Grass god. Although Kin had guessed before, it was still shocking to get a definite answer from Liusu. The child who looked the same age as Klee was actually a god, and one of the 7 gods like the god of wind. Yes, the grass god, one of the 7 lords of the earth, is the same as the wind god. So that's how it is. Thank you again for your answer. After saying that, Kin respectfully made a knight's salute to Liusu. Speaking of which, regarding the wind god, I have a suggestion for you. Liusu suddenly said. What suggestion are you talking about? Don't say yours, it sounds weird. Since you and I are quite familiar with each other, just call me Liusu. Okay, Liusu. Kin said a little stumblingly. Regarding the god of wind, I think he is now like an old widower, singing alone in the streets and taverns of Mond every year, except that no one knows his true identity. Kin heard that the other party actually commented on the god of wind in Mond like this, and combined with what Wendy has done in Mond over the years, Kin's eyes flashed. What do you mean? Don't you think it's pitiful for an old widower to sit in Fenkidi and play the harp most of the day, and the rest of the time to be lazy and eat and drink for free? After Liusu's analysis, Kin's mind emerged with a picture of a twilight-year-old god of wind, sitting alone in Fenkidi, drinking cheap fruit wine, plucking the harp in his hand from time to time, accompanied by waves of sad sighs, and the picture came to her mind all of a sudden. Then tell me, what should we do? Kin said seriously. The god of wind has done so much for Mond. I didn't know his identity before, but now I know it. Of course I have to respect him well. It's nothing. After all, I'm an outsider god. For Mond, you and Wendy are closer, so in some aspects, such as during festivals, bring a few bottles of good wine to visit Wendy, invite him to have a meal with your acquaintances, etc. I believe he will be very happy. I know. Kin was silent for a while and replied. She didn't expect that the free and easy wind god in her eyes would be like this in the eyes of other gods, and what she did would be so simple. Or, I call on the knights to send him some wine every day so that he doesn't have to. Singing for money is Wendy's hobby. Just show some proper care. After all, he is a free wind god, isn't he? Yeah. Kin nodded heavily. Liusu turned around and showed a smile that infected Kin. In Kin's mind, Liusu has become a gentle and loving god. Liusu, we are back. Liusu heard Payman's voice before she saw anyone, because it was too recognizable. Liusu, grillfish. Nashida ran over with a bucket, but her wrinkled face showed that she was not used to the taste of fish. Aang carried 2 buckets of fish, then found a place to skillfully light a fire, and then processed the fish one by one, and put them on wooden sticks. Then she and the 2 little ones and Payman looked at Liusu expectantly. Liusu. Helplessly, she used her divine power and started grilling the fish. During the process of Liusu grilling the fish, the few people were very harmonious, and each of them shared one fish evenly. Aang ate the first fish and put the rest into her backpack. She even snatched the fish behind Payman and stuffed it into her backpack. Aang, I want to eat another one. Payman said to Aang pitifully. No, we will eat this later. It's not easy to let Liusu grill the fish. Aang firmly rejected Payman's request. Well, okay, then we grill it ourselves. Klee and Barbara followed suit, put away the fish that Liusu had grilled, and then took out a fish and started grilling it. Liusu, I feel like you guys are here to buy in, but I have no evidence. Do you want to try the grilled fish I made, Nashida? Aang handed the grilled fish in her hand to Nashida and said, well, no, I can't eat it. The grilled fish Aang gave looked delicious, but in Nashida's eyes it was terrifying, like a dark object. This. Aang looked at Nashida, who was avoiding her food like an ordinary person seeing a snake or scorpion, and wondered if what she made was really bad. Is it bad? Although it doesn't taste as good as Liusu's, it is definitely delicious. Nashida explained. No, I don't like the fishy smell and the taste of seafood. Liusu's doesn't have these, and I can't eat the others. Oh, so that's the case. It's strange. Why don't you like to eat fish? Zhongli and Wendy don't seem to like it either. Aang heard Nashida's answer and nodded in understanding. It seems that except for Liusu who likes to eat Xian Xiaoqiang, other gods seem to hate seafood. Nashida nodded and ate the grilled fish made by Liusu and said, yeah, seafood is really a terrible food, but Liusu can make it delicious. Now that you mention it, I feel it too. The grilled fish made by Liusu doesn't have any fishy smell. Last time I ate it, I thought Liusu added something in it, but this time it looks like it's just grilled fish, nothing added. Payman watched Liusu's grilling technique, waved his hand, and the grilled fish automatically floated on the charcoal fire, and then was supported by a force, slowly rolling on the charcoal fire until the grilled fish was fully cooked, and then directly put it on the other side, and then divided by several people. Well, I'm full. Nashida covered her bloated stomach and said contentedly, I'm full, then I'll go fishing. Liusu finished the last round of grilled fish and stopped grilling. Nashida showed off more than 20 fish. I really don't know how her stomach can hold them. Yeah, Liusu, go ahead. Thank you for the grilled fish. Payman replied quickly. This time, they harvested more than 40 grilled fish, and they could enjoy them slowly in the future. But he felt a little sorry. Why didn't Nashida eat more? After Liusu left, it was Aang's time. The grilled fish she made was delicious and better than the average chef. She was just lazy. Why did she make it herself when she could use the things Mora bought? Everyone ate and drank to their heart's content in laughter and fell asleep. Nashida followed Liusu and sat on the shore all night, watching the moon and stars all night. Good morning. Wow, what are you wearing? The next morning, everyone gathered again. Payman asked in surprise when he saw Barbara and Kin wearing swimsuits. Does it look good? Barbara replied with a smile. We all changed into summer clothes. Although we didn't come here to play, we don't want to miss the beautiful Yanri view anyway. No, it won't be strange, right? Kin said a little embarrassedly after suddenly changing into this. Such a flowing and light outfit is definitely not suitable for me. Ahem. Excuse me. No such thing. Jane looks very good in it. Aang's eyes sparkled as she looked at Jane and Barbara. She always admired pretty girls. Although the tassels looked better, it always felt a bit weird. In comparison, Nashida looked very cute in Aang's eyes. Really? Thank you, Traveler. Just call me Aang. Traveler, etc. To strange. Aang said hurriedly. Jane now had no serious feeling at all. Okay, Aang. Payman scratched his head and said, but it's really surprising that Captain Jane would specially prepare summer clothes. Barbara explained. No, according to my sister's personality, she would not prepare them herself. Miss Lisa and I chose them for her. She blurted out sister, and she didn't notice at all that Barbara was already intoxicated with summer. Payman turned to Aang and said, summer clothes are a long story. Kin replied helplessly, I thought the pocket Lisa gave me was an emergency plan, but I didn't expect that it was actually a summer dress. Even the accessories are all there. Shouldn't I say Lisa is worthy of it? Everyone in the Knights is always thinking about letting me take a vacation. It seems that I really push myself too hard. What's wrong with taking a vacation? I know about your situation. Even Wendy is on vacation. You should relax yourself. Liusu walked over and said, yes, that's right. Kin was still very convinced by the words of a god. So this is why you go fishing every day, Liusu? Payman said on the side. Hey, what does hey mean? Why are you learning to sing for money? I decided to give you an ugly nickname. Just call you Fisherman. Payman completely forgot what he had thought before. That is, not to give Liusu a nickname. Fisherman? It's a very good nickname. I like it. Liusu replied with a smile. Oh. Payman widened his eyes. How could this god be like this? Liusu touched her chin and said, I like your nickname very much, but in return, I have to give you a nickname too. I don't want it. Payman suddenly thought of his previous consolation to himself and said hurriedly, let me think about it. Well, you are white and fat, quite cute, so I decided to call you Little Flying Pig. Puff. Aang laughed unkindly. What? That's so ugly. I'm not a pig. Aang, why are you laughing so happily? It really pissed me off. Payman heard the nickname Liusu gave her. He actually called her Little Flying Pig. Isn't that the same as Little Fat Pig? I think it suits Payman very well, because Payman also likes to eat. Aang said with a smile. I'm not like a pig. So angry. Payman stomped his feet in the air and retorted. But everyone didn't care about her point of view. They all laughed involuntarily. In an instant, the air was filled with a pleasant atmosphere. Payman turned his head and looked at Liusu, who was smiling at him with narrowed eyes. He felt a little regretful. Why did he provoke this woman? I was so stupid. Really, the nickname of Little Flying Pig can't be washed off. From the beginning of emergency food to flying mascot, none of them was as deep as the blow to payment by this little flying pig. Everyone, come to Klee. As everyone was talking and laughing, suddenly, Klee's voice came from the side. Kin, it's Klee's voice. After everyone arrived, Klee said, there is something strange. What's wrong? What do you mean by strange things? Look at the sea, there are strange things. Klee pointed to the metal device standing on the sea surface and said, the slender device should be a boy. Barbara asked in confusion, but, when we were sailing on the sea yesterday, we didn't seem to see this device. It must have been placed by the great demon king Dudu. Klee replied. A strange device that appeared overnight is not simple. Do you think it is related to the big explosion caused by Klee and Nashida? It shouldn't be. We didn't see this thing after the explosion yesterday. Aang said. He hasn't come to me yet. Does he not recognize me? Klee paused for a moment. Is he waiting for me to find him? What's the purpose of the boy that suddenly appeared on the sea? You'll know when you get closer. Aang said, spread her wings, and flew towards the boy. Aang, we should plan first, and think about it, before making a decision. Looking at Aang flying away, Kin said to Aang who was going away. It's okay, don't worry. Sister, Aang flew away. Barbara said on the side. Kin. It seemed that her responsibilities as the leader were not fully fulfilled in front of Aang. Aang could always make a turn for herself in different places, especially after growing wings. She flew faster. Let's go together and see if the travelers need help. Let's get on the boat now. Captain Kin is still as reliable as ever. Payman praised. Unlike Aang now, who is getting more and more reckless, she doesn't look for solutions to the mechanisms she encounters now, but directly uses force to solve them first. If force can't solve them, she will honestly find ways to crack the mechanisms. Thank you for the compliment. What is this? Honorary Knight Sister. Hit it, hit it. It must belong to the great demon king Duduken. Aang was curiously observing the boys. After hearing what Klee said, she took out her green sword and tried to chop at the boys. Then, with a bang, the boy exploded. Fortunately, Aang was fast and was not affected by the explosion. It seems that something rushed to the bottom of the sea. Is it the energy released after the boys were destroyed? Payman explained after seeing Aang destroy a boy. It is indeed the great demon king's arrangement. Keep going. Honor Knight Sister, quickly destroy the great demon king's arrangement. Klee shouted to Aang on the boat. Watch me. Because of the first experience, the other two Aangs were very good at destroying. Aang held the long sword, and the wind wings drove Aang's body. The people below only saw a flash of green light, and the other two boys were directly destroyed by Aang. Honor Knight Sister is really amazing. If we destroy these, the big devil should appear, right? Aang, who was flying in the sky, did not feel the impact of the destruction of the boy at all. Payman said, I feel that the sea surface shook violently after Aang destroyed the boy. Is the big devil Duduken about to appear? Klee said excitedly. Let's go back to the shore. Kin drove the wave boat and hurried to the shore. In Aang's sight, several small islands began to shake violently, causing Kin, Barbara, Klee and others standing on them to lose their balance and fall to the ground. The islands are rising. Aang watched the shaking islands suddenly grow out of the sea surface, and soon, they became mountains. After the growth of the mountain stabilized, Aang landed in front of everyone. Honor Knight Sister, Klee wants to fly too. Looking at Aang who landed, Klee walked forward excitedly and said, I can't do anything about this, but I can take you flying. Great. The islands are floating? Payman looked at the small islands around him that were originally only exposed on the sea surface, and now they have grown to dozens of meters high. How could such a thing happen? This sea area is so mysterious. Big devil, wow. I'm here to catch you. Klee, wait for me. Nashida said and ran over. Little Klee, you are always so energetic. Looking at the lively Klee, Payman said with a smile. Well, just like Nashida, if you were more normal, and I had to deal with less trouble, I would be more comfortable. Nashida stopped when she heard this, turned her head, and glanced at Liusu. Liusu, what you mean, is that I'm not normal in your eyes, so love will disappear, right? Well, before the ground shook, I heard a sound similar to a mechanism. In my opinion, there is a very huge mechanism under the sea. Kin continued to analyze. The entire island is located on the chassis constructed by the mechanism. When the mechanism is activated, all the islands are lifted out of the water. Barbara asked, such a thing as a miracle? Is this the power of the wind god Barbatus? No, I don't feel any trace of his power. It seems that someone made it specifically for Klee. Liusu said. Now that you put it that way, it seems that this is the case. Klee is interested in these things, and he also used the great demon king Dudu to attract Klee, which means that the other party knows Klee very well. I just don't know what the other party wants to attract Klee here. This person called the demon king Dudu must be no ordinary person. Kin said, touching his chin. I think so too. The other party knows little Klee too well. After hearing Aang and Kin's analysis, Barbara lowered her head and sighed. Alas, the holiday atmosphere disappeared in an instant. Chapter 107 Under the Moon. Kin. Anyway, I will be alert and be on high alert. Captain Kin, you are so handsome when you are vigorous and resolute. Don't worry, you guys have a good rest. Leave this to me. I'm very strong. Aang patted his chest and promised. Thank you. Found it, big devil. Kin had just finished speaking when she heard Klee's voice beside her. It's on the island over there. I caught you. Klee and Nashida were standing on the edge of the cliff. When everyone arrived, they found that Klee pointed to a small island not far away and said, it's on the island over there. I caught you. Since you want Klee to find you, then Klee is here. Bounce bomb, ready. Let's run together. Hey, Klee, don't run around. Otherwise, let's go fishing. Nashida said as she followed Klee. Nashida still hoped that Klee would go fry the fish so that she could taste Liusu's cooking skills again. Although Liusu fished every day in Liu, Nashida had never seen Liusu catch a single fish. Even if she secretly used her divine power to tie the fish to Liusu's fishing line, Liusu would pretend not to see it and continue to do the same thing. No, Klee doesn't want to eat fish now. Klee wants to teach the great devil Dudu a lesson. Klee said as she ran. Nashida, you don't want to eat, but I do. But Nashida felt that she couldn't say it clearly or do it herself. She could only do it through Klee, otherwise she would be hit on the head by Liusu. Barbara looked at the direction Klee pointed in front of her and said, is that the platform in the middle of the sea? Something has indeed appeared. Everyone, you can get closer to check, but please keep your distance. Hey, Aang. Kin was interrupted by Payman before she finished speaking. She saw Aang fly away in a flash, and her target was the platform in the middle of the sea. Payman saw it and shouted, and hurriedly flew over. Kin. Sister, then we. Barbara looked at Payman and Aang who were going away, and looked at Kin a little entangled. Forget it, let them handle this matter. With Aang's current behavior, I guess I won't be of much use here, so the two of us will just take a vacation. Kin said helplessly. Nashida and Klee were a bit of a headache for her, and then Aang and Payman didn't follow the routine. They flew away before she finished her words. Really? Then sister, take a good rest. Barbara said with a smile. Well, but don't let your guard down. There are still unknown dangers around. I know. With sister here, nothing will happen, and there are travelers. Kin wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Barbara, who took Kin's hand and ran towards the beach. You guys. Kin felt that her identity as the acting leader was completely useless here. There was an honorary knight, one was her sister, and there were two little ones, and a god. Since we have decided to take a vacation, we should be happy and enjoy it. Barbara turned to Jane and said with a smile. Okay, honorary knight sister and little Payman have flown away. How could this happen? Klee can't catch up. Looking at Aang and Payman flying towards the platform in the middle of the sea, Klee stood on the beach and said dissatisfiedly. Klee, I can take you there. Nashida said on the side. Can sister Nashida fly too? Can she take Klee with her? Of course. After Nashida finished speaking, she used her divine power to pull Klee to fly slowly towards the platform in the middle of the sea. Wow, so amazing. Klee is flying. Little Klee fluttered her small body in the air and said excitedly. After we deal with the big devil Dudu, let's go fry fish together, okay? Nashida said as she took Klee flying. But, sister Nashida, won't you be beaten by Liusu? Klee's words made Nashida's face stiffen. Why do you always tell the truth? After all, she seemed to have been slapped by Liusu twice for frying fish. But Liusu's fish is really delicious. Klee also knows this. Although she knows that frying fish will be detained by Captain Kin, the fish is delicious, so it's worth it. Klee added excitedly. Well, Liusu's fish is delicious, so even if it's sugar roasted chestnuts, it's worth it. Nashida's eyes shone brightly after hearing Klee's words. She nodded heavily, as if she had made up her mind. What are sugar roasted chestnuts? It sounds delicious. Klee wants to eat it too. Nashida. When she was in Liu, Nashida naively thought that the sugar roasted chestnuts in Liusu's mouth were some delicious sweets. As a result, under her expectant gaze, Liusu hit her with a slap, and she finally understood what the sugar roasted chestnuts in Liusu's mouth were. Then Klee should not be. Klee hurriedly shook her head after hearing Nashida's explanation. When the tassel hit Nashida's head, she felt a dull pain in her head. Honorary Night Sister. After Nashida landed with Klee, she saw Aang standing in front of monster that looked like a mechanical puppet. What is this? It looks like a person, but it's a little wrong, Paimon said as he looked at the object in front of him. Demon Lord Dudu, Klee is here to see you. You can, judge. Klee pointed at the puppet and said, but she forgot the words halfway through. Judge. Paimon reminded her from the side. You can judge Klee. After being reminded by Paimon, Klee immediately crossed her chest and made the same arrogant gesture as before. What is this kid talking about? Paimon didn't quite understand what Klee said. I'm afraid she doesn't understand the meaning of that sentence at all. Aang said from the side. Hey, Great Demon King. Why are you ignoring me? Did Klee come too late and make you angry? Well, I'm sorry. Apologize to the other party? Klee's thinking is too jumpy, right? Although it seems not as good as Aang's current thinking. Paimon's voice became smaller and smaller, but Aang still heard it. Paimon, your share of the bounty is gone. What? Paimon scratched his head. What bounty? I just discovered that this is a new monster called the Magic Puppet Sword Ghost. There are many more after collecting them. I originally wanted to treat you to a big meal, but now I regret it. This is also a monster? No, I'm wrong. I can't lose this big meal. Nashida. What are these two people talking about? Why can't she understand a word? Great Demon King. Klee shouted at the magic puppet sword ghost relentlessly. Aang, by the way, what is a sword puppet? Why is there a record of this monster? Paimon coaxed Aang for a long time, and finally made Aang give in, and promised him a big meal. This sword puppet is in the Inazuma Atlas. I just found out about it by observing its shape, but I'm a little confused as to why it is in Mondstadt. Maybe it drifted from Inazuma? But isn't Inazuma far away from here? Paimon analyzed. It's not impossible, but how can we activate this big guy? We can't collect any data from it now. The big devil is not moving. Klee, who had been shouting for a long time, was not responded to by the sword puppet, and said a little disappointedly. Klee, that doesn't seem to be alive, so it may not hear what you say. Nashida pulled Klee and said. Yes, Klee, this is a humanoid mechanism. It can't move. Paimon echoed. Well, is that so? Klee has thought of it, so this is not the Great Demon King. The real Great Demon King is somewhere else. Oh, is that so? Paimon scratched his head. Klee will not give up. Great Demon King, wait, we will come to find you. After that, Klee ran to other places again. Klee, don't run around. Paimon shouted worriedly. It's okay, I'll go and see. After saying that, Nashida ran towards Klee. Why do I feel that it seems more dangerous if Nashida goes there? Paimon looked at Nashida chasing Klee, scratched his head and analyzed. It's okay, Nashida goes there, Klee and the others will be fine. Even if something happens, it will be someone else's fault. Aang said nonchalantly. She was devoted to this puppet sword ghost. Aang, how can you think so? What if they cause damage? Paimon said angrily. Then do you have a way to solve it? You know, Nashida is a god. Aang said slowly. Well, it seems not. Paimon scratched his head. So, since we can't solve it, we might as well find a way to make money and improve our strength. Besides, with Liusu here, Nashida won't make any noise. You're right. Paimon replied with a frown. After being analyzed by Aang, she felt like she couldn't do anything. But how can we make this magic sword ghost move? Aang circled the magic sword ghost twice and then kicked the magic sword ghosts, but several times under Payman's shocked eyes. Aang, isn't this wrong? Payman reminded in a low voice. Why don't you move? Is it to solve another puzzle? If it weren't for the need to collect data, I would have to give you 2 swords. Aang looked at the magic sword puppet that had been kicked several times by herself and didn't move at all. She took out the rock not green and gestured a few times on the magic sword ghost. In the end, she gave up this unreliable decision. If it was broken, Mora would be gone. Payman. Let's go and see what's on these islands. By the way, see if there's a mechanism to activate this sword ghost. If not, we can only solve it by violence. Aang looked at the extremely tempting puppet sword ghost in front of him and said unwillingly. A piece of meat was placed in front of him, but he couldn't eat it. This feeling was really uncomfortable. Today was another day without anything happening. Liusu, Nashida and Klee, the 2 little ones, didn't know where they got a bunch of fish from. Facing Nashida's expectant eyes, Liusu still made a grilled fish for the 2 little ones. With the wind wings, Aang explored the island at a terrifying speed. On each island, except for flowers, trees, and islands, no other creatures were left. The entire island was almost cleared by Aang, and all the hill people and monsters became the dead souls under Aang's sword. Jane and Barbara stayed on the small island, where they had set out, enjoying the feeling of summer, watching a streak of blue light passing through the sky from time to time, and the explosions of 2 small fried fish. Liusu ignored the tiny explosions. As a fisherman, she could automatically ignore some insignificant noises. The sky was slightly cool, and the moon was bright in the sky. Liusu sat quietly on the edge of the cliff, squinting her eyes, and looking up at the bright moon in the sky. She felt homesick in her heart. She didn't know if she could go back, because there was no so-called system or golden finger in the novel, and Teyvat was still a false world. She didn't know which direction to work hard in, except that she was a high-dimensional creature who came here. She sighed slightly in her heart, and her good mentality made her cheer up quickly. Although she didn't know what would happen in the future, it had been so long, and she had gained hundreds or even thousands of years compared to her previous life. Liusu, what are you thinking about? Payman, the 2 little ones, and Jane Barbara have all fallen asleep, but Aang couldn't sleep at all because of the magic sword ghost during the day, and she didn't even have the heart to play Genshin Impact. She came out and saw Liusu looking up at the bright moon in the sky, as if thinking about something, so she came over and asked. Nothing. But you, aren't you going to sleep? Liusu was stunned when she heard Aang's voice, and turned her head to ask. Alas, I encountered the magic sword ghost of Inazuma on the bounty mission today, but that thing didn't move, no matter how I tried, so I couldn't sleep. Aang sat down next to Liusu and complained. Liusu, you are worthy of it. You can't sleep because of this. How much do you like to do missions? Observe it. You should have overlooked something. Since the magic sword ghost is placed here, it must be able to move. I hope so. If it really doesn't work, I plan to dismantle it. Liusu. Liusu, do you have any wishes? Aang asked the silent Liusu. Wishes? I don't think so. Liusu thought for a while and said, it seems that she really has no wishes now. Every day she is either fishing or fishing. Ah, no wishes? Aang couldn't understand. Are all gods like this? What about other things, such as things you want to do? Fishing. Aang. It seems that Payman is really right. The name of the fisherman is very suitable for Liusu, a big man who is strong but likes fishing. Let's not talk about me, let's talk about you. You met your blood brother that day, but I noticed that you didn't seem to have that strong feeling of finding your relatives. I don't know, at that time I thought it was the will of Xinhuo that affected me, but after I turned off this function, my heart was still very calm, as if I had known that my brother would appear here a long time ago. Aang answered with her chin in her hands. For some reason, she felt very relaxed sitting next to Liusu. Then why did you stab your brother with a sword? I can see that your brother has very powerful abyss power. Although the divine body transformed into a sword cannot cause harm to ordinary life, he must have felt very uncomfortable with your sword. At that time, looking at Kang's back as he left, I felt very angry. Then I rushed up with the sword. As a result, Kang was caught off guard and was pierced by me. I was a little nervous at that time, but I was relieved after seeing that Kang was not in danger of life. Unexpectedly, when I asked him, he said he felt very comfortable. Since he felt comfortable, I should stab him with a sword next time I see him. So many things happened 500 years ago, and I didn't know about it. I was woken up and told to run away, but I was caught by the maintainer. I was completely confused at the time. Aang became more and more angry. She always felt that Kang was hiding a lot of things from her, and that guy Dainsleb, in Aang's opinion, hardly any truth came out of his mouth. You still want to fight against the law of nature and the 7 gods? You are dreaming. Aang is not bragging. In her opinion, those so-called abyss monsters can die, more than 90% of them, in Liusu's hands with a golden wave of the divine body sword. I'm so angry. No, I have to give him a sword next time I see him. Anyway, his life is not in danger. Let him learn his lesson and let him know that it is not good to lie to his sister. Liusu. Well, Aang has become so crooked, and the brother and sister are at odds. Liusu, can you tell me about the world I went to last time? I feel that there is also a kind of energy there, which seems to have a little connection with me. After I entered that world, I found that my strength has returned a little. Aang suddenly remembered the last time she accidentally entered the collapsed world, and asked Liusu. That world, in fact, that world is also facing this kind of crisis, which is similar to the abyss, but there, that kind of crisis is called collapse. When a civilization develops to a certain extent, collapse will be born to destroy this civilization. Destroy civilization? Why does collapse destroy civilization? Aang asked, puzzled. I don't know either, but it's like this. Hanke will designate some people who have a high degree of compatibility with Hanke. These are Hersers. Hersers are the Spokespersons of Hanke, and their existence is to destroy destruction. Is the Hersers of the Void also born in this way? Yes, each Herser has his own ability, and is named after his ability. As the second Herser of the Void, the Hersers of the Void master the ability of space. Is that so? Are there many Hersers of these Hers? Not many, right? There are probably only more than 10 known ones. Liusu touched her chin and recalled. More than 10 is not a lot. If everyone has the ability of the Hersers of the Void, the world would have perished long ago. Aang said in shock. There are more than 10 Hersers of the Void. It's hard to say. Some Hersers are still on the side of civilization, and they work with the people to resist Hanke. The Spokesperson of Hanke fights Hanke together with humans. Aang felt that her brain was not enough. She felt that this was as outrageous as her brother leading the Abyss cult to fight against the Abyss. There will always be some variables in the world, right? That's what makes it interesting. Liusu said with a smile. Chapter 108. Zhongli appears in the meeting room of the Knights of Favonius. Liusu, how do you know so much about that world? Are you not from this world like me, but from the world called Hanke? No. Huh. But I think you know a lot. Other gods are not as powerful as you. Aang said, counting on his fingers. Look, Venti, although he is very powerful, he is like a drunkard. He even acted at the time and let an infatuate executive named Lady take away the heart of God. I was so sad at that time. And Zhongli, I was probably schemed by him. When I first came to Liu, when I went to watch the ceremony of inviting the immortals, a dragon fell down with a parkai sound. There was also the assassination of the emperor, and the whole place was blocked. I was so scared that I met a man named Zhongli, the social loser in Payman's words. I didn't expect him to be the god of Jia. Not only that, he also arranged a funeral for himself and drank tea every day. The most important thing is that as the founder of Mora, he doesn't even have Mora. He even asked me to pay for him. Aang said this, holding her forehead with a bit of worry. If this goes on, the 7 gods might have destroyed her before the Abyss cult attacked the 7 gods in Xianli. They are indeed very interesting, but it is understandable that they retired after being in charge for so long. But, Liusu, you are not a time traveler like me. Why do you know so much knowledge outside the world? I didn't say I'm not a time traveler. Are you really a time traveler? But how can a time traveler become a 7 god? I don't know. I became like this when I woke up, and I'm not a 7 god now. Nashida is a new grass god. Okay, but I'm very grateful to you. Although I don't know what your purpose is, I will always remember this kindness. Aang sat aside and said easily. She hadn't talked so much for a long time. Since meeting Payman, Payman has been talking most of the time, and she just waited for the result. Aang clenched her fist and said to Liusu seriously, Liusu, if you have any wishes in the future, you can tell me, and I will try my best to help you realize them. Then thank you in advance. Liusu replied with a smile. Yeah. Liusu looked up at Mingayu and said, it's getting late, you should go to rest. Then I'll go to rest. After Aang finished speaking, she returned to Payman's side, then opened Skynet, and entered Genshin Impact. The next day, Honorary night. Aang was still fighting in Genshin Impact when she suddenly heard Barbara's voice. She immediately exited Genshin Impact and opened her eyes to see Barbara in front of her. Are you awake? Did you rest well? Barbara asked. Aang, if you hadn't called me, I should have rested well. Of course, Aang didn't say this. Barbara, you look like this? Aang found that Barbara had changed back to her usual clothes. Wasn't she going to go on vacation? Good morning, Aang. Kin also changed back to her usual clothes and walked over to greet Aang. Captain Kin, what's wrong with your clothes? Aren't you going on vacation? Aang asked. Kin replied, well, the situation in this area is complicated. I don't know what will happen. For safety reasons, we have all changed back into more combat-friendly clothing. Although it's a bit of a waste of the scenery here. Sorry, no need. I searched this place thoroughly yesterday and cleared all the potential dangers. You can enjoy your vacation without worry. Aang replied. Kin. Barbara, why does it feel like Aang has suddenly become reliable and safe again? What's going on? Is that so? Kin asked a little embarrassedly. Yes, Captain Kin, you can enjoy your vacation without worry. Leave these to Aang and me. We flew to many places yesterday, and Aang dealt with all the hill people. It's a rare opportunity to take a vacation. Captain Kin, enjoy your vacation. Okay. Since Aang had already dealt with it, she couldn't say anything else. She could only follow Aang and Payman's arrangements and enjoy her vacation without worry. Besides, there was Nashida with Klee, so there was no need to worry about Klee's safety. You can swim happily again. By the way, we didn't mean to disturb your rest. I just saw white smoke rising from the nearby island, and I felt very strange. I think it's best for everyone to go to the scene to check it out. Barbara said on the side. It's the Great Demon King dude coming. Klee said on the side. What should I do? Even I'm beginning to believe that the Great Demon King dude is coming. Payman, this is simply impossible. Aang covered her head and complained to Payman. Kin said, it's not time to take a vacation yet. I also want to see who the so-called Demon King is. Everyone, please follow me to the island next to me to investigate. It seems that there was no white smoke yesterday. Payman said uncertainly. Of course not. I dug deep into the entire island. If I encounter such a situation, I will definitely remember it. Aang replied. Payman spread his hands to Aang and said, then let's go and take a look first. According to the intention of Captain Kin, they will also come with us. It's not good to act alone this time. There are two figures over there. Payman flew in front and said to the people behind. It seems so. Dilek and Kia turned their heads and looked at everyone at the same time when they heard Payman's voice. They are definitely people we know. Payman exclaimed. It's brother Kia and uncle Dilek. Klee walked up and shouted excitedly when she saw the two. Dilek. Wow. I didn't expect to meet you all in a place like this. It's a pleasant surprise. Kia said while looking at everyone and trying to hold back his smile. Seniors Kia and Dilek, you are here too? Barbara, huh? Not the Great Demon King. Dilek walked over and said, the Great Demon King, as expected. It seems that you were also invited to this archipelago by the Great Demon King. Kia explained, what a coincidence, so are we. Jane pondered, what do you mean by also? Let's talk about this later. I want to enjoy the sunshine of the island first. Payman asked. Kia, Dilek, did you come here by boat? Didn't they say there were storms and thick fog near the sea? storm and thick fog. Then we are lucky. The fog had dissipated when we came. Now is the best weather for vacation. Kiaya continued, but as you know, ordinary ships can't get here. We had no choice but to use the same means of transportation as you. Payman said in surprise, hey, did you also come here riding on Tevarin's back? Dilek replied calmly, don't be surprised. The flying of a dragon is a very conspicuous thing. It has long been spread throughout the streets and alleys. Jin said a little uncomfortably, wow. Did everyone know? But the people didn't see the man on the dragon's back, they just knew that a dragon had been here. Dilek answered. Huh, that's great. Jin breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Dilek's explanation. I didn't expect that the bard had the power to summon the dragon. He's really capable, I think. Kiaya paused deliberately here. I think Tevarin should be a loyal fan of classical tunes. Eyeing this strange man with an eye patch, what he says is completely different from what he thinks. Klee, you have to be careful. Nasida whispered loudly in Klee's ear. Brother Kiaya is a good man and won't lie to Klee. Klee rejected Nashida's words, turned to look at Kiaya and asked, Brother Kiaya, do you think Klee is right? Kiaya heard Nashida's words, and then he found the green badminton standing behind Klee. The last experience made him know that this was a mind-reading god. Nashida's words and Klee's expectant eyes made Kiaya silent. If he told the truth now, he was afraid that his image in front of Klee would collapse completely. If he told a lie, he would be noticed by the unknown god who looked like a child, so he was in a dilemma. Haha. Excuse me, are you two here together? Kim sighed, looked at Kiaya who was in a dilemma, and began to change the subject. Kiaya smiled and pretended to be relaxed and said, hahaha, the acting leader is so good at joking. Am I someone who would go out of your way to accompany him in your heart? Isn't it? Nashida said in a low voice, but the voice reached everyone's ears. Kiaya. Well, I guess his mental activities are now under the watchful eyes of this god, so he dare not think about it. TSK. Dilek glanced at Kiaya. Actually, there were two other people who came to the island with us, but they got separated for various reasons. Kiaya explained with a stiff face. Various reasons? Captain Jane also looked at Kiaya suspiciously. Lack of team cohesion, too distinct personality, and so on. Aang said bluntly, in other words, you were left behind. Ha 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 ha, the traveler is so sharp, he saw the problem right away. Kiaya answered without hiding anything. As long as Nashida didn't expose him, he could lie without blinking. Who are the other two people? Payman asked. Dilek answered briefly, Albedo and Razor. Huh? Brother Albedo and Razor? That's great. Klee said excitedly. You are also here on vacation together, right? Payman said to Dilek and Kiaya. Wait, even Kiaya has escaped. Who is in charge of the Knights of Favonius now? Jane immediately discovered the blind spot. Oh, you mean this? There is a guest from Liusu's Hall of Rebirth, named Zhongli. He came to Mondstadt these days, and happened to encounter this kind of thing. So now the bard and Mr. Zhongli from Liu are handling some matters of the Knights, and the librarian Lisa is assisting. Bard, Liusu's Hall of Rebirth guest? Jane said in surprise. The man named Zhongli who was with Wendy must be no ordinary person. Yeah, we can't control what the bard does, right? It just so happens that they are also negotiating something, so we came here. Kiaya said with his hands spread out. Zhongli? Why is he in the Knights of Mondstadt now? He is not. Payman said this, and quickly covered his mouth. So has Liu officially taken over Mondstadt? Can we also teleport in Mondstadt in the future? Aang thought with blinking eyes. I see. Since it is that person, we don't have to care. Jane said helplessly. At the same time, in the meeting room of the Knights of Favonius. Old man, you are so mean. You didn't even ask me for this kind of thing. After all, we have been friends for thousands of years. Wendy complained to Zhongli who was sitting on the chair. You also know that the fewer people know about this, the better. Since Liusu invited you to join, I won't say anything. But it's better for the residents of Mondstadt not to know about this. Zhongli took a sip of the tea brought by Lisa and said, alas, I also know what kind of people these people are. I will just help them a little when the time comes. Wendy's head hurt a little when he saw Mondstadt now. Unknowingly, Mondstadt has developed to this point. It is too free. Although half of it is his fault, the fewer people who know about this kind of thing, the better, especially the golden tree, because Mondstadt is too free and will tell these things to others. Using a contract to restrict it will have the opposite effect. Of course. Regarding Skynet, we will pair you with a simple one, but you won't see the golden tree. You can design your own appearance and so on, and you can simply communicate and do some convenient things. That's fine too. The full version of Skynet is really powerful, but it also has many restrictions. But for Mondstadt, an abridged version with a calling function will do. Let's talk about Mondstadt and Liusu. We need to make some preparations now, and you can do your part as well. Well, anyway, I'm the only one joining, so it won't have any impact on Mondstadt. As for what you said about contributing, I will popularize it. Venti didn't want to get involved at all, but he still had to show up for such a big thing, just like Zhongli. At that time, Liusu sent him a message asking him to take over Mondstadt. He was confused at the time, and when he wanted to ask something, Liusu had already set it to do not disturb mode, which showed that the other party was fishing and had no time to respond to your message. Zhongli. After knowing that Wendy added Zhongli through Skynet, Zhongli used the teleportation anchor to reach Mondstadt and realized that what Liusu said was true. However, after chatting with Wendy for a while, he realized that Liusu was just joking and Wendy was just an ally. Don't worry, they look reliable, and there is also the librarian Lisa. She is stricter than you and me. People who have done bad things in Mondstadt these days should be careful. Kiara explained to Jane. I feel that the singing and Zhongli are the most unreliable. Fortunately, Lisa is here. Payman complained on the side. Aang nodded in agreement. In her eyes, the two gods were not reliable at all. Fortunately, Lisa is here, but Wendy. It's okay, don't worry, after all, he is the one, and I guess something important is happening now. Kia smiled and comforted. Well, but where are Albedo and Razor? Jane suddenly asked. Barbara also asked, and what is the white smoke I just saw? Well, it all starts with why we were left here. We came here on dragons, but soon after entering the island area, Razor was attracted by something and jumped off the dragon's back and disappeared into the sea. We were worried that he would be in danger, so we also jumped off the dragon's back and landed on this island with the wings of wind. But as you can see, this is just a bare island. Based on experience, I judge that we should wait for contact here at this time, but Dilek believed that Razor would not come back to find us. While we were arguing, Albedo actually left quietly by himself. After listening to Kia's words, Aang replied, Albedo should have found something that interested him. Wait a minute, why can he leave, but you are trapped? Payman asked puzzled. Kia smiled and replied, hahaha, who knows, maybe I'm destined to be unlucky with Master Dilek. Really? Dilek glanced at Kia and said, Albedo is an alchemist, good at making things. With those beautiful artificial flowers, he easily went to other islands. I could have walked on the frozen seawater to the other side. At this point, Kia looked at Dilek meaningfully. Why do I remember that my destination is the island with higher mountains over there? You insisted, so we temporarily changed our direction and landed here. Dilek exposed mercilessly. Oh my, the seawater that I froze with all my elemental power melted just by stepping on it. Who said that the ice and fire element are incompatible? If your god's eye was the rock element, I would have taken a nap on another island long ago. Barbara touched her chin and analyzed. What I saw was a water vapor that melted and evaporated. Should I say that your relationship is too good or too bad? Payman complained while patrolling between Dilek and Kia. Barbara said, no, anyway, the atmosphere has become lively, which is also a good thing. Since there is no danger, let's continue the vacation, Aang said on the side. Vacation? Kia asked in confusion. Yes, I have almost cleaned up the island. There should be no crisis now. It would be a pity not to go on vacation with such a beautiful scenery. I just advised Kin whether to continue the vacation, but then I saw you. Is that so? Traveler, you are really amazing. Since you said so, I won't be polite. Kia said with a smile. Yeah. Dilek nodded on the side. But Albedo and Razor? Kin said hesitantly. Leave this to me. I'll go around and take a look. Aang replied. Do you need our help? Dilek said. No, you are too slow. I'm much faster alone. Aang rejected Dilek's proposal. The two of them have been trapped on this small island for so long. How can they help themselves? Dilek. Senior Dilek, Aang can fly. She can search much faster than us alone. Kin looked at the silent Dilek and explained. Then I'll go first. After saying that, Aang spread her wind wings and disappeared with Payman. So the sign light that flew out of Mondstadt that day was the traveler. It looks like she got the blessing of the god of wind. I'm really envious. Kia said a little jealously as he watched the traveler fly away. You have the physique of the traveler, so you can do it. Not everyone can bear the blessing of the god of wind. Dilek glanced at Kia and said, oh, this is just a complaint. Since the traveler went alone, we can only stay here for vacation. Dilek looked at Kia in silence, not knowing what to say. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, The Unthinking Sword. Then do you know where Aza and Albedo went? Payman asked. It's still unclear where Aza went. If we are looking for Albedo, he went over there. Dilek answered. Then let's set off quickly. Payman called out to Aang. Albedo. Albedo. Following Dilek's instructions, Aang flew while Payman shouted in the air. It's you, Traveler and Payman. Hearing the voice, Aang quickly fell in the direction where the voice came from. Albedo, I finally found you. Payman said happily. What happened? Albedo said. It's much earlier than I estimated. Is it because you can fly? Albedo said to Aang. Ah. What estimate? Payman asked puzzled. Nothing. By the way, the reason why Traveler can fly should be the power of the wind god, right? Yes, but Albedo, how did you know? Payman asked curiously. The breath of the wind element is obvious, but the Traveler can actually withstand such a strong wind element force. It's almost what I thought. Albedo stroked his chin and looked at Aang. What do you mean, almost what I expected? Nothing. By the way, where are the others? Albedo skipped the topic. I'm so angry. Why are they all like this? All riddlers. Payman stomped his feet in the air and said, since we have found Albedo, let's go and meet everyone. Everyone, see you again. Albedo greeted everyone. Thank you for leaving first and abandoning us on the next island. Kia walked forward and said. Albedo replied lightly, you're welcome. Just creating some chat space for people who like to chat. Jane asked, Albedo, why did you come here? I received a letter. Kia explained. We exchanged information on the way here. The second group of 4 people, including me, received a letter from God that was placed in front of the door at some point. The signature is the Great Demon King Dudu. Dilek added on the side. It's a bit strange for you to say this. Kia turned around and looked at Dilek strangely. The content of the letters received by each person is different, but they can all attract people to come to this archipelago. Aang asked Albedo, what did you write in your letters? The content of my letter is very simple. I have your sister Klee in my hands. If you want to see her, come to the Golden Apple Islands. Albedo replied. Payman crossed his arms and said angrily, it's already a threatening letter. The big devil is threatening you. Albedo nodded and said, yes, obviously I was threatened. My letter is also easy to understand. The pirate shipwreck is on an uninhabited island, with treasures and rare antique vases that have been lost for many years. Kia smiled and pretended to be relaxed and said, ahaha, it seems that someone has found out that my grandfather passed on the eye patch to me. Payman saw that Kia was making a fuss again, and turned to Aang helplessly and complained, Kia, this guy is talking nonsense again. What about Master Deluxe? Payman asked Dilek. There is a base of the Abyss cult on the uninhabited island. Go there quickly. After listening to Dilek's words, Kia analyzed in a low voice while walking. Very smart. The right medicine for the right disease. It's so weird. It's all for one person. But why did the big devil call everyone here? Jane covered her head and sighed. Alas, there are too many doubts about the whole thing. I never trusted this letter from the beginning. Dilek said calmly with his arms folded. Adults like us who don't have dreams are here to confirm the actual situation. After Kiaya finished speaking, Barbara asked, did Reza receive the letter as well? Kiaya replied, yes. He said he is not good at reading and writing, so he asked the kind cat-eared uncle he met on the road to help convey the content of the letter. The kind cat-eared uncle I met on the road, Jane said puzzledly. Payman explained excitedly, I know, it's Mr. Durov. The content of the letter that Reza received is also very simple. A red-hot girl went to the island, and she needs help from her friends. After Kiaya finished explaining, Dilek said, after learning the content of the letters received by others, I knew that there was something fishy about this matter. I don't believe there is any demon king in the world. The other party must have other intentions. We came here to deal with potential crisis. No, there is a demon king. The great demon king Dudu is the great demon king. Klee refuted Dilek's point of view. Dilek looked at Klee with an imperceptible slight bend at the corner of his mouth, pretending to be silent for a while and said, okay. For a cute little girl like Klee, even the usually cold Dilek could hardly suppress his love for her. Reza was attracted by something and jumped off the dragon's back early, so he got separated from us. Albedo analyzed, I checked this island, and there are no traces of his footprints, nor any traces of sailing. Based on the direction he jumped off, if he didn't land on this island, he went to that side. Aang followed the direction indicated by Albedo, saw the familiar platform and said, which platform is it? Albedo asked, have you been there? I went there a few days ago. There was a magical machine on the platform. Aang said it came from Inazuma, and it seemed to be called something like Magic Sword Ghost. There is also a machine from Inazuma on the platform. Why didn't you mention it yesterday? Kin asked with a frown. Yesterday we observed it for a long time, and found that this machine couldn't move at all, so we didn't mention it. Payman explained. Could it be that Reza was attracted by this? Albedo said, touching his chin. Everyone, let's go to the central platform to confirm the situation. King called on everyone. How about Payman and I go? Have a good vacation? Aang said. No, we have to confirm this matter as well. We can't rest assured until we find Laser. Kin rejected Aang's opinion without hesitation. Well, do you want me to drive the boat? Aang said excitedly. No. Payman and Kin quickly refused. Aang. Damn, I just want to drive a boat, so what? Is it necessary to be so resentful? In the end, it was Kin who drove the boat and took everyone to the platform in the middle of the sea. It's Laser. Payman pointed at the person in front. Brother Laser. Klee shouted excitedly while running. Ah, everyone. Laser turned his head and looked at everyone. I'm here. Kin asked, Laser, are you okay? Are you injured? Do you need treatment? After Barbara finished speaking, Laser replied, no, I'm fine. What are you doing here? Aang asked curiously. I smell something. Laser said, and handed the thing in his hand to Aang. Here. For you. What is this? Mechanical parts? Laser explained. The smell is obvious. The same as in the letter. Laser did mention that there was a strange smell on the letter he received. Dilek said. Laser's nose is very sensitive. Did the Demon King even calculate this? Well, this and that smell the same. Laser nodded. Oh. Albedo made a puzzled sound. Put this little thing in that person. They are the same. Laser handed the thing to Aang again. Here you go. So this is what you need to start it? No wonder I didn't find anything after observing for so long yesterday. Give this thing to me, Aang asked excitedly. She also felt that this thing was related to the puppet sword ghost. Well, I don't understand, Laser replied. You are reliable, powerful, and reassuring. Well, Klee also thinks that Honor Knight's sister is very reliable. Klee agreed with Laser's point of view. Wait, think about it carefully. What will happen after putting in the parts? Dilek reminded. Kin analyzed. This Inazuma machine is probably also set up by the Demon King. It seems that he wants us to activate it. Maybe the Demon King is about to wake up. Then we have to be prepared for the battle. Traveler, be careful. It's okay. It's okay. It's better if it can wake up. After Kiaya finished speaking, Aang took the parts and walked towards the magic sword ghost with excitement. It's Klee's wish to meet the Demon King. We are here for this, right, Aang? Yes, yes, there are many Morris waving at me. Aang nodded and said, Look. Aang walked forward and put the mechanical parts given by Razor into the groove, exposed by the magic sword ghost. With a sound, the magic sword ghost began to move slowly. It's moving. It's moving. Paimon said excitedly on the side. Aang realized that the attack of this magic sword ghost seemed very weak, not as strong as imagined, so Aang could only carefully resist the attack of the magic sword ghost, for fear that, if she didn't pay attention, it would be damaged, and Morris would fly away from her. Dang, dang, dang. Aang and the puppet sword ghost fought together. The blades collided, making a metallic collision sound, accompanied by sparks. As the battle progressed, Aang discovered that the puppet sword ghost seemed to have a special martial arts, which was quite interesting to play. Aang did not attack other parts of the puppet sword ghost, but directly confronted the puppet sword ghost with swords and swords, without even adding buffs. Relying on the quality of her body, she fought the puppet sword ghost. As the puppet sword ghost attacked again and again, the data collected by Aang was also slowly increasing. Why hasn't it been solved for so long? Will Aang be okay? Kin said worriedly. Don't worry, it's okay. Isn't the Honor Knight doing it with ease? Kaia replied with a smile. Laser looked at Aang with a fiery gaze and said, she is playing with her prey, just like last time in the wolf territory. Playing with her prey? Interesting, but this mechanism doesn't seem to have intelligence. What's the point of the traveler doing this? Kaia said with some confusion after hearing Laser's words. Albedo looked at the ornament on Aang's ear, which was constantly flashing, and analyzed. Maybe the traveler is collecting something. Collecting what? Dilek said in surprise. Yeah, at least that's what I think. Albedo replied. Kiara asked, do you have any basis? No. Then why do you say that? Guess. Kiara. Fall down. As the accuracy bar reached 100, Aang no longer wanted to play with the magic sword ghost. He raised his sword and took a step, and the golden sword light penetrated through the body of the magic sword ghost. Done. Aang made a sword flower with the rock knot green in his hand, and then threw it into his backpack handsomely, without looking at the magic sword ghost standing still, and walked towards the crowd. As Aang walked, the magic sword ghost standing still suddenly moved behind Aang. Everyone was startled and just wanted to remind Aang, but the magic sword ghost exploded directly, leaving parts all over the ground. Kin. So, why did you fight it for so long, when you could have solved it with one sword? What a wonderful battle, it's a feast for the eyes. Kia said to Aang while clapping. Look, how did you know that this was a good battle? It was an overwhelming victory. Look, what is this? Klee said as she stepped forward and saw the 3 red, yellow, and blue gems left on the ground. Jane heard Klee's voice and stepped forward and asked in confusion, is it a crystal? You can ask an expert about this. Aang turned and looked at Albedo and said, I didn't expect you to have so much confidence in me. Being stared at by Aang, Albedo smiled and said, to talk about crystals, we must first talk about the machine itself. Aang's point of view is correct. The giant dressed as an Azuma just now is a machine made to imitate the shape and movements of a human. Aang. What can I say? This is the encyclopedia given by Liusu, and the basic information of these monsters is marked. Otherwise, how would I know that this is called the magic sword ghost? Is it the kind of machine used for fighting? Like the ruins guard? Paimon asked. I'm afraid so. It has considerable combat capabilities, and it doesn't listen to commands. It must have been damaged so badly that it will just attack everyone indiscriminately. However, its offensive aspects have not been shown, because the traveler has been blocking it. From the appearance, it is indeed from an Azuma, but how do you know it is called magic sword ghost, traveler? Albedo asked Aang. I got an encyclopedia in Liu, which records some details about this machine. Aang replied. I see, that explains it. Although Albedo felt that Aang was hiding something, it seemed that Aang did learn about this matter in Liu, and there is also a tool for observing monster information. If the guess is correct, it should be the mark on Aang's ear. Kin asked in confusion, but as far as I know, Inazuma is currently in a closed-off state. How can such a huge combat machine flow out from Inazuma? Closed off? Aang touched her chin and pondered. Logically, she should go to Inazuma first, but there has been no information about Inazuma, so she went to the nearby Zumi in advance. Although she met the grass god, it was different from what she expected. The process was quite plain and unpretentious, and it seemed that she only knew the grass god in Zumi. Thinking about it this way, the main line mentioned by Liusu is a bit intriguing. According to the main line, should she go to Inazuma first, before going to Zumi? As a result, she went to Zumi first, and except for exploring, she didn't receive any tasks. Then we have to ask the people who once existed on this island. People. Klee scratched her head and asked in confusion. Albedo explained, with your eyesight, you must have discovered it. This area looks like an uninhabited island, but there are traces of human existence. I'm sorry that I really didn't find anything with my eyesight. I'm really sorry. I boldly speculate that this island once had indigenous inhabitants, but they are more likely to be outsiders than native humans. Perhaps these people spent a long time and finally found a way to leave the sea. Now the island is deserted and only remnant traces are left in some local areas. Albedo continued to analyze, looking at the crystal on the ground. As for the crystal, well, this is a crystal made of a relatively rare mineral. It can transmit light, and I think it may have some special uses. Payman asked, we found stone towers and small flowers nearby. Do you think they are related? Albedo touched his chin and analyzed. It sounds like someone is paying tribute to it. Yes, I went to see that arrangement before. How should I put it? It's like a gift from someone with gratitude. I see. After listening to Barbara's words, Albedo seemed to think of something. Albedo looked at everyone and asked, what do you think? Who would give a souvenir for a machine like this? Ki replied, only those who have received favors will be grateful. I think these commemorative items come from people who have a vested interest in it. If it had lived with the indigenous people here before, it would not be difficult to explain this. Of course, this is just my guess. Dilek said, this generation often has hilichurals. Perhaps, its indiscriminate attacks also include hilichurals, thus protecting the indigenous people. Interesting coincidence. But in the final analysis, these are just guesses. If you want to understand the story behind it in depth, I'm afraid you need more evidence. Well, it's not clear where the clues are yet. Everyone, we can investigate the surrounding area together later. Now, let's focus on the problem at hand. Do you feel like you investigated in vain yesterday? Hearing what Kin said, Payman spread his hands and said to Aang. Aang replied, it's okay. Everything in the treasure chest has been collected. Anyway, the pace is fast now, and it won't take much time to explore again later. I was wondering why there are traces of fighting with the hilichurals everywhere. It turns out that it was the work of the traveler. This makes sense. But since it was cleaned up by the traveler, it seems that something else appeared today. Albedo said, stroking his chin. Other things? Payman asked. Yes, we'll talk about this later. Albedo replied. Oh, there's another letter here. It must be the Great Demon King Tutu again. Klee said in surprise when she suddenly found a letter on the ground. Chapter 110 Nashida, the world has forgotten me. Nashida stood by and blinked her big eyes at the people talking. She found that these people were quite familiar. As a non-staff member, she was only familiar with Aang and Little Klee, but it seemed that the two of them had no time to take care of her now. Nashida, the world has forgotten me. But being ignored was ignored, but Nashida was still watching with relish. Nashida observed everyone with curious eyes, especially the one named Albedo. In Nashida's eyes, he felt that he was a little strange, and she couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Albedo noticed Nashida's curious gaze, but found that it was a child the same age as Klee, so he didn't care about it. Letter? Look at what's written. Payman said. Mysterious Demon King, sleeping alone on the small island in the southwest. The bad boy made him wait too long. It was dark, and the stars climbed up the night sky. Greedy elves, made the moon run in circles. The 3-color key is kept by the strange fish. The secret is here. Do you dare to come? Kin analyzed. Is it a new hint? Aang scratched his head and didn't speak. What does it mean? Is it related to the crystal just now? Barbara said. Aang understood at this time, as if she didn't need to think about these things by herself. They could summarize them, and she just had to fight monsters well when the time came. She also remembered that when she was doing the task before, it was Paimon and others chatting. Kiara asked, "The small island in the southwest. Which island are you referring to?" Instead of standing and guessing, it is better to search along the way. Dilek made his own suggestion. Aang and I have walked all over this archipelago. Is there anything worth noting? Yes, there is a very strange island over there with a background thing on it. Sister Nashida and I went there to blow up. No, catch fish. Klee, are you acting on your own again? Jane caught the blind spot and said to Klee. Klee said embarrassedly, "Oh, sorry, we were just looking around. As long as we don't trigger any traps, it's fine." Albedo comforted her. Suddenly, Klee saw Nashida next to her, and she felt inexplicably confident. She put her hands on her hips and said, "But with Sister Nashida here, Klee will be fine." Jane. Following Klee's voice, everyone turned their eyes to Nashida, who was remembered by the world again. Hey. Being stared at by several people, Nashida felt a little panicked, but now it seemed that she couldn't help but express her feelings. So Nashida gave the Mond people a sigh belonging to the wind god. Everyone. Being interrupted by Nashida, everyone looked away again and continued to discuss. Klee, remember to tell me next time you go out, I'm worried. After Jane finished speaking, she glanced at Nashida who was standing next to her. This child who was more dangerous than Klee was a god. What surprised Jane the most was that this god was completely like her child. Liusu and her were just like herself and Klee. Is it okay? Klee heard the Ononite sister say that Captain G needed to rest, so Klee didn't say. Listening to the warm words of little son, Jane smiled and replied, "Of course it's okay. Yeah, I know." Klee said excitedly. As serious as ever. Dilek said, "Captain Jane, you're just like Klee's parent." Paimon said with emotion. "You're right, I feel the same way." Kiara agreed with Paymon's point of view. Kia's exaggerated tone made Kin dissatisfied and said, Kia scratched his head and laughed and said, "Haha, sorry, I shouldn't joke with the leader like this." Then Traveler, let's go over and take a look. By the way, where are her parents? Dilek looked at Nashida and said, "If I remember correctly, this is a child of the person who gave him the amulet. The amulet helped him a lot, but now I can't see that person." Under the circumstances, Dilek asked a few people, "Are you talking about Liusu? She is probably fishing somewhere." Paimon replied, "Fishing?" Dilek asked, "Are you helping to take care of this child now?" Dilek found that a few people didn't seem to care about Nashida at all. After talking for so long, Nashida stood alone and listened. This behavior puzzled him. Even Kin didn't care too much about her. This is also because Dilek didn't know that the seemingly small child in front of him was a god. If he knew, he would definitely not have so many questions. "No, why should we take care of Nashida?" Paimon asked in confusion. "A god needs to be taken care of, what a joke." And Liusu didn't say anything. Dilek saw that except for Klee, everyone agreed with Paymon's point of view, even Jane and Kiara. "Even you, Jane," Dilek said in surprise. "Senior Dilek, her situation is a bit special. We can't take care of her, and she is not Liusu's child. She is the same type as the bard." Jane explained to Dilek. "Dilek, the clown is actually me. Haha, Master Dilek, I didn't expect you didn't see it." Kiara looked at Dilek's appearance and joked with a smile. "TSK." Dilek turned his head and snorted coldly and ignored Kiara. Okay, let's go." Kiara smiled and greeted everyone. In the end, Aang still couldn't get on the boat, which made her resent Paimon, who strongly prevented her from sailing the boat even more. Paimon had no idea that Aang had made another note of him in her little notebook. Kin drove the boat towards the small island in the southwest. It was fast and stable along the way, but Aang didn't like this feeling. It was not exciting at all. She had the urge to step forward and take away Kin's driving authority, but looking at the two little ones sitting next to Kin, Aang gave up this tempting move. She could only prop up her chin and look at the sea outside the wave boat in boredom. After a while, Kin drove the wave boat to the destination. After getting off the boat, everyone saw that the center of the island was wrapped in a large blue shield. Payman looked at the protective shield in front of him and said, "Hey, is this a shield? It doesn't seem to be hard." Dilek looked at the blue shield and analyzed. It should be some kind of energy shield. "Everyone, don't touch it randomly, you might be bounced away," Kia said with a smile. "Kin. This such a big shield." "Humph, Klee knows you are in it." Klee walked up and said, "Hey, I'm here. I'm Klee, Devil Toot, come out and see me." Eyeing. "Ah, yes, yes, yes." Payman turned around and glanced at Eyeing awkwardly. She always felt that what Eyeing said was not what she meant. No response. Is she not in there? After hearing what Payman said, Klee turned around and said to Payman, "No, he must be there. The bigger the shield, the worse Devil Toot is." Hearing what Klee said, Nashida and Eyeing looked at Kin at the same time. Kin felt a little puzzled by Eyeing and Nashida's gazes. She always felt that the eyes of these two people were a little rude. What kind of logic is this? Barbara said, "Everyone, I think Klee is right. Such a huge energy shield must have a reason for its existence. It's a reasonable guess." "I agree," Albedo responded. Kin touched her chin and analyzed. "Since it is an energy shield, we need to find the energy source. If we find the source, we should be able to crack it." No, Klee can't wait. Klee wants to see the big devil voodoo now. "Klee, don't worry, wait for us and find the related device." "Well, okay, then Klee will go first. The shield is broken. It was Sister Nashida who did it." "Great." Klee saw Nashida standing behind her, stretching out her hand. A long sword with green light condensed in her hand. She stretched out her hand and waved it at the blue shield. A small gap suddenly appeared in the shield. As the grass element energy spread, the shield emitted a slight fluctuation. Noticing the sudden change, everyone turned their heads suddenly and saw the green energy sword in the hand of Nashida standing at the back slowly dissipating. Klee wants to see what's inside quickly. I just want to help," Nashida said in a low voice. "Kin. That was the power of the grass element just now." Albedo suddenly discovered that Nashida was not using elemental power, but divine power. Although elemental power and divine power look similar, there are still some differences. So this child who looks the same age as Klee is the god of grass? Albedo felt that he had discovered something new. "As expected of you, Nashida, your method of solving the problem is exactly the same as Liusu's." Payman looked at Nashida and said with a tangled face. Nashida's sudden sword made him lose all his mood to solve the mystery. "This is all Liusu's teaching." Nashida heard Payman praising her and embarrassedly gave the credit to Liusu and smiled happily at Payman. "I'm not praising you." Payman didn't know how to complain. "Yeah, I know." Nashida blinked her big eyes and looked at Payman as if she didn't understand what Payman meant at all, but just thought that Payman was praising her. With her wisdom, how could she not know what Payman meant? Because Liusu said that sometimes playing dumb can bring different happiness. Now Nashida has learned it and feels that what Liusu said is very reasonable. Now she feels so happy looking at the angry Payman. You, so angry, I'm going to give you an ugly nickname." Payman pointed at Nashida angrily and said, "Payman, I think you'd better not do this, otherwise, you will get a nickname that is better than last time." Aang looked at Nashida, who was smiling like Liusu, and knew that this seemingly simple grass god must be as bad as Liusu, and the simple Payman could not beat them. Payman. After listening to Aang's words, Payman gave up the idea of giving Nashida a nickname. When Nashida saw Payman, who had stopped fighting, a trace of disappointment that was difficult to detect flowed from her emerald eyes. Aang. 6. She knew that this cute looking grass god was definitely not ordinary, and after Liusu's guidance, this qualitative change was extraordinary. It seems that it has been solved, and even the previous decryption is useless. Kaya said with a smile. Wow. Klee looked forward to the huge blue cover that was slowly dissolved by the grass element, and the scene inside surprised her. Everyone looked inside in disbelief. They originally thought it was some kind of monster, but it turned out to be a beautiful resort with almost all the items needed for summer. Wow. Klee rushed up excitedly. Wait a minute, I'm confused. What is this? Jane looked at the scene inside in disbelief, thinking she was dreaming. Barbara said excitedly, the whole island is like a huge gift box hidden under the energy cover. Albedo obviously had expected this scene and said to Klee, "There seems to be something there, don't you want to go and see it?" "Yes, I have to see it," Klee replied. "Evil red girl, you are finally here. I have been waiting for too long, it's really boring." After Klee walked in, a phonograph made a sound. "You dare to face me, the ruler of the Dudu tribe, the great demon king Dudu. You are very brave. Although courage is admirable, it is meaningless now, because the great demon king Dudu is me, your mother Alice." Klee said in surprise, "Hey, Mom, Alice is the one who wrote the guide to Teyvat travel?" Payman said. "Klee, and everyone who accompanied Klee to the island, hello. How is it? Is this island fun? The sunshine and the beach in summer. It should be a good holiday, right? Don't look for it, I'm not with you. The machine in front of you that is talking is the Alice phonograph I invented, which is used to convey the love of mother." "Oh, this is true," Kaya said in surprise. "Mother's love?" Nashida touched her chin and thought carefully, slowly recalling the appearance of Liusu in her mind. In her recollection, Liusu looked at her tenderly. She was about to throw herself into Liusu's arms and call her mom, but when she was about to speak, Liusu suddenly hit her with a sugar-roasted chestnut, which woke Nashida up from her memories. She touched her head, which seemed to be a little painful, with a little fear. "What are you thinking about?" Suddenly, Nashida felt a hand gently pressing on her head. She turned her head and found that Liusu had appeared here without knowing when. "No, nothing." Of course, Nashida would not say that Liusu hit her head when she was fantasizing just now, otherwise the fantasy just now might become real. "Oh, I didn't scare anyone, did I? Sorry, Mikey likes to play with all kinds of small toys, and as a mother, I have to support her." Payman complained, "These toys are not small at all." Razor whispered, "Mom, it's a pity that we can't meet, but I will keep an eye on your every move from a distance and watch over you like I did in the past." Jane rubbed her head and said painfully, "It's Miss Alice." I was careless." Barbara made a puzzled sound. "Ha, ha." Alice's voice continued, "Ding ding. That's right, I've also been to the island in person, and I love the ancient ruins and special terrain on the island. I made these arrangements so that everyone can enjoy this happiness." Payman said helplessly, "Klee's mother is also a very free person." "Oh haha, is someone saying something bad about me?" Payman was shocked and waved his hands and said, "Ha, no. Is she eavesdropping? No, there's no need to be so troublesome." Jane said. Payman asked, "What do you mean?" Albedo explained, "Klee's mother Alice is an extremely mysterious and nearly omnipotent witch. Don't be too surprised, she is just like that. Well, if you have a chance, go and see how free she is. An omnipotent witch, interesting," Liusu said, touching her chin. "Liusu, why are you here? When did you come?" Payman said in surprise, "I just came here not long ago. I think the current situation is interesting. I will find Alice to have a good chat with her when I have a chance." "Is that so?" Payman asked. Gramophone. Liusu obviously felt that the person behind the gramophone was a little emotional, which made her look at the gramophone thoughtfully. Albedo. The phonograph paused and continued, "You must be wondering, what are those letters? What are those ships? And those boys? Energy shields? Yeah, actually, I also think it's a bit of a hassle, but it's the only way to invite you all here, isn't it? That island is full of stories, the indigenous people, the shipwrecks, the mysterious machinery, countless coincidences gather here. If we don't make some arrangements, wouldn't it be a waste? Let me guess, everyone who received the letter should be here. Mr. Kiaya, Mr. Diluk, Little Razor, Miss Jane, Miss Barbara. Then there is the reliable and smart little Albedo, and the mysterious traveler and his good friend, Payman. You are all the people I invited to accompany Klee. Thank you for letting this child have a good summer." Mom and Sister Nashida was also invited by Klee, as well as her mother Aunt Liusu. Klee added from the side. Liusu. Hearing what Klee said, Liusu lowered her head and looked at Nashida, who had already tucked her head into her neck. She was holding her head pitifully, which made Liusu a little reluctant to hit her. Bang. No wonder Nashida was crouching with her head in her arms to defend herself. What did this little badminton say to her when she was with Klee? Kin heard the sound and turned her head to look strangely at Liusu, who was calm and as if she had done nothing, and Nashida, who was crouching with her head in her arms and tears in her eyes. Gramophone. You are the only one who can talk. From a distance, Alice, who was observing this place, felt for the first time that little Klee was a little bit leaky. Based on Alice's observation, she found that Liusu's rank was much higher than hers, and her strength was also stronger than hers. Maybe Liusu had just noticed it. She originally wanted to cover it up, but she didn't expect Klee to suddenly stab her in the back. If it weren't for the huge mushroom cloud that suddenly appeared on the island and the protective shield that had not been forcefully broken, she wouldn't have paid attention to this place at this time. Although she was very hidden at this time, the white-haired woman was looking at where she was from time to time. Chapter 111 Sun, Moon, and Stars. Everything on the island is my gift to you. Thank you for accompanying her. But by the time you hear this recording, I should have been traveling somewhere else. Traveling life is so busy and interesting. Haha, just ask the traveler next to you, and you will know. Jane touched her chin and analyzed. Ms. Alice, are you doing this because you are too busy to accompany Klee? No, that's just how mommies. Klee replied. As soon as Klee finished speaking, the phonograph happened to sound. Everyone, if you are thinking about a deeper intention at this moment, I must say that the situation is not as complicated as you think. The reason why I like the city-state of Mondstadt is because freedom is exactly what we mother and daughter expect. The phonograph continued to play the words left by Alice. My wish is very simple. I hope Klee will grow up with curiosity and kindness. As long as she wants, she can do anything and go anywhere. Jane suddenly said, I see. It is indeed Ms. Alice's style. Sorry, I misunderstood. I always feel that she is a mother with a good personality. Payman said with a smile. Yes, mom is the best mom. Klee's words made Nashida, who was squatting on the ground, nod in agreement. She turned her head and looked at Liusu, ignoring the pain in her head. You want to eat sugar roasted chestnuts again, right? Unexpectedly, Liusu turned her head and looked at Nashida with a smile, saying in a calm tone that calling mom is also calling the great kindness tree king. What does it have to do with me, Liusu? Besides, you were transplanted by cuttings, and you are essentially the same as the tree king. Can you please stop hitting my head? It will make me stupid. Nashida whispered. Mom, we played a lot of things this summer. Sailing, frying fish, and playing a lot of things. Everyone is super nice and very gentle to Klee. Also, Aunt Liusu's grilled fish is very delicious. Next time you come here to play, mom will also try it. Gramophone. Both mother and daughter are free elves. Kaya said with emotion. Summer. Speaking of summer, it was summer when I went to that island. Sitting on the beach, listening to the sound of the waves brushing against my feet, I thought of you. Kelly, you are a child born in summer, a gift from the sea and wind to your mother. Your mother is very grateful for your birth, and she also wants to give you something. So your mother made some arrangements on the island, transformed the ancient ruins into a summer amusement park, and invited you to come here in the name of the great demon king Dudu. Liusu, since you are fine, how was I born? Nashida said curiously beside Liusu. I picked you up. Liusu glanced at Nashida and said. Nashida. Nashida didn't believe Liusu's nonsense at all. Picked up. You are fooling a child. I, Nashida, am not so easy to fool. In the legend of the other world, there was a miracle island named after the golden apple. It has many aliases, carrying people's imagination of beautiful dreams. Mom likes that story, and I hope you can enjoy the beautiful things in the story. So mom gives you the blue sea, pearly white sand, an incredible paradise, and those who love you. Kin. Barbara suddenly realized, so there are only 3 crystals? Light red like petals, light blue like waves, light yellow like autumn leaves. Kin analyzed. Maybe in Alice's eyes, this archipelago is the 4th naturally existing crystal. Located in the middle of the sea, covered with vegetation, the summer crystal is as bright as an emerald. Kelly, you, like mom, are a race that lives longer than ordinary people. For us, time is a gust of wind, and it ends when it blows. In such a long life, parents are just the first link in a child's life. Even if we don't want to separate, one day you will go your own way. Kelly, mom will always love you, but besides mom, there are many people around you. The friends who accompany you, the teachers who teach you, the people who are willing to stay on the island for you, even if they know something is wrong. Will Liusu always stay with me? After hearing Alice's message, Nashida turned to Liusu and asked with a little expectation, but also with fear. Liusu. Liusu didn't say anything, but just stretched out her hand and put it on Nashida's little head. The force was much stronger than usual, but in Nashida's heart, she already knew the answer. She was very happy and couldn't help but reveal a sweet smile like spring. Under Nashida's influence, many plants around began to grow, and the plants in summer even bloomed. Liusu's silent promise made Nashida feel that the title was no longer so important at this time. Summer belongs to everyone. No matter how life changes, no matter how many things happen this year, summer will not disappear, just like the love between people. I hope that, no matter where you go from now on, you will not forget that there are so many people who love you in the world. Oh, by the way, you must listen to Brother Albedo at home. Mom will come back to visit you regularly. In fact, I will secretly come back to visit Klee and everyone whenever I have time. No one has noticed, right? Albedo sighed. It's still the same, Aunt Alice. This guy Albedo, could it be that he knew it from the beginning? Payman said suspiciously. It's almost time, let's stop here. By the way, I spent a lot of effort to do all this, you must have fun. So everyone, and my baby Klee, see you next time. Klee waved happily and said, goodbye, Mom. Klee seems very happy. Payman said to Aang. Well, Nashida seems to be very happy too. Hearing Aang's words, Payman turned around and saw Nashida, who was holding Liusu's arm affectionately and showing a sweet smile. Well, they look like a mother and daughter. Payman said, touching his chin. Nashida and Liusu are too similar. Nashida is just like Liusu when she was a child, but Liusu has human ears and Nashida has elf ears. That's not the case. Although they are related, they are not mother and daughter. Aang analyzed, because Liusu's caressing Nashida is not like a mother taking care of her daughter at all, but more like a sister taking care of her younger sister. Aang can feel this very well. Is that so? Payman scratched his head and wanted to say something, but when he saw Liusu's eyes looking here, he quickly stopped his curiosity. The big devil is my mother. I don't know why Klee feels so happy. Whether it's the mother who blew up the gate of Mondstadt, the mother who was put in solitary confinement, or the mother who wrote strange letters to me. Klee likes them all very much. Won't Klee feel lonely? Aang asked, and was also surprised. Can solitary confinement be inherited? No, because Mom is the most powerful witch. She accompanies Klee wherever she goes and never lets her get bored. Klee loves her mom the most. Klee smiled, warming the people around her like a little sun. Honorary Knight's sister, do you like Klee? Klee asked Aang expectantly. Yeah. Aang nodded without hesitation. Who wouldn't like such a cute little girl? Klee loves you too. You have to accompany Klee to play here as much as she wants, otherwise, Mom will feel sorry. I still have a lot of bouncing bombs, and Dudu will come with us. I'll take you swimming and frying fish. Frying fish, I want to go too. Nashida heard about frying fish and quickly said, Jin, you'd better not go. I'm afraid that your bomb will blow up the whole island. Compared with Nashida, Jin thinks Klee's bomb is just like Liu's firecrackers. Hey, Nashida likes to fry fish too. But next time, don't use bombs with such a big power. Klee was scared at that time. Klee scratched her head and said. The explosion at that time shocked her little heart. Yeah, use a smaller bomb next time. Nashida nodded hurriedly under Liusu's dangerous eyes. It's fun to be with Klee. Payman said with a smile. Are you not happy to be with Nashida? Seeing Payman ignoring her, Nashida stared at Payman and said. It's happy too. Payman said hurriedly. Aang. Kin said, now we can enjoy the summer. Hey, come on. Klee called Aang, who was still thinking outside. Don't keep Klee waiting. Let's go over quickly. Payman said to Aang. Okay. Knowing that everything was arranged by Klee's mother, Ms. Alice, everyone began to relax. In addition, Aang explored all the islands, and the threat of the hill people was gone. Everyone began to enjoy the sudden summer island trip. Bounce bomb. Hey. Klee was taken by the Captain Jane to fry fish at the beach. Ah, the fish in the sea are so hard to fry. Sister Nashida, how about we make a bigger bomb? Klee turned her head and shouted to Nashida in the distance. No, Klee, this bomb is enough to fry fish. Don't bother Nashida. Jane rarely fry fish with Klee, but just when she picked up a bomb next to her, she heard Klee's voice and hurriedly comforted her. Okay, but the fish that Klee's bomb fries not enough for everyone to eat. Jane. So this is how the previous puzzle was solved. Kia walked to the device that Alice had prepared, looked at the answer, and said while stroking his chin. It's a pity that person's actions were too fast, but I'll tell little Klee about this later. TSK. Dilek glanced at Kia, but his hands did not stop. Klee. Hearing Payman's voice from behind, Klee quickly threw the bomb in her hand and turned her head. Mom is the most powerful person in the world. Brother Albedo can testify. Mom knows everyone, and she must know on a night sister. Although I don't know why mom doesn't know Liusu and Nashida. It may be because Klee invited them here. Next time mom comes back, let's go find her together. Mom is a very good person. On a night sister will definitely like her. Yeah, I will. Payman agreed. I didn't expect that everything here was arranged by Ms. Alice. Jane said on the side, holding a bouncing bomb in her hand. She was completely different from her usual appearance. After knowing the truth, it seems that even the surrounding scenery has become lovely. Such a wonderful summer. It's really the best gift. So Captain Jane is now fulfilling her promise to accompany Klee to fry fish? Payman said, looking at Jane holding a bomb. Yes, are you willing to participate in our little event? Wait a minute, let's go and see what everyone is doing this summer. Payman replied. Okay, then I'll play with Klee for a while. Master Dilek, Kia, what are you doing here? Payman and Aang saw Dilek and Kia at a mechanism, holding the gem dropped by the puppet sword ghost, and seemed to be testing something. Haha, I didn't expect that all this was arranged by Ms. Alice. No wonder she wrote such a letter to me. As for us, we are now studying the mechanism that Ms. Alice originally left behind. Is that so? It turns out that the mechanism at that time was this, but it's a pity that the big cover has been solved by Nashida. Haha, Ms. Alice is a very interesting person. You should meet her if you have a chance. The small mechanisms she made are indeed interesting. Although she sometimes brings trouble, I don't hate interesting troubles. Has Kia guessed it a long time ago? Payman asked. This? Of course not. I'm such an honest person. Of course I have been kept in the dark. Kia replied, but Payman didn't believe what he said at all. TSK. Regarding Kia's words, Dilek glanced at Kia, and he didn't believe Kia's nonsense either. What does Master Dilek think? Payman asked. Nothing, just a little surprised. The only people in Mondstadt who can do this are the poet and Ms. Alice. Those letters replace the invitation letters. We are all invited guests here. It means that in her heart, we are all treated like children. It has been a long time since we have been treated like children. Compared to the long-lived elves, Master Dilek is treated like a child. Of course. We are leaving first. Aang covered Payman's mouth and left here directly. She felt that Payman had more and more potential to offend people. Dilek. Raze, what are you doing here? Payman greeted Razor. When Red Eyes heard the voice, he turned his head and looked at Aang and said, I don't quite understand. But, it's very warm. Blanket, like a blanket, very soft and gentle. Is this how mother feels? Mom. It's Lupika too. So nice. Aang. She felt a little sympathetic to Red Eyes. He was raised by wolves when he was young, so of course he didn't know how mother felt, but fortunately he could feel this from Alice's love for Klee. It's incredible. The whole island is actually a gift. Barbara said to Aang. Honorary Knight. I'm so touched. Even if it has nothing to do with me directly, I feel very touched. As long as we can accompany each other for a long time, we can become important to each other. I seem to understand a lot of things. Aang encouraged. Go for it, Barbara. Barbara. Looking at Barbara blushing at the end, Aang left here with a comfortable face and continued to look for other people. Albedo, you are here. Seeing Albedo's relaxed look, as if he had known that this was arranged by Alice, Payman looked at him suspiciously. Please don't look at me like that. If you reveal the answer at the beginning, wouldn't the game be boring? This island is suitable for Clean for you. Don't you think so? Summer Island. Sea. Although it is just a small sea paradise, it will do its best to serve the travelers who rest here. You can have a wonderful summer here. Albedo, you knew it a long time ago. Why didn't you tell us? I was worried for a long time. Payman said angrily. Albedo replied, it doesn't matter whether I tell you or not. Payman wanted to argue with Albedo, but Aang couldn't stand it anymore and dragged Payman away. Look over there, it's Liusu and Nashida. Payman pointed to the two people sitting on the rocks on the edge of a cliff in front and said, it's Aang and Payman, how did you get here? Nashida noticed the movement behind her and turned her head to say, what are you doing here? Payman asked. Liusu is fishing here, and I'm watching her fishing here. Nashida explained. Payman scratched his head and asked, okay, but what's so good about fishing? There's nothing good about fishing, but I'm very happy with Liusu. Okay. Payman scratched his head. Aren't you going to enjoy the summer vacation? Captain Jane, Kaia and the others seem to be very relaxed. Payman asked. Every day is a vacation for me. This summertime is the same as my usual life. Liusu replied. Is that so? Payman scratched his head and then thought of something and said, sorry to bother you then. It's the same for Nashida. Every day with Liusu is a vacation. I'm very happy. Liusu is like the sun in Nashida's heart, and I'm like the moon produced by Liusu's light. Sun, moon. Yes, the moon can only show itself at night with the help of the sun's light, and in the daytime it is only the sun's home court, and even the other stars are dimmed. But you can't see the moon in the daytime. Payman said. I know, but people can only feel the light and warmth when there is a sun, although people can no longer see the moon at this time. If it is at night, the moon alone cannot illuminate the earth, and those other stars will appear and steal the moon's brilliance. So I prefer daytime, because with the sun, the sky is blue, without those stars. Is that so? Nashida really likes the Sunday. Of course, because the sun is tassels in my heart. Nashida replied with a smile. Aang touched her chin and thought. Influenced by the god of wisdom, she always felt that the two sentences Nashida said were not simple. The meaning of the sun and the moon was not just on the surface, but should have a deeper meaning. Why do you compare tassels to the sun and yourself to the moon? Then what are stars? Aang suddenly asked. Huh? Nashida heard Aang's words and did not reply to Aang's words, but just looked at her in surprise. Chapter 112. Two gods hiding in the corner of Liu. We are finally back. We had a lot of fun on the Golden Apple Island this time. In Liu Harbor, Aang pushed open the small house she bought, and Payman flew in at once. Looking at this familiar place, she couldn't help but sigh. Ah, it feels so good to be home. Aang walked to her bed and threw herself on it. She would never say that home is where her brother is. As long as she can live comfortably and feel safe, it is her home in Aang's eyes. As soon as she entered the small yard she bought in Liu Harbor, Aang felt very relaxed. She didn't know why she had this feeling. Wasn't she a traveler? It could also be because no matter where she was in Teyvat, she could quickly return here as long as she wanted. Ever since Liu Skynet could replace sleep, Aang hasn't rested for a long time. In her dreams, she was fighting monsters in the world of Genshin Impact without stopping for a moment. Today, she rarely felt this atmosphere, and she planned to have a good sleep. You are finally back. The Emperor has been looking for you for a long time. Every now and then, he would bring a small stool and sit at the door with a wind god next door, just like a door god. Liusu returned to her small courtyard, and heard Liu An complaining to her. Liusu, don't you stop him? After all, he is the rocking emperor. You let him sit at the door. Liusu said with a fierce face. Liu An said helplessly, how can I stop him? When I first saw them sitting at the door waiting, they just sat against the wall. I asked them if they wanted to go into the yard and wait for you, but they said no, they would just wait outside for you to come back. Their attitude was very tough, and they refused to leave. Then I said, it's a bit damaging to your image to squat against the wall like this. After listening to me, they moved a small stool over the next day. What can I do? Liusu. Liuan felt that the tall image of the emperor in her mind seemed to collapse little by little because ever since Zhongli retired, he always did some things in Liu Harbor that made her incredible. If she didn't know that he was the Jia King Emperor, she probably wouldn't dare to believe it. So, when you took Nashida on vacation, why did you shut down Skynet? If they could contact you, this wouldn't have happened. Liusu rubbed her aching head and said, can't they come to find me? They know where I am. Liuan replied, I don't know about that either. They should be here again at this time. You should go and have a look. Sitting outside like this, you can't talk them out or persuade them. Liuan spread her hands to Liusu. She didn't know what to do about this. Liusu should be back today, right? I saw the traveler in front of me. Wendy said to Zhongli, who was also holding tea sets in one hand and a folding bench in the other, while Zhongli was holding a folding bench table in the other. She should be back. After Zhongli finished speaking, he and Wendy skillfully unfolded the bench table and placed it in the corner of the left wall of Liusu's yard, because there happened to be a tree extending from the yard, blocking the sun above, which was a good place to cool off. Old man, why don't we go to the island to find her, but wait for her at the gate of her yard? Wendy said as she put the wine glass on the table and poured a glass. You don't understand. Given Liusu's habits, it would be better for us to wait for her here than to go to her directly, Zhongli said to Wendy calmly, while lighting a fire and boiling tea. Oh, what else can you say? Wendy asked curiously, after taking a sip of wine. Zhongli said slowly, from what I know about Liusu, she is the kind of god who doesn't do anything if she can. In her words, her ability to slack off is better than you and me. Does this have anything to do with us waiting for her at her gate? Of course it does. If we go to her, she may make excuses for various reasons, but if we wait for her at the gate, it means that she just came back from slacking off at this time, so she has no other reason to refuse. You are worthy of it, old man. You are still thoughtful, Wendy said to Zhongli with a thumbs up. Of course. Zhongli, who had boiled the tea, skillfully brewed a cup for himself, picked up the cup, and drank the boiling hot tea directly. Liusu, you two are really talented. No, geniuses. So, what do you two want? Liusu said as she walked out the door. Old man, Liusu seems to be a little earlier than we expected. She has already gone home. We didn't even wait for her to go home. Does it affect the plan? Wendy loudly conspired to Zhongli. Zhongli, in terms of universal rationality, it is true. Liusu, they are worthy of being the two most capable old gods in Teyvat. Liusu took out the bench she used for fishing from the space and sat down unceremoniously at the side. Because Zhongli and Wendy were sitting face to face against the wall, one side of the square table was almost against the wall, and Liusu could only sit on the other side. Liusu picked up a bottle of wine that Wendy had not opened yet, opened it and took a sip. Both of them were drinking tea and wine, and it felt weird if I didn't drink something. Hey, Liusu, why are you drinking my wine? I bought it with great difficulty. It's okay if you drink it, but the way you drink it makes me sad, Wendy said uncomfortably when she saw Liusu drinking water in such a familiar way. Isn't it just drinking water? How else can you drink it? Liusu glanced at Wendy and said, Wendy, what do you want to talk to me about? Liusu asked. Grandpa, why don't you tell me? I can't say this. Wendy glanced at Zhongli and said, Zhongli. Zhongli raised his eyes to look at Wendy and continued to drink the tea in his hand, with no intention of speaking at all. It's just that I had a meal at Liuli Pavilion last time, but I ate too much and didn't have enough money, so I pressed my glass ball there. So, Wendy said to Liusu with an awkward smile. Liusu, can't you ask the Knights of Favonius to reimburse you? Liusu asked. This is just to save face. If the people of the Knights of Favonius knew that I had no money to eat a free meal in Liu and even mortgage the Eye of God, it would damage my image. Then why did you look for me? Liusu continued to ask. Aren't we all gods, and you are also the richest among us? Liusu looked at the dozen bottles of wine in Wendy's hand and said suspiciously, then where did your wine come from? I mortgaged the Eye of God, because the Eye of God is very valuable. I said that my friends would help me pay the bill, and the shopkeeper agreed to let me continue to buy on credit. Wendy explained. So, why do you think I have money? We are all gods. You don't have money. So do I have money? Wendy. After listening to Liusu's words, Wendy felt that it made sense. No way. Isn't that the end? You won't really notify the Knights of Favonius to help me pay the bill? Wendy said worriedly. Zhongli suddenly said at this time, in fact, I can inform the Liu 7 stars to help you, saying that you are the wind god of the neighboring country, and they will definitely be happy to help you solve the problem. What's the difference between this and notifying the Knights of Favonius? Not only that, in this way, not only Liu will know, but Mondstadt will also know sooner or later. It's better to directly inform the people of the Knights of Favonius, Wendy said with a look of discomfort. By the way, Zhongli has a job, right? Why is there no money? Liusu asked. Oh, because the business of the rebirth hall is not good and there is no income, so Master Hu doesn't let me send bills back. Zhongli took a sip of tea and explained lightly. What is Hu Tao doing now? She is working in the Wanmin hall now. Liusu. Liusu, I heard that you are back. Ganyu and I came to visit you. Because of the line of sight, Keqing only saw Liusu sitting outside and didn't see Zhongli and Wendy who were blocked by the door. It's Keqing. What's the matter? Liusu turned around and saw Keqing holding Ganyu's little hand and walking towards her. Mr. Zhongli is here too. And who is this? Keqing found Zhongli was there too after she got closer, and there was also a man dressed like a Mondstadt bard. Being able to sit with Emperor Jun and Liusu, he must be someone extraordinary. This is a friend of Zhongli and me, from Mondstadt next door, but he ran into some trouble. Liusu said, and emphasized the words friend of Zhongli and me. Oh, what kind of trouble? Keqing asked, with a gleam in her eyes, and she immediately understood what Liusu meant. In Mondstadt, the only friend of Zhongli and Liusu was the god of wind. Since Liusu had brought this up, it must be for her to solve it, and it was not easy for her to do it herself. Liusu touched his chin and said, well, this guy has been in Liu for a while. He ate and drank lavishly in Liuli Pavilion, and owed a lot of money. He even mortgaged the Eye of God. If you can help him pay the bill, please help me. It's just a small matter. Leave it to me. Keqing replied immediately. As long as it can be done with money, it's not a big deal. The wealth of the 7 stars of Liu is unimaginable to ordinary people. It can be summed up in 2 words. Rich. Liusu, you are still reliable. Unlike the old man, Mora doesn't have it. Wendy said happily. I don't know what this lady's name is. The most famous bard in Mondstadt is going to compose a poem for you to praise you. No need for poetry. My name is Keqing. You hang among the 7 stars of Liu. Keqing replied. Wendy, it's over. This is still exposed. Just now, it seems that the other party must have known his identity. Wendy felt that his eyes were black at this moment. Although someone paid the bill, he didn't feel happy at all. Isn't this the only way? I don't have any money, so I can only ask other people for help. Keqing happened to come here today, so I asked her to help and settle the bill. Liusu said with a smile. You are right. Damn it, I had planned everything, but I didn't expect to be tricked by this woman again. And why would the 7 stars of Liu come here now? Keqing opened Skynet and operated it for a few times. After a while, someone sent Wendy's Eye of God over. Here, guests from Mondstadt, why didn't you notify us when you came? Since you are a friend of Zhongli and Liusu, we will definitely treat you well. Keqing handed the Eye of God in her hand to Wendy and emphasized the words friend of Zhongli and Liusu. Keqing had no other intention, but was simply learning from Liusu. Wendy took the Eye of God from Keqing with trembling hands. He understood that the 7 stars of Liu in front of him knew the identities of Liusu and Zhongli, and Liusu's reminder made the other party 100% sure that he was the god of wind. Thank you for your help. May the wind god protect you. Wendy had never felt that his blessing from the wind god was so cheap. Being stared at by Zhongli and Liusu, he couldn't help but express his gratitude, although he didn't know what the two were thinking. So he suppressed his inner bitterness and gave Keqing the blessing from the wind god again. Liusu, are you playing such a big game? It's just a payment, and you give her the blessing from the wind god. You are really something. If Wendy knew what Liusu was thinking, he would definitely refute. Who did this? If I can't beat you, I will definitely use the wind to blow you to the snowy mountains. Liusu said a little strangely. The bard is really generous. Yeah, haha. Wendy said with an embarrassed but polite smile. Well, I thought too much, but I have already given it. Can I take it back? As the wind god, I still have to save face. I just hope that the other party will not spread this matter to Mondstadt. Zhongli, none of these two gods is worry free, or I'm more calm. Sure enough, the two old friends have also been worn out seriously. Zhongli took a sip of tea with a serious face, but he thought a little worriedly in his heart. Thank you Liusu, I will definitely work hard. Keqing felt a new power in her body and said to Liusu with a fiery look. Liusu. No, what are you guys imagining? Why do I feel more and more crooked? Venti. Good guy, I blessed you, but you thanked that woman. No, my heart hurts so much, it's so uncomfortable. Thank you, the bard from Mondstadt. This is my consumption card. It is used to entertain friends, and it can be used in all shops in Liu. The daily limit is only 100,000 mora. Keqing knew from Liusu's daily behavior that gods don't carry money. Since the other party wants to drink and blesses her, it is reasonable to spend a little money. What? 100,000 mora a day? Wendy's eyes lit up, and he quickly took the purple card from Keqing. The discomfort in his heart disappeared. Wendy, am rich now. Zhongli. He looked down on Wendy's useless behavior. How could a god bow down for 100,000 mora a day? Old man, let's go. Now we have money, let's go spend it. Wendy put away the small stools and said to Zhongli excitedly. He looked very heroic and full of background. Zhongli heard what Wendy said, and his movements were not slow at all. After putting away the chairs, he said, it's okay. Liusu. Keqing. Ganyu. The emperor must have his deep meaning for doing this. Zhongli and Wendy packed up and left, leaving Liusu, who was confused, still holding the bottle, but the table was gone. Liusu stood up calmly and put the chair away. This skillful action made Keqing and Ganyu stunned. It turns out that every god brings his own bench. Strange knowledge has been added. By the way, what do you want to see me for? Liusu asked the two. I almost forgot, we plan to travel somewhere else, and come here to talk to you and Zenjin. Keqing replied, and took the hand of Ganyu who was standing next to her. Ganyu blushed at Keqing's bold move, and lowered her head to look at her toes through the black slime. Liusu. I suddenly feel so full, what's going on? It's like someone kicked me for no reason, while I was walking. Where are you going? Liusu asked after a silence. We plan to go to Mondstadt again, and then ask Bidao through Ningguang, and next time we can take a boat to Inazuma with her. Keqing answered while looking at Ganyu. Liusu. Feeling a strong sense of discomfort, Liusu hurried back to the house and dragged Liuan, who was still studying the mechanism, out. Hey, Liusu, what are you doing? I haven't finished it yet. Liuan struggled, and her mechanism had been studied to the core, but Liusu suddenly broke into the house and dragged her out. Your apprentice is going on a trip with Keqing, Liusu said to her while pulling Liuan. Liusu's words shocked her greatly. The apprentice who was confused and lonely before actually wanted to go on a trip? You are not lying to me, are you? How could Ganyu? True lord. Before Liuan finished speaking, she heard Ganyu's call. She fixed her eyes and saw Keqing holding Ganyu's hand. Ganyu's shy look made her know that this matter should be true. When do you plan to go? How long will you be gone? Liuan said after a silence. We plan to leave today. After all, Ganyu and I have made up our minds. Keqing answered calmly, and her calm appearance made Liusu feel that Keqing was a bit like the protagonist in a novel. Really? Liuan asked Ganyu. Yes, we plan to leave today. First go to Mondstadt for a look, and then go to Inazuma. Ganyu didn't dare to look directly into Liuan's eyes, and answered in a low voice with her head down. Since it has been decided, I won't say much. Be careful on the road. Teyvat is not peaceful now, Liuan reminded her. After staying with Liusu for so long, she also knew some secrets, and was also secretly practicing, preparing to roll up other immortals. I will definitely keep your instructions in mind. Hearing Liuan's agreement, Ganyu raised her head and said seriously, but the excitement in her eyes could no longer be concealed. Keqing, come here. Looking at Liuan and Ganyu, Liusu called Keqing. Keqing let go of Ganayu's hand and followed Liusu to the side. She asked curiously, "Liusu, what do you want to talk to me about?" Chapter 113 Keqing's development plan. I really have something to ask you to come here for. Liuan and Ganayu should have something to deal with. I just took this opportunity to talk to you. Liusu looked at the familiar cat head in front of her. Before she traveled through time, she liked this character very much. After all, it was the first 5-star character she drew. A Wind Eagle sword, and Keqing accompanied her in the game for a long time. However, with the rapid development of the game, the physical Keqing became more and more difficult. Liusu had to remove Keqing from the team of the Abyss, but the big world would still take her, as well as the other 3 gods, except the god of wind. Although Keqing's output was low, Liusu still brushed a lot of holy relics for her, and did not leave out weapons. She thought that the official would strengthen Keqing after having the grass element. As a result, a grass Keqing, Elhazen, was directly made. This was something Liusu could not accept. So since she traveled through time and space, it would not be too much to cultivate Keqing in Teyvat. This is also the reason why Liusu gave her the Eye of the Grass Element God, based on Keqing's wish, and the skills were all made according to her own simplified version. Keqing. She felt that Liusu's eyes were a bit complicated when she looked at her, a bit like Liuan sometimes looked at Ganayu. She remembered that except for some situations, she didn't seem to have contact with Liusu when she was a child. After all, Liusu was so special. As long as she had contact with him, she would definitely have memories. "Liusu, do you know my elders?" Keqing asked in a low voice. She felt that Liusu must have seen someone who looked similar to her many years ago, which made Liusu have these emotions. No. Liusu also knew what Keqing meant and answered briefly. "I plan to take you as my apprentice. I wonder if you are willing?" Liusu thought about it and found a method that is particularly suitable for training Keqing. "Really?" Keqing said in surprise, more of a surprise. She couldn't believe it was true. "Yes, so what do you mean?" I do, master." Keqing quickly agreed and respectfully performed a master's ceremony. "From now on, you are my first apprentice." Liusu stepped forward and helped Keqing up and said, "Yeah." Keqing looked at Liusu with sparkling eyes. The excitement and happiness on her face were beyond words. "Since you have become my disciple, this is my gift to you." Liusu rubbed the gift on the spot, and a purple-blue gradient one-handed sword and a purple-blue feather skirt similar in style to Keqing's clothes were taken out by Liusu. "Thank you, master." Keqing happily took the gift handed over by Liusu. "Master, what is the name of this sword?" Keqing gestured with the long sword, which was many times stronger than her own Langayan in the box. "I don't know, you can choose one yourself. This is what I made myself." As for the clothes, it has good defensibility and element gathering effect, and also has the dust removal ability of the immortals. The element gathering effect is almost the efficiency of element charging, which can use element burst faster. "Master, can I borrow your room? I want to change now." "Go." Liusu nodded. Keqing said happily, "There is a piece of clothes that can be changed without washing, and it also has powerful abilities." Keqing doesn't want to change it in the future. "Yeah." Keqing walked directly into Liusu's courtyard with the clothes in her arms, walked into the room, and came out not long after. At this time, Keqing had changed into a set of clothes given by Liusu. The purple, black, and blue feather skirt made Keqing look like a peacock. The clothes also had golden tree patterns, which made Keqing's temperament no longer look like an ordinary mortal. "Yeah, it's pretty good." Liusu touched her chin and looked at Keqing wearing the fashion. "Really? I think it looks good too." "Thank you, master." After Keqing put on the clothes in the room, she looked at it in front of the mirror. No matter how she looked at it, this dress was very much in line with her taste, just like wearing feathers on her body. "Master, I will name this sword Kingluan. After all, it is dominated by blue, and there is a pattern of a phoenix on it." "Kingluan? It's a good name, as long as you like it." Liusu nodded. Name: Kingluan. Weapon type: one-handed sword. Main entry: basic attack power increases with the user's ability. Secondary entry: basic elemental damage increases with the user's ability. Rating: 5 moons. Level changes with the user's ability. Refining level: level 5. Effect: For enemies under the influence of grass and lightning element, the damage caused is increased by 50%, and the reaction caused by lightning and grass element is increased by 30%. Introduction, a gift from a god to his first apprentice. Although it is a small object made casually with divine power, it has great power. Keep working hard to improve yourself. I have high expectations for you, Liusu said, looking at Keking, who was waving Kingluan like a child getting a favorite toy. Well, I will definitely do it. I will not disappoint you, master. Hearing Liusu's words, Keking put away her happy expression and answered seriously. By the way, add Skynet. Liusu suddenly remembered something and said to Keking, hasn't it been added? Keking asked curiously. Oh, that, I usually close it. Zhangli has something to ask me every day and asks me to work overtime, so I directly blocked it and created a new Skynet account. Liusu said with a tiger face. Keking, I can only say that you are worthy of it. You can always do unexpected things. Okay. Keking happily added Liusu's newly created Skynet private account. This account only added Aang and Liuan. Now there is one more Keking, otherwise Aang would not be able to contact her at all. This is my personal account. If it is not a big deal that cannot be solved, you should not send me messages, Liusu reminded. I know. Keking also understood what Liusu meant. This account is used to ask for help. If there is something in normal times, you still have to rely on another Skynet to contact, although Liusu usually closes it. In this case, Ganyu seems to have finished explaining to Liuan. You can leave now. Yes, master, then I will leave first. Go ahead, go, have fun. Liusu replied with a smile. Keking, what are you doing? Ganyu asked in surprise, looking at Keking, who seemed to have completely changed. Just now, the Immortal King said that he wanted to take me as his apprentice, and I agreed. This is a gift from master. How about it? Keking said while smiling and turning around in front of Ganyu. Beautiful, beautiful, this dress suits you very well. Ganyu praised, then she looked down at her own dress, and then looked at Liuan's dress, which was different from before. At this moment, she felt that she was the outsider. So she turned her head and cast her expectant eyes on Liuan, expecting Liuan to give her a dress as well. Liuan. She noticed Ganyu's eyes, and knew Ganyu's little emotions. After all, she didn't know how to make clothes. She divided the clothes of her two apprentices into two pieces for them to wear. As for her current clothes and white hair, they were all infected by Liusu's divine power. Liusu, why don't you make one for Ganyu? I don't know how to make clothes. Liuan walked to Liusu and whispered. I think Ganyu is pretty good like this. Liusu replied. Well, I think she still likes your style of making clothes. Liuan was also very satisfied with Liusu's taste in hand kneading clothes. When he got the clothes that time, Liuan tried them on and found that he looked more like an immortal with an ethereal temperament. This made Liuan love this dress so much that he completely gave up his previous clothes and began to develop in the direction of Liusu's taste. Liusu. In the end, Liusu still hand kneaded a blue and white dress for Ganyu, still exposing her back, but the black slime became blue and white slime. The style is similar to Liuan's style, but it is much more exposed than Liuan's. It feels like wearing half of the clothes Liuan is wearing now. Liusu also made another half of Shen's clothes for Liuan. Liusu, I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. You even made a set for Shen's child. Liuan was very happy with Liusu's behavior. Even if Liusu didn't make it, Liuan would find a way to make a set for Shen. She treated all her apprentices equally. Thank you, Immortal Lord. Thank you, True Lord. Ganyu happily took the clothes that Liusu had rubbed in front of her hand and happily went to Liusu's room to change clothes. Keking, I'll ask you to take care of Ganyu. She only interacts with us old guys. Please help her more in the outside world. Liuan looked at Ganyu and said to Keking. Since Liusu accepted Keking as her apprentice, Liuan's impression of Keking has changed a lot. In her eyes, Liusu's apprentice can also be regarded as her own apprentice. True Lord, please rest assured, I will take good care of Ganyu. Keking immediately promised. Well, since you are Liusu's apprentice, I should also give you a gift. This is the mechanism I usually make, and I will give it to you. Liuan took out two of his own masterpieces and handed them to Keking. Thank you, true lord. Keking was flattered and hurriedly took the small mechanism given by Liuan. This is the instruction manual for these mechanisms. I won't introduce them. Liuan continued to take out a small notebook and handed it to Keking. Yes. Zenjin, then Keking and I will leave first. Ganyu changed her clothes and said to Liusu and Liuan, Go ahead. I have improved your Skynet. You can come back at any time and contact me outside. But don't tell anyone else about this. After all, it's very troublesome to improve the Skynet. Liusu said to the two. Got it. Thank you, master. Then we will leave first. Keking said and took Ganyu's hand and prepared to leave. Wait a minute, Ganyu. Liuan stopped the two who were about to leave. Zenjin Liuan, what's wrong? Please pass this clothes to Shen. Liuan handed the clothes to Ganyu and said that she still wanted to study the mechanism, so Ganyu should do it. I know. Ganyu put away the clothes and replied. After Ganyu and Keking went on a trip, they did not cause any trouble to Liu because Keking and Ganyu had found several people to take over their jobs. Keking even thought about whether she had to find a Yuheng star in advance. She wanted to retire. A golden mission. One day, when Aang was accepting commissions in Liu, she suddenly saw a golden mission panel with a golden mission logo and the Adventurers Association, which was particularly conspicuous among a series of purple marks. Although she didn't know how the tassel worked, the appearance of the golden logo meant that this mission must be not simple. Payman has a new adventure. Let's go. Aang greeted Payman while accepting the commission. A new adventure. Let's go. I've eaten too much these days. It's time to move around. Payman answered excitedly. The last time, the puppet sword ghost made Aang earn a lot of mora. In the past few days, Aang took Payman to eat and drink in Liu, and Aang felt that Payman seemed to have gained weight. Hey, are you Leode? Payman followed the information and found a minor foreman named Leode and asked. Oh, you're looking for me? Leode replied. Huh, wait, you are the one who accepted my commission, right? I didn't expect it to be a level 60 adventurer. Leode checked the information and said in surprise. Skynet introduced the other party's adventurer level in detail, which surprised Leode. Yes, Aang is amazing. Payman answered excitedly. Well, since he is a great adventurer, I'm relieved, but my reward may not be enough. Leode said. It's okay, we charge according to the adventure commission, just treat us as ordinary adventurers. Payman said. Leode said to Aang, thank you very much, both of you wait a moment, the helpers I found are on the way and will be here soon. Wait a minute, didn't you find us? There won't be other people to share the wages, right? Payman found the blind spot. Aang is a great adventurer. Alas. To be honest, this matter is a bit tricky. Adventurers alone may not be enough, so. Sure enough, there are others. Payman said angrily. Do you underestimate us? Payman said. Old Day quickly explained. Of course not, you are great adventurers. I recognize your strength very much, but you don't know. This incident happened in the mining area, and it's a bit bizarre. There have always been many accidents in the mining area. Just in case, I found an expert who knows the business. Although you are a great adventurer, your main business is not ore identification, geological analysis, etc., right? With an expert around, everything will be taken care of. Besides, the person I found is a top expert. No matter what kind of stone, he only needs to take a look at it, and he can tell it is almost certain. If you ask me, the person who knows the most about stones in the world must be him. When you meet such an expert, why don't you invite him quickly? Aang listened to Old Day's explanation strangely, and Zhongli's appearance appeared in his mind. No, how could you find the person who knows the most about stones in the world? Payman asked with a puzzled look. Why not? Old Day said puzzled. Of course not, because the person who knows the most about stones in the world should be our friend. Payman also thought of Zhongli at this time. She felt that as the god of rock, no one knew stones better than him, so she refuted Leode's point of view. There are always people who are better than you. You wait here, we will bring him here soon. I guess Zhongli must be listening to a storyteller. It's right to find him near the storyteller, Pei Meng said to Aang. Aang felt as if she had been assigned again. This familiar atmosphere of the main task was really nostalgic. She didn't need to use her mouth or even her brain. She just followed it. I talked about it last time, the King of Rock. When Aang and Pei Meng arrived, they found that Zhongli was indeed sitting here listening to a story. At this time, the storyteller Shan Tizu next to him was describing it vividly. Found you, Zhongli. Pei Meng walked over and greeted him. Zhongli heard the voice, turned his head slightly, and saw Aang and Pei Meng with his peripheral vision and said, "You are in a good mood, listening to people telling stories here." No, we are here to find you. Are you free now? Pei Meng asked. Zhongli replied, "I do have time." What else can he do every day besides strolling, drinking tea, and listening to stories? He has plenty of time. Aang said on the side, "We received a special commission." Hey, what commission did you receive? I want to hear it too. Pei Meng was about to say something, but she heard a familiar voice from behind. She turned her head and was surprised to see that the wandering drunkard poet from Mondstadt appeared here. Pei Meng shouted in surprise, singing, "Why are you here? I just happened to come to Liu to spend a vacation. You had a lot of fun on the island last time, but it was hard for me. This time I plan to give myself a vacation, so I came to the old man's place." Wendy answered as he sat down. "Yes, is that so?" Pei Meng scratched his head, as if everyone in the Knights of Favonius had gone on vacation to an island last time. "Wendy, long time no see," Aang said. "Oh, it's only been a few months. You're so polite, traveler," Wendy said with a smile. "By the way, let's talk about the past later. Let me hear what commission you have for the old man." Pei Meng said, "This job requires someone who understands geology and minerals. So we thought of Zhongli, because no one knows these better than him." Zhongli touched his chin and thought, minerals and geology. The client claimed to have found the expert who knows the most about stones in the world. "I want to prove to him that you are the one who knows these best on the continent of Teyvat." Zhongli replied indifferently, "Where does your unreasonable desire to compare come from?" Pei Meng explained, "It's not a comparison, it's that old day doesn't know anything. I just want him to see it." Pei Meng's voice got smaller and smaller as he spoke. Zhongli smiled and said, "Haha, in that case, I'll go with you." "Really?" Pei Meng said in surprise. "Let me say this first. Although I have some knowledge, I may not be the most proficient person in this field in the world. Learning is endless, and it is always a good thing to gain some knowledge. Firstly, you can rest assured that I'm here, and secondly, if there are really experts, I can learn from them." Hearing Zhongli's words, Pei Meng scratched his head and said, "Well, I think Zhongli doesn't need to be so modest." As soon as Pei Meng finished speaking, Wendy said, "Hey, old man, don't be so modest. Is there anyone who knows more about this than you? Even that woman is not as good as you in terms of understanding rocks, right?" Liusu didn't expect that she suddenly felt like strolling around Liu Harbor that day. Unexpectedly, she heard Wendy's voice not long after she walked. "Oh, who is that woman? Wendy, you'd better explain it to me clearly." Chapter 114. Wendy, Morax, it's time to settle everything. Wendy, why did Liusu appear here? Shouldn't she have been fishing? Wendy felt her head buzzing at this moment. She was saying bad things about that woman behind her back and was caught by her master on the spot. "Hey, Liusu, why are you here too?" Pei Meng shouted in surprise. "Nothing, I just haven't been to Liu Harbor for a long time. I didn't expect that I heard someone making up stories about me behind my back before I had been there for long." Liusu glanced at Wendy with a hint of meaning. "Aang, is this the golden mission? All three gods are here, so the main mission must be very difficult this time, right?" "Hey, that woman must not be talking about you," Wendy argued. "What are you talking about?" Liusu ignored Wendy, who was joking. "It's like this." Pei Meng told Liusu what happened. Liusu touched his chin and said, "Oh, commission, Zhongli and Wendy, are you going too? Then I'll join in too." "Great, since you all agreed, let's go back to find Leo Day." Pei Meng turned to Aang and said, "Aang, Aang was a little entangled and walked in front with a few gods. He was obviously looking for a helper, but he ended up bringing back 3 gods in one trip. Old Day, we are back. After arriving at the destination, Paimon greeted Old Day. Old Day said with some confusion, "Oh, are these people all your friends? Didn't you say there was only one person?" "That's right. I think this gentleman is the one who knows the most about minerals and geology in the world, and the other 2 are his friends." "Zhongli, you're flattering. I just have some experience." Old Day said unconvinced. "Hey, if you say so, the one I found is definitely not inferior to others. I can't explain it. When he comes, you can feel it for yourself." Is this it?" A man with black framed glasses walked over. Old Day explained, "Oh, you've come just in time. Let me introduce to you. This is the helper I found, Kunjin. Little Kun, these 2 are the great adventurers I found. As for this gentleman." Kunjin touched his chin and looked at Zhongli. "Zhongli, Wendy, Liusu, Aang. His name is Zhongli, and he's a guest official of the Wangsheng Hall." Paimon looked at the 5 silent people in surprise, somewhat puzzled as to why even Aang was silent. Old Day said in surprise, "Mr. Zhongli, the guest of the Wangsheng Hall. I have also heard of him. I heard that you are well read and talented. I didn't expect to meet him in person today." Kunjin looked at Zhongli and fell into thought. He looks familiar. Well, have I seen him in the Wangsheng Hall? But I haven't been to the Wangsheng Hall. Paimon said, "Old Day, why don't you give it a try? See who of them is a real expert." I don't know where to start." Paimon said, "Then you can find a way to compete. If Zhongli wins, ask him for help. If Zhongli, no, how could he lose?" Kunjin agreed with Paimon's proposal. "Competition? Okay, I'm willing to accompany you. Zhongli, this sir is very interested." After hearing what Zhongli said, Kunjin scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "Ahaha, when I saw your face, I felt that you must be an expert. But compared with me, it's hard to say who is better." Paimon complained in dissatisfaction, "This person is so arrogant. I'm just telling the truth. Hahaha, besides, this is all I know." Kunjin replied with a smile on his face, obviously not taking Paimon's words to heart. After saying that, he turned his eyes to Liusu and Wendy. "Since you 2 are friends of Mr. Zhongli, you must know a lot about this, right?" Wendy hurriedly said, No, I don't know anything. I'm just here to watch the fun." Yes, I'm just an ordinary person. How can I join this kind of competition? I'll just watch from the back and learn more." Liusu echoed from the side. "Well, you 2 don't look like people who are proficient in this." I'm abrupt, but as friends of Mr. Zhongli, I think you 2 must have outstanding qualities in other aspects. Wendy, no. Liusu, thank you. Zhongli, Brother Kun, are you an appraiser? Zhongli asked. Kunjin replied, "No, actually I have forgotten why I came to Liu Harbor. One day I was standing on the side of the road and was suddenly stopped by Leo Day. Leo Day saw me holding the stone and asked me a few questions. Then he excitedly asked me to meet here." Paimon said in shock, "Huh? You could have forgotten this?" Leo Day explained, "On my way to Liu Harbor, I met this man standing on the side of the road, trimming the stones and muttering to himself. He seemed to be very familiar with those stones. Out of curiosity I asked a few questions, but he knew more than me, the head miner. He has nothing to do anyway, so he might as well help me." Paimon said, "This guy has a bad memory." It can't be said that he has a bad memory, but if it's just stones, I can definitely help." Kunjin replied. Aang touched his chin and asked, he was mumbling something. "Did you hear what, Leo Day?" "I didn't hear it clearly. It seemed like there were words like Mora, King, and Swan, and something else. I think he should also be selling stones. It makes sense to clean up the stones, settle accounts, and then get Mora." Leo Day answered while thinking. "Morax, it's time to settle everything." Liusu remembered the previous lines about Ruotu and whispered them vividly. Everyone except Leo Day heard it. "Zhongli, what? No way." Paimon said in surprise. "I don't think so either." Aang agreed with Paimon's point of view. Kunjin heard Liusu's words and his eyes flashed, as if he remembered something, and looked at Liusu calmly. What are you talking about? Leode asked curiously. No, we just heard it wrong. Paimeng replied. It's better not to tell Liusu's words to the people of Liu. Then what do you think of this stone? Kunjin handed a stone to Zhongli and said. Zhongli stroked his chin, looked at the stone and said, the shell of this stone is smooth, and the cracks on the surface are caused by volcanic eruptions. If I'm not mistaken, this is a stone embryo from another country. Kunjin showed a strange expression of increased knowledge and replied, oh, good eye. Zhongli continued to analyze. It's not an ordinary stone embryo. The shell is thin, the lines are black. I guess it contains the best crystal ore. Kunjin agreed after hearing Zhongli's analysis. That's right, this stone came from the vicinity of the volcano. I bought this at the market while strolling around. The seller thought it was a scrap, but he didn't know the mystery. Isn't crystal ore everywhere? Aang asked curiously. Crystal ore is useless to her now except for its beauty. She doesn't know how many tons of it are in her backpack. Kunjin explained to Aang, just being pure in color and high in texture is not enough to be called a treasure. Some of the rarer crystals are wrapped in water, while others contain gold sand. The crystal hidden under this layer of stone shell wrapped a ball of water the moment it was formed. The water is hidden at the bottom, like a full moon in the mountains, reflecting the sky. It is quite rare. Paimeng said in surprise. It's so detailed, it's as if he saw it with his own eyes. Are you kidding us? After all, your stone hasn't been opened yet. No, he's telling the truth. Zhongli said from the side. Most crystals are born in high temperature environments. High temperature and running water are incompatible, so water-filled crystals are precious. This crystal contains water from mountain lakes, which is even rarer. Even Zhongli said so it should be true. At this time, Paimeng demonstrated the word double standard to the fullest. Mr. Zhongli, this is the first time I've seen such good eyesight. How do you know what's under the stone shell? Zhongli replied calmly, I've seen it many times, so I naturally have some experience. I hope Brother Kun doesn't mind. No, how could that be? I think we are very compatible, and I really want to make friends with you. Kunjin was flattered when he heard Zhongli's words, and hurriedly complimented him. Old day, take Mr. Zhongli with you. Believe me, he is definitely an expert with extraordinary eyesight. You will not meet many people like him in your life. Kunjin persuaded Old Day. That's good. One more person means more strength. Everyone, please follow me to the Lerdabus mine. We need you to find our lost brother this time. Hey, it's so strange that the old man talks to this man called Kunjin. Is this the way the Liu people talk? Liusu nodded with a fierce face. In terms of universal rationality, it is true. Wendy. No, what are you doing with your appearance as a Liu person? Wendy looked at Liusu and felt that the Liu aura on her body was getting stronger and stronger. It was completely impossible to tell that she was originally a god of Zumi. I was originally from Liu. Isn't this normal? Liusu said with a strange look on her face. Yes, this girl is from Liu, that's certain. Old Day echoed on the side. Why can you be sure? Wendy asked puzzled. Because the color of the skynet of the Liu people is different from that of other people. Just like you are wearing a green skynet, and you are obviously not a Liu person. Old Day analyzed with reason. What about them? She doesn't look like a Liu person. Wendy pointed at Paimeng and Aang who were wearing the same skynet as Liusu and the others. I don't know about this either. Maybe they like other costumes. This skynet was made by the Emperor. Only the native Liu people can use this color of skynet. Wendy. Well, it seems that you guys are all on the same side, and I'm the only outsider, right? Everyone, this is where the incident happened. 6 days ago, I took a few friends out to do some work. When I came back, I heard that the 4 brothers who stayed behind were missing, and they couldn't be contacted. I took people to search the entire mining area, but I couldn't find them. I really had no clue, so I asked you to help. In other words, 4 miners are missing. Zhongli concluded. Yes, originally, we had 10 people, except for Along, Senda, Sen, and Xiao Mao. They were all miners who worked with me. Zhangli analyzed. Most of the workers in this line of work are young and middle-aged men. Could the 4 miners have gone to other mines and then left the territory of Liu? That's why we can't contact them. It doesn't seem like it. There is no place to stay around this area, and we didn't see any other mines being mined along the way. As for whether they left Liu, to be honest, I don't know. I just hope we won't encounter any trouble. You have searched all the mines in such a large area? The result is that 4 workers and a child are gone. And this person named Kunjin can also read the memory of the ore? Wendy said in disbelief. Yes, that's the result. We and Zhangli found these clues. Payman replied. But, if a child is gone, they can also send us a message. We have contacted them for so long, but there is no sound. Old Day said puzzled. Aang also said in confusion. I also find it strange. According to the current Liu, this situation should not happen. That means there is a possibility that the child is not a human and is very familiar with Liu and can also intercept the signal of Skynet. Liusu analyzed while touching his chin. Impossible? Skynet was created by the Emperor. How can anyone intercept the signal transmitted by Skynet except leaving Liu? This should only be done by the Emperor himself, right? But now the Emperor has passed away. Leo Day could not understand this answer and was unwilling to accept it. He would rather believe that the other 4 people voluntarily followed the child and left, and then forgot to communicate with him and others, and accidentally arrived at Zumi next door, rather than believe that the signal of Skynet was intercepted. The departure of the Emperor is a pain in the hearts of all the people in Liu. Speaking of this, Leo Day's face became bad. According to the records, the immortal king of Liu would not care about Liu's affairs, because she has never shown her face once. The people of Liu don't even know what the immortal king looks like, and even the gender of the incarnation is unknown. From a common sense perspective, what Liusu said is possible. If they get too close to the evil demon god who has bad intentions, and the demon god also knows the existence of Liu's Skynet, and if he deliberately takes action, the Skynet signal will indeed be affected. Zhangli continued to analyze, as if he had not heard what Leo Day said. Hey? Demon god. Why would the demon god take away 4 ordinary people? This is not common sense. Payman said in surprise. I don't know about this either. I can only observe it myself to find out the answer. Leo Day asked, where did they go? According to our speculation, they walked north along the road and should have left the mining area and went to the direction of the ruins. North. Okay, I'll take people to find them now. Leo Day didn't believe that the demon god took away the other 4 workers. It's not so easy to meet a demon god. Do you need our help? Aang felt that this matter was not simple, and she felt that what Liusu said must be reasonable. I've handed over the investigation to you, so let us brothers do the running. Go ahead, maybe we can catch up with them if we hurry up. Leo Day declined Aang's help. Wait a minute. It happened 6 days ago. Even if they just walked, they have walked a long way. Well, that's right. Let me take a few brothers to ask the residents in the distance. There are only a few families who want to stay away from the mining area. Leave the investigation to us. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to trouble you to continue to track down the clues. We will split into 2 groups. If we don't meet on the way, we will meet at Wangshuin tomorrow night or later. Leo Day did not mention the matter of adding Skynet friends, because Skynet friends are not particularly familiar, and business partners will not be added. It seems that these people in front of him are extraordinary, so Leo Day did not speak. But Wangshuin is too far from here, right? Can it really be reached within a day? Paimeng asked. There is an anchor point downstairs of Wangshuin. Although the cost of long distance transmission is very high, it is the only way. That's right, the anchor point made by Liusu is charged. The distance is far, and it also consumes energy. Liusu directly made the anchor point absorb more as energy before it can be used. Zhangli, alright. Then I'll go ahead with my brothers. Seeing Leo Day leave, Paimeng said, the current situation is that we continue to investigate. They went to nearby residents to inquire about the news, right? That's right. But there are no more clues in the mining area. Should we chase them to the north? Paimeng said. Wait, one person is missing. Zhangli said. No one is missing. Liusu replied with a strange look on his face. Wendy understood what Liusu meant and agreed. Hey, I also think that there is indeed no one missing. Zhongli understood what the two gods meant, but here, you guys should stop playing tricks. Each of you makes the gods worry. Are you really that worn out? Paimeng scratched his head. Huh. Oh, that guy Xiao-kun is probably still investigating. Go call him. And Liusu and Wendy, Xiao-kun is obviously gone. Why do you say that there is no one missing? There is indeed no one missing. Liusu and Wendy's reminders are already very clear. Xiao-kun is not a human. Aang explained. Paimon continued to scratch his head. If it's not a human, then what is it? Is it a fairy? Or a demon? I don't know either, but the answer should be very close. Aang replied. Xiao-kun, what are you still looking for here? We have almost found all the clues. It's time to set off. Paimon shouted to Kunjin, who was standing on the stone in deep thought. Sorry, I'm on a personal matter. I'm still looking for a kind of jade called Dragon Suppression Stone. Hearing Paimon's words, Kunjin immediately turned his head and said. Zhongli glanced at Kunjin and said, Dragon Suppression Stone. It's something I don't know about. Dragon Suppression Stone, from the name, can it suppress dragons? Like the kind of stone that can suppress the power of Teferin? Aang asked curiously. Dragon Suppression Stone is generally used in the forging industry. What do you want to use it for? Zhongli glanced at Aang, then asked Kunjin. Kunjin, I don't know. Sorry, I can't explain the reason. I have been in a daze these days. I can't remember anything, except my name and home address. Wendy suddenly said, Morax, it's time to settle everything. Zhongli. Kunjin. The group is in the work introduction. You can add it, if you need it. Chapter 115 Aang. I hate scholars. It's been a while, since we last sparred. Wendy. Do you still remember that feeling? Zhongli glanced at Wendy and said calmly. No, I'm just curious, and didn't Liusu say that? Wendy waved her hand. Zhongli is the oldest of the 7 gods and the most powerful. In a one-on-one situation, the other 6 gods have no chance of winning. They can only win in a 2-on-1 situation, and even if they win, they will suffer great losses. Just like the thunder god of Inazuma next door. Although he can break Zhongli's shield, she is fragile. Gods generally have one ability that is weak, unlike Zhongli, who is a hexagonal warrior. To be honest, I've always felt anxious, as if I've forgotten something, before I've even done it. I can't remember it, and it's so uncomfortable. Paimeng said, I know this feeling. I know I've forgotten something, but I can't remember what it is. Well, I didn't know where to go, so I had to wander around. I walked past the market that day, and went in for a walk. When I was buying things, I heard people chatting, and vaguely mentioned the Dragon Stone. These 3 words sounded very familiar, as if what I was going to do was related to that kind of stone, so I wanted to find a piece to take a look. Maybe if I hold the stone in my hand, I can remember what I'm going to do. Zhongli heard Kunjin's explanation and nodded. I see. If I have the chance during this trip, I will also help you find this kind of stone. Really? Thank you, Mr. Zhongli, you're so nice. Kunjin thanked Zhongli. It's just a small favor, nothing to mention. Are we leaving? Paimeng asked. Zhongli analyzed slowly. Going north from the layered rock abyss, you will reach Lingju Pass. If they choose this route, they will definitely leave traces along the way. Then let's go. The crowd followed the traces left by the miners, and traced all the way to Lingju Pass. The footprints disappeared here. Paimeng said as he looked at the traces on the ground. Zhongli suggested, ask the people nearby. If the miners passed by here, they should be able to see them. Excuse me, have you seen people dressed as miners nearby? Paimeng asked an old man. Miners? No. Paimeng, forget it, let's ask others. Aang. Anyway, you are the one asking, I'm only responsible for walking, you don't have to add this. Hello, have you seen miners? Such big guys, a total of 4. Next, Paimeng found a middle-aged man and asked, and gestured the size of the miners. Go away, don't disturb me from admiring the floating clouds. The middle-aged man replied impatiently. Paimon complained with a bit of disdain. What an impatient person. Paimon flew in front, followed by Aang, Kunjun, and Zhongli, while Liusu and Wendy wandered slowly behind, as if this matter had nothing to do with them. Hey, the scenery of this place is really good, Wendy said as he walked. Liusu stroked his chin and looked at the pond in the distance and said, indeed, that pond is nice. I will come here to fish next time. Hey, you haven't been to these places in Liu for so long, have you? Wendy said in surprise after hearing Liusu's words. Liusu replied strangely, no, why should I come to these places? Then how have you been spending the past few hundred years? You haven't been squatting in Liu Harbor all the time, have you? Wendy seemed to have discovered a blind spot. Indeed. Liusu nodded. Wendy, how can this god be even more outrageous than himself? How did he squat in Liu Harbor for more than 200 years? What do you do every day? Can you stay in one place for so long? Fishing? Fishing every day. Time flies by. Liusu answered. What's fun about fishing? How many fish have you caught so far? Liusu replied with a fierce face. None. After hearing Liusu's words, Wendy was tangled up and squeezed out a sentence for a long time. Amazing. How did you catch no fish in more than 200 years with your fishing method? Wendy scratched his head. He could never imagine that Liusu would fish without a hook or bait. It would be strange if such a fish could be caught. Peimeng, Aing and others found a young woman named Xiaoling. Peimeng asked directly, excuse me, have you seen people dressed as miners around here? Xiaoling thought for a while and replied, about 4 or 5 days ago, a few people walked by here, carrying baskets and iron pickaxes. It's almost the same as what you said. Yes, that's them. Peimeng replied in surprise. After searching for so long, he finally got a clue. Zhongli said in a deep voice, 4 or 5 days ago. It seems that they walked not as fast as we thought. I'm afraid that the terrain of Lingju Pass took up a lot of time. Oh, those people are so strange. 4 grown men, all with dull faces, as if they haven't woken up yet. There is also a child staggering in front. Did you see the child clearly? Zhongli continued to ask. Xiaoling replied, I just glanced at her. She has blue hair and is very short. She seems to be a girl. Also, her expression is very serious and she doesn't smile at all. Are they walking on this road? Zhongli pointed to the direction of the footprints on the ground. Yes, they walked straight forward from here. Aing asked, did you find anything else? It's a bit strange. This is the first time I've seen that kind of situation. Are those adults asleep? It's really strange. Xiaoling thought about the state of the few people at that time and answered hesitantly. Then let's go. After talking with Xiaoling, Peimeng continued to be the team leader and called on everyone. It seems that the blocking of Skynet is indeed related to the demon god. According to what the woman named Xiaoling said, these people should have been controlled. Zhongli said as he walked. Huh? Really? Peimeng asked. Zhongli touched his chin and thought, it's almost certain, but I don't remember the existence of that short girl with blue hair. There are footprints on the ground. There is someone over there. Help, please save me. The man heard Peimeng's voice and shouted for help. I'll go save them. Aing took the initiative to take on the task. There were 3 gods who were already crooked to an unknown extent, a man who didn't look like a human, and Peimeng. It was unrealistic for Aing to take action. These monsters are too aggressive. They will find you just by walking by, and they will jump on you without saying a word. Thanks to you all for saving me. Thank you. My name is Wan Yu. I'm affiliated with the Shenglu Hall of Liu, responsible for the research of cultural relics. After her introduction, Aing was relieved. This Wan Yu is a scholar. No wonder she is so weak that she can't even beat a dragon lizard. Aing has experienced a journey to Zumi and has no good impression of scholars. Peimeng asked in confusion. Oh, not a miner? How do you know she looks like a miner? Aing couldn't help but complain. Hey. Peimeng scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Miner? Wan Yu asked puzzledly. Well, we are looking for miners, 4 in total. All are tall men with mining tools. After hearing what Peimeng said, Wan Yu replied, I seem to have seen the people you are talking about. Really? Wan Yu explained. Yes, I set out from Nanshanmen the day before yesterday, heading towards Lingju Pass. On the way, I met a group of people, a child and several adults. Can you tell me more details? Peimeng continued. I was in a hurry and didn't get a close look. I can't remember their facial features. Sorry. As expected, scholars are a group of unreliable people. It seems that no scholar is reliable in my impression. These are enough. Thank you. Zhongli said. I'm glad I can help. Wan Yu said happily after hearing what Zhongli said. Aang frowned as she listened to the conversation between the two and felt like complaining. Then I'll leave first. I still have an academic conference to attend. Thank you again. Wan Yu said and left. Aang. Maybe it was because of preconceived notions. Aang particularly disliked scholars and had a natural discomfort with people with the status of scholars. She silently watched the scholar named Wan Yu leave, always feeling that the other party was impolite. According to that scholar, these people should have gone to the direction of Nanshanmen. Paimeng concluded. But can you be sure that they are the same group of people? Kunjun said a little puzzled. Paimeng said hesitantly, the combination of children and adults is not that common. Aang, what's wrong with you? With a bitter face. Paimeng said, turned around and saw Aang with a tangled face, and said a little worriedly. Aang organized her words and said, I hate scholars. What a coincidence. I hate scholars too. Liusu took over the conversation with a smile. Zhongli, Wendy. As for why a god of wisdom would hate scholars, the two gods who knew the truth were silent. Oh, her name is Liusu. That's fine. Hey, does Liusu also hate scholars? Paimeng asked puzzledly. Yeah, those scholars make me feel sick. They act like they are powerful, especially those in the Zumi Academy. They are like boras gnawing at trees. Liusu replied. Zhongli, Wendy, Paimeng, Aang, Kunjun. Liusu has been in Liu for 200 years, and Zhongli has a better understanding of Liusu's nature. He looks normal, but the decisions he makes on some things make Zhongli wonder if Liusu is a god of fire. He is very irritable and will never talk to you if he wants to take action. Why do you hate scholars, Liusu? And what are boras? Wendy was different. He was puzzled. Liusu turned around and glanced at Wendy and said calmly, nothing, because I simply find it difficult to talk to them. Wendy obviously didn't believe Liusu's words and asked suspiciously, that's it? Liusu glanced at Wendy and said, that's it. Wendy. Hey, look at that stone over there. Kunjun said when he saw that the conversation had ended. Everyone looked in the direction Kunjun pointed and found that it was a piece of amber. Oh, there is this trick. Paimeng immediately understood what Kunjun meant. Kunjun nodded and said, it should work. Let me try it. Kunjun walked towards the amber, slowly squatted down, gently placed his hand on the amber, and slowly closed his eyes. Yeah. Through the amber sight, Kunjun saw 4 miners walking towards the South Heaven Gate. Yes, it's the same group of people. They walked along this road. Kunjun opened his eyes, stood up and said to everyone, Brother Kun reads the memory of the stone. It's interesting no matter how many times I watch it. Zhongli said meaningfully. Kunjun scratched his head and replied a little embarrassedly, this so-called skill is really not used in normal times. It is meaningful to be able to entertain Mr. Zhongli. Paimeng praised Kunjun unabashedly. Zio-kun is simply our compass. With you, it is easier to determine the direction. Hahaha, really? Then my trip here is not in vain. Speaking of this, Kunjun continued as if he was recalling something particularly interesting. Well, this feels like solving a case. So interesting. In addition to being interesting, don't forget to stay vigilant. Oh, that's right. Mr. Zhongli is really cautious. In addition, the scholar just now was attacked by a young rock dragon lizard, but this kind of monster should not be so aggressive. Aang. After hearing Zhongli's words, Aang looked at him suspiciously. Young rock dragon lizards are not aggressive, are you sure? When I was exploring Liu, this young rock dragon lizard saw me from a distance and rolled towards me like a mad dog. Fortunately, I'm strong, otherwise I would have been attacked by them. Zhongli continued to analyze. There are many clues along the way, and they seem to be connected in some way. The workers went to the south gate the day before yesterday. From here, we have to go through a difficult mountain road. If their destination is the south gate, we should be able to catch up. Well, let's go now. Paimeng said. I made a mark nearby just now. If Leode catches up, he can find us by following the mark. You are worthy of Zhongli. Paimeng praised. But, Zhongli, are you sure that Leode can catch up quickly with our speed? Liusu said, a little puzzled. All the flying and jumping along the way were all Wendy's credit. Zhongli, let's go to the south gate. Zhongli changed the subject. Woohoo, take off. Wendy used her ability to make everyone walk briskly. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely ask Wendy what this ability is. But Kunjin had no doubts about Wendy's ability at all, which made Aang feel abnormal. Walk all the way to the south gate. Look, there's a person lying in front of us. I wonder if he's the one we are looking for. There's a backpack next to him. He's definitely a miner. Kunjin walked up to the person lying on the ground and said, Hey, can you hear me? Paimeng called out to the person lying on the ground. Zhongli analyzed, looking at him. He must have fainted here because he was exhausted. Should we wake him up? Paimeng asked. I can still dig. Huh. Mumbling something like that, Paimeng looked at the miner and said in confusion. It looks like he's been struggling, and he looks like he wants to stand up and dig. Aang said. Such persistence is really abnormal. There's a camp nearby. Take him there to settle down first, and then make plans. Kunjin heard what Zhongli said, carried the miner on his back, and walked to the camp next to him to settle down. Paimeng said a little worriedly, how is it? He won't die, will he? He was overworked, and fell into a coma. Fortunately, his life is not in danger. Zhongli explained. It shouldn't be like this. Why is he so tired, and still talking about continuing to dig? Aang said on the side. Yes, this is indeed unreasonable. According to the mandatory time of Liu Skynet, even miners would not make such a common sense mistake. And I just observed the Liu Skynet he brought. It seemed to be closed. Zhongli said, touching his chin. Huh. Why is this happening? Paimeng asked. As everyone knows, in the hearts of Liu people, Liu Skynet is the last gift made by the rock god Morax for Liu. It is also the last constraint that is not considered a contract. Liu people will abide by it, otherwise they will lose the right to use Liu Skynet. And losing the right to use Liu Skynet is undoubtedly equivalent to losing the identity of Liu people. The order issued by the Immortal King is to hope that the people of Liu will not be so tired and feel the beauty of Liu now. So the 4-hour working time is set so that the people of Liu can have their own living habits. What do you mean, Zhongli? Paimeng seemed to know something. Zhongli continued to analyze. This matter has basically been confirmed. This person seems to have been affected by something, but he knows the current situation in Liu. If he lets this miner continue to work, he will definitely lose the qualification of Liu Skynet. But he doesn't want to do this, so he uses the power of the demon god to put the Liu Skynet into a closed state, so that he can't detect the information of this worker, and naturally he can't send messages to other people. But why? He wants to shut down the Liu Skynet? If he directly affects the mind of this miner, the information will not be transmitted. Why does he have to go to the trouble of using the power of the demon god to shut down the Liu Skynet? Paimeng scratched his head and said puzzledly. I don't know about this matter, but the Liu Skynet worn by this miner does have a familiar demon god power. After saying this, Zhongli turned his head and glanced at Kunjin, who was still observing the miner. According to what Zhongli said, this demon god knows the importance of Liu Skynet to the people of Liu. Although he needs help, he is unwilling to let these workers lose their qualification to use Liu Skynet, right? Paimeng concluded. Yes, that's true. Zhongli nodded. That's even more strange. If Zhongli's speculation is correct, the other party's behavior doesn't seem to be harmful to Liu. It's surprising that they can pay attention to such a small thing. Paimeng scratched his head. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116. She is only 500 years old. Aang said, but, shouldn't this miner be taken away? Why is he still here? There seems to be something in his pocket. Kunjin suddenly found something while watching over the miner. Kunjin observed the thing and said with some confusion, is this a fragment of ore? Kunjin, He closed his eyes and used his ability to read the memory of the ore again. Everyone, I looked at the memory of the ore fragments in his pocket. These fragments were brought out of the mining area by this person, which shows that this person is indeed one of the 4 miners we are looking for. Then it's even more interesting that he fell here. Zhongli said. Taken away and then abandoned? Peimeng asked puzzledly, but if you want to abandon him, why bring him all the way here and block his Skynet? Zhongli analyzed, unless something happened that forced him to fall behind. Peimeng scratched his head and thought hard. HMM. No, it's too mysterious. Peimeng felt that his brain was not enough. Oh, right. I just remembered, when I saw these fragments, that I also have something to give you. What, do you have a gift? Peimeng said with excitement when he heard that Kunjun was going to give something. Give it to us? Why? Zhongli asked in confusion. To be honest, I was always confused before meeting Leode. It was only when I investigated the case with you that my thoughts became clear. I have been secretly thankful that Leode also asked you guys to help. If it weren't for you, I would not be able to find so many clues by myself. These are the crystals I bought from the market. Don't think it's just crystal. The quality is extremely rare. One for each person. Just keep it as a souvenir. Kunjun showed the crystal in his hand. Kunjun's vision is really good. Even Liusu, who doesn't know this business, thinks that the crystal is really beautiful. What a beautiful crystal, the color can change. It feels different when you look at it this way or that way. Peimeng said happily while looking at the crystal. This looks very important. Can you really give it to me? Aang also thought the crystal in Kunjun's hand was beautiful. Compared with the several tons of crystal in her backpack, it was simply a defective product. You're welcome. Take it. Kunjun put the crystal in Aang's hand after saying that. Aang also took the crystal from Kunjun. This is for Mr. Zhongli. Zhongli. Huh? What's wrong? Don't you like it? Seeing that Zhongli did not take the crystal, but sighed, Kunjun asked in confusion. No, how could it be? I just didn't expect to receive a gift at such a time. Zhongli took the crystal from Kunjun and said, thank you, I will keep it well. What about mine? What about mine? Seeing that Kunjun was not going to give her a crystal, Wendy asked. This crystal looked very valuable. I wonder how much wine it can be exchanged for. Excuse me, I can see from your eyes what you want to do with the crystal. Sorry, I won't give it to someone who doesn't know the value of it. Wendy. Liusu, this is the most beautiful crystal I've ever picked up. It looks like there's a tree inside. I think it suits you very well. Liusu didn't expect that she also had a crystal. She took it and found that there was a tree trapped inside the crystal. This surprised Liusu very much. Thank you, I like this crystal very much. Liusu thanked her. Haha, although I feel that you don't understand this aspect, you must not be a person like this monster bard. Thank you for accepting it. Good gifts are meaningful only when given to friends who know the value of it. Kunjun said with a smile when he saw Liusu put away the crystal. Wendy, are you polite? What do you mean I don't know the value of it? I see there are a lot of stones in this area. You guys take a rest first. I'll go around and touch some stones. Hearing Kunjun's words, Peimeng smiled and said, Zio-kun really likes stones. Kunjun changed his previous smile and explained a little seriously. Minerals are the crystallization of the earth and the precipitation of time. I feel safe with them. You guys take a rest. Call me before you leave. I'll be nearby and won't go far. Kunjun left alone after saying that. Is it okay for him to be alone? Peimeng looked at Kunjun's back and said worriedly. Zhongli replied, don't worry. I just looked around and there's no other danger. By the way, I have something to tell you. Huh? You look a little serious? Peimeng looked at Zhongli with some doubts. He didn't see Zhongli's expression like this in the previous exchanges. Traveler, what do you remember about the dragon stone? Aang was a little flattered when she heard Zhongli calling her, because Peimeng usually talked. No. Aang thought for a while and answered. It's the ore he found, right? Is there anything special about it? Peimeng took up the topic again. Aang. Dragonstone is a rare, or used for forging. Most common crystals are formed naturally under high temperature conditions, but dragonstone is a crystallized product caused by elemental reactions. Can elemental reactions produce physical objects? Payman asked. Yes, the blooming reaction can produce grass seeds. Aang said on the side. Oh, yes, I forgot about it, but the grass seeds will explode after a while. Zhongli explained. Yes, just like the blooming reaction, the crystallization reaction is also the same, but only a small part can be preserved for a long time. The dragon suppressing stone was born in a great battle thousands of years ago. The intense collision of elemental forces led to elemental crystallization. After the battle, these stones miraculously survived. Paimeng said with sudden realization. That's how it is. But it is a crystal creation after all, and the number is very small, and it is not well known. Besides, it was mined out hundreds of years ago. Why do modern Liu people want to look for ores that no longer exist? Zhongli touched his chin and thought. He felt that Kunjun was a little bit wrong, but he didn't look any different. And that strange ability was a bit like his old friend before. In addition to this, there is also a suspected demon god, who knows Liu very well. That's right. If he knew the existence of this kind of stone, shouldn't he know that it has been mined? So strange. It doesn't make sense at all. Paimeng tried hard to use his little brain, but he couldn't get any answers. He just felt a little pain in his head. So this is what made Zhongli feel puzzled. These two are a bit similar, which made him undecided. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Liusu next to him. As a result, he saw that she was holding a fishing rod with a leisurely look on her face, casting the rod to fish in a small pond that was not even knee deep. This made him give up the idea of asking Liusu, knowing that asking Liusu about this matter would not have any results. Among the workers related to the mining industry, there are also some people who are interested in the dragonstone. But it is very rare for someone like Brother Kun to find a stone without a reason. Just like Wan Yan before, maybe he has other intentions. Aang said. Wan Yan. Is it the Wan Yan who said she was doing archaeology last time, but is actually the descendant of the salt demon god? Is Kunjun a bad guy? Zhongli said. It's hard to draw a conclusion now, so we might as well wait and see. Don't forget, the most important goal right now is to rescue the miners. As for the others, the truth will come out sooner or later. The distance to our target is getting shorter. I think we should continue along this road. If we can find one of them, we can find the rest. When you've rested, please call Brother Kun, and we'll continue our investigation. Zhongli said this, looking at the worker lying in the camp and said, as for this worker, he can be placed in the camp first. After the incident is resolved, come back to take care of him. Leave a note for Leo Day, so that he can be dealt with in time if he comes. Zhongli, aren't you going to rest? Paimeng asked. I don't need it. Sleep doesn't make much sense for us, and today's event is special. Zhongli replied, and you still need to practice in Genshin Impact. That ability will be of great help to you. I see, Paimon. Let's go and rest. Aang said. The three gods outside allowed her to walk to the camp without any burden. She made a bed on the ground and lay down on it and entered the world of Genshin Impact directly. Really, you entered so fast. Wait for me. Paimon flew over quickly, lay down next to Aang, and followed her into the world of Genshin Impact. Liusu, Wendy Zhongli walked to the small pond and shouted to the two. Hey, what's the matter, old man? Wendy said while plucking the strings of the zither. The lingering zither sound slowly echoed in the valley, but it didn't make people feel noisy. It was like a breeze blowing on the face, making people feel better. I guess you have all noticed that Brother Kun looks like an old friend of mine. Zhongli took a bench from somewhere and sat next to Wendy and said. At this time, from left to right, they were Zhongli, Wendy, and Liusu. The three gods were sitting in a row by the small pond in front of them. One was drinking tea, one was playing the piano and drinking, and the other was fishing. Oh, Ruotu Dragon King? Wendy said. Zhongli nodded and said, yes, I just felt his breath on the Skynet. But the ability of Brother Kun is also very similar to Ruotu. Zhongli continued. You mean Kunjun and the little girl could be Ruotu Dragon King? But this doesn't make sense. Wendy stopped plucking the strings and said, touching his chin. This is a bit confusing for me. After all, I have never encountered such a thing before. Zhongli took a sip of tea and replied. Isn't this ready-made? The new grass god has appeared, but Liusu is still alive. Wendy pointed at Liusu and said. This is different from Liusu's experience. Liusu was confirmed dead before. The birth of the new grass god shows a lot of problems. Although we don't know how she revived later, this situation is different from Ruotu's. Is there a possibility that Kunjin and the little girl are both Ruotu? Liusu said. Oh. What do you mean? Maybe Ruotu has schizophrenia? It is not impossible to form two different individuals. Liusu said with a smile. Wendy said in surprise. Liusu, what are you talking about? Schizophrenia can also become two different individuals? Are you kidding me? It's not impossible. I need to observe more. Zhongli touched his chin and thought about Liusu's words. No way. Old man, do you really believe it? You didn't hear that Liusu was joking. No, there is a great possibility that what she said is true. Wendy, I want to buy osmanthus flowers and carry wine together, but it's a pity that when will I see my old friend again? Zhongli sighed. Isn't Yixio Daoshin alive? Don't worry. Yes. Zhongli nodded. Who is Yixio Daoshin? Is there such a person in Liu? Wendy frowned and said. He knew most of the immortals in Liu, but those immortals might not know him, and there was no name of Yixio Daoshin in their memories. Zhongli then remembered that Wendy did not back up his memory, which resulted in the deletion of the memory of Yixio Daoshin's engine, but Zhongli did not explain anything. The fewer people knew about the resurrection, the better. Besides, there were so many old friends waiting in line in Liu. Liusu, what do you think about Ruotu? Zhongli asked. It looks okay. He is still very friendly to Liu in his subconscious, but he may have been infected by something. We will observe him and see if there is any way to treat him. Well, that's all we can do. Hey, don't worry, old man. If the three of us join forces, there is no problem in Teyvat that we can't solve. The other four gods are not enough for us to fight. Wendy smiled and comforted him. The three old gods on his side are all old friends, and the other four gods have basically been replaced. We have four gods here. Zhongli said leisurely after hearing what Wendy said. Four? Oh, I forgot about the newborn grass god. Wendy said. In his eyes, only Liusu was the real grass god, and the grass god was too weak now. Come on, we'll know the solution tomorrow. Let's have a drink first. Wendy generously took out the wine he bought in Liu these days, and moved a table out, and shouted to Zhongli and Liusu. You are worthy of it. Liusu complained, but still took out his own cup. The cup that Liusu brought was an ordinary glass cup made by pinching, which was just a little stronger, and could not be broken. Apart from that, it had no other functions. You have to relax now. You can also look at the scenery of Nanshanmen. The moon is also quite big today. Wendy said while pouring a cup from his large wooden beer cup. Pour as much as you want. After that, Wendy picked up the wine glass and drank happily, letting out a carefree sigh. Is the wine so delicious? Why don't I feel anything at all? Liusu said as she picked up the wine bottle and poured herself a glass. How should I put it? Drinking in this world made her feel like drinking water, without any taste of wine at all. How do I know you? But it's really strange. You drink wine just like drinking water. It seems that other people don't have this reaction, right? Wendy was puzzled. Even other gods would have some reaction to drinking wine. Maybe it's because of your constitution. Zhongli said as he took out his brass cup. Oh, what a pity. You can't even taste such a good drink. Wendy said with regret. Drinking is missing something. I still have some food here. Liusu took out the Zanshiro Kyang that she bought 2 days ago and planned to share it with the two gods. Liusu, you can actually eat seafood? Wendy said in surprise. Why, what can't you eat seafood? Liusu said as she took out the other 2 portions and prepared to put them in front of the two gods. I don't need it. I'm allergic to it. Wendy quickly refused. Zhongli echoed. Me too. Seafood. This taste is really hard to swallow. Liusu. Come to think of it, you are indeed strange. You have no feeling for wine, but you can eat seafood. Wendy stroked his chin and looked at Liusu as if he had discovered a new world. Why? Is it strange that I can eat seafood? Not really. In my impression, the 7 gods basically don't like to eat seafood. Even Thor, who lives in an island country, doesn't like to eat this. But it happened to you. I'm just a little surprised. So I'm not the 7 god anymore. Liusu said as he took out the other food and put away the 2 Zion Shiokyang. I'm not the 7 god anymore. You are, but I'm different. I'm dead in Teyvat, unlike Zhongli who is faking his death. Liusu replied calmly. Wendy, Zhongli, good fellow, you are more thorough than us in slacking off. Wendy was upset when she heard Liusu's words. Although she didn't care about Mondstadt, it was still her territory after all. Unlike Liusu, she cut off all ties with Mondstadt and a new grass god took over her position. What else? That's why I hate going to work. Liusu glanced at Wendy and said. So Zumi, you really don't care? That little grass god too? Liusu replied, no matter, I'll let Nashida not care about them either. Let them fend for themselves. Nashida won't agree, right? This is her kingdom after all. Wendy said with a frown. I will agree. Zumi. Liusu said she doesn't care, so she doesn't care. Nashida's voice suddenly appeared behind her, and Wendy turned her head in surprise. When did you show up? Just now. I found that Liusu hadn't come back so late, so I came here. It just so happened that the anchor point was not far away. Nashida answered with her cute big eyes. Now Nashida has completely changed her mind. Zumi is not as important as Liusu. And after experiencing Liusu's strange knowledge baptism, she has long been dissatisfied with those people in Zumi. At the same time, she also felt how naive she was at that time. She was imprisoned for 500 years and still wanted to contribute to Zumi. Okay, the anchor point thing is really convenient. Fortunately I can use it. As for the other people in Mond, it's none of my business. Wendy laughed. What are you doing here? Nashida asked while taking out her own stool and sitting directly on the empty seat of the square table. Nashida, do you want to drink? Liusu pushed the wine next to Nashida. Wendy said in shock. Liusu, she is only 500 years old? She is still a child. How can you let her drink? Chapter 117 The 4 gods who slack off. 500 years old. Mortals have died 6 times, right? How can they not drink? Liusu looked at Wendy strangely. No, how can a demon compare to an ordinary person? Besides, didn't you stop her from drinking last time? And, without waiting for Wendy to finish, she pushed her cup in front of Nashida. Nashida blinked her big green jade eyes, looked at the glass that Liusu pushed over, quickly picked up the cup, and took a sip. How does it taste, Nashida? Sweet and delicious, just like grape juice. Nashida licked her lips and said. Liusu continued to ask, don't you have any other feelings? Other feelings? No. Nashida was a little afraid to look at Liusu's eyes when she said this, and her eyes were a little erratic. Wendy. Well, these 2 grass gods really have no effect on alcohol. It should be, because they are all grass gods, so they have a special immunity to plant brewed wine, right? Wendy kept convincing herself in her heart. Let's play poker? Liusu looked at the gods sitting at a table. It seemed that she couldn't turn around and go fishing in this situation, so she suggested. Poker? What is that? Wendy asked. I made a little gadget that should help kill time. Liusu said as he used his divine power to make poker cards on the spot, which were A, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, J, Q, K, and Joker. Except for Joker, each card was where the sum was black and the sum was red. There were 2 Joker cards, 1 black and 1 red, for a total of 54 cards. Then Hu Tao's image was placed on the A card, Yi Godchild was on the 2nd card, Kia was on the 3rd card, Dilek was on the 4th card, Ganyu was on the 5th card, Keking was on the 6th card, Kli was on the 7th card, Ningguang was on the 8th card, Qin was on the 9th card, Li Huan was on the 10th card, and J, Q, and K were Wendy, Ying, and Zhongli respectively, and there were 2 Joker cards, the black one was Sora, and the red one was Ying. How do you play these? I know 2 to 10, but what about this A, J, Q, K, and Joker? Wendy asked while holding the cards. A is almost the same as 1. J, Q, K are equivalent to 11, 12, 13, and Joker is the trump card. The red Joker is bigger than the black card. What about the other suits? Are the red ones bigger than the black ones? Wendy continued to ask. After hearing what Liusu said, he felt that dozens of cards were very interesting. No, the others are the same. The 4 different suits are the same. There is no such situation that the red one is bigger than the black one. Oh, I understand, but why is my card smaller than the old man and the woman of Inazuma? Wendy suddenly pointed at the J with her own pattern and said, I can understand the old man, but I don't accept that Inazuma woman. There are so many things to play cards. Just shut up. Liusu didn't pay any attention to Wendy's dissatisfaction. Wendy, it's so frustrating. So frustrating. Why is this woman like this? If I can't beat you, I'll have to challenge you to a duel, and then bury you in the snowy mountains of Mondstadt. Oh, interesting. I wonder how this poker is played? Zhongli said, stroking his chin. Since there are 4 of us, let's play 204. Liusu said, while making the same deck of cards again. 204. Wendy scratched his head. He didn't know what this was at all. In simple terms, this deck of cards has a total of 240 points, and the cards are divided into 5, 10, K, and Joker. Among them, only 5 is 5 points, and the others are 10 points. There are 8 5s, 8 10s, 8 Ks, and 4 Jokers in the 2 decks, totaling 240 points. The basic score that everyone needs to reach is 60 points. If it exceeds 60 points, you are the winner, and if it is less than 60 points, you are the loser. If you maintain 60 points, you will neither win nor lose. The 4 people play each other. Oh, interesting. Zhongli's eyes lit up. This sounds like a good way to pass the time. Hey, Liusu, I don't know how you came up with this way of playing, but it sounds really good. Are there any other rules? Wendy asked. Let's talk about the simple ones first. Joker, 10, and 2 are the main cards, which are bigger than other cards. Joker is a bit difficult to pronounce, so I will use the king and the Joker to replace them. The red one is the king, and the black one is the Joker. The king is bigger than the Joker is bigger than 10, and 10 is bigger than 2. Then there are the ordinary cards, and so on, but 3 is the smallest and A is the largest. After Liusu finished speaking, Zhongli fell into a brief silence holding the A card belonging to Master Hu. For the same card, the one played first is bigger than the one played later. For example, the king played first is bigger than the king played later. In a round, everyone has to play the number of cards played by the first person. If the person who plays the biggest card has a split card in this round, the score of those split cards belongs to him. Then there is the rule of showing the main card. When drawing cards, if there is a 10, you can use the 10 to show the main card. After drawing cards, a pair of 10s of the same suit can be reversed. The size of the reversed cards is in the order of diamonds. Once a pair of kings is used to reverse the main card, the person who reverses the main card must be the first to play the card that reverses the main card. If no one reverses the main card after the first person uses the 10 to show the main card, the 10 can be played in the first hand. The card of the same suit as the main 10 becomes the main card, and the other suits are the secondary cards. If a pair of kings or a pair of jokers is used to reverse the main card, there will be no main card, and the main cards will only be 2, 10, king and joker. At this time, all 2s are the same size, and all 10s are also the same size. Zhongli analyzed. Oh, I understand a little bit now. Each suit can be turned into a main card and a secondary card. The main card is also bigger than the other secondary cards. If a 10 of hearts is used to show the main card, and no one turns it against the main card, then this 10 of hearts is bigger than the other 10s, but smaller than the king. That's right. Liusu replied. Then Liusu continued to talk about pairs, companies, and some rules to the gods. Well, the rules are almost explained. Let's try it, shall we? He took a sip from the cup and said, Hey, Liusu, what you said is too troublesome, but it is indeed very interesting. Wendy said with a smile. Zhongli nodded and said, okay, just listening to the theory is not as useful as practice. Liusu picked up the cards and shuffled them casually. Wendy cut the cards and said happily, hey, I'm lucky to get a 2. The person who cuts the cards must have the last card in his hand, as Liusu explained. It's just a 2. Liusu glanced at him and said. Then Liusu at the bottom began to draw cards, in the order of Liusu, Nashida, Zhongli, and Wendy. I'll call hearts. Wendy threw out a 10 of hearts, and placed it in front of him, causing Zhongli's hand, which was about to throw out a 10 of spades, to freeze in midair. After a round of drawing cards, Wendy frowned and said, is anyone against the main card? After he called out hearts, he had very few hearts in his hand, so he asked the other 3 gods expectantly. No. Liusu replied. Me neither. Nashida said. Zhongli said, no. Zhongli looked at the pair of 10 of spades in his hand, and fell into deep thought, because apart from a pair of 10 of spades, he only had 3 spades, but he had a lot of hearts, including 2 pairs. What about the main card? If there is none, I'll play my cards. Wendy continued to ask. If there is no anti-main card in a round, then it will be the main card. If there is none, it means that hearts have become the main card of this round, which he cannot accept. Me. A pair of little kings. Nashida happily threw out a pair of empty cards. Zhongli silently threw out the pair of spade 10s in his hand, because he only had this pair of main cards, and if he had a pair, he had to play a pair, and then other scattered cards. Wow, my pair of 10s. Although Wendy was very upset that no one turned the main card, but Nashida's pair of small kings made him even more uncomfortable. A pair of 2. Liusu slowly threw out a pair of spade 2s. So happy, 60 points in one go. Nashida happily put a pair of kings and 2 pairs of 10s in front of her. Wendy. Next, a pair of 10s. Nashida had 2 pairs, a pair of small kings and a pair of diamond 10s. Because there were no pairs, Zhongli and Wendy could only play a pair of 2s. A pair of kings. Liusu threw out a pair of sparks in her hand. Wendy exclaimed, wow, Liusu, you have a pair of kings. Why didn't you play them earlier? That would give you 80 points. Liusu replied with a fierce face, I didn't break the rules. Wendy. Nashida didn't say anything, but looked at Liusu with sparkling eyes, and it was unknown what she was thinking. A 10. Liusu said, and directly put a club 10 in her own score. Because 2 pairs of kings had been played, 10 was now the biggest. Nashida silently threw out the last 10 in her hand, while Zhongli and Wendy each threw a 2. I also got 60 points. Liusu put away the club 10 thrown by Nashida, and said with a smile, no way, why are you so lucky? Wendy said with a bitter face. Playing cards depends on luck? Liusu replied, a red heart 5. Red heart ace. Nashida quickly threw out a walnut. After a round, Nashida reached 105 points, Zhongli 65, Liusu 70 points, and Wendy 0 points. Wendy. The 4 gods spent the whole night playing cards. Luck is unpredictable. Some gods won and some lost, but Wendy's losses were more exciting, always getting 0 points. The next morning, Aang withdrew from Skynet. It seemed that she had to complete a mission today, so she hurriedly got up and prepared to find Kunjun. As a result, she saw the 4 gods sitting at a table next to the small pond playing cards. Hey, this time I'm lucky, right? Tractor. Wendy said excitedly, and at the same time, threw out AA22, which was still the main card. You are good. Liusu helplessly threw away the 2 pairs of cards. Ah, my pair of little kings. Nashida said uncomfortably. Well played. Zhongli said silently. Aang felt like she was dreaming. Why were these 4 gods playing cards when she woke up? They were all so serious yesterday, but they were completely different when they woke up this morning. And when did Nashida come? Aang, what are you doing? We still have to go call Zio-kun. Paimon rubbed his sleepy eyes and flew towards Aang. Wow, Zhongli, the street singer, and the fisherman, why are you all playing cards? Hey. Wendy sighed to Paimon like the god of wind. What does hey mean? Because Teyvat has the game of 7 summonings, seeing Liusu and others holding cards, Paimon certainly knew what it was. Wendy smiled and replied, hey, aren't you guys sleeping? It's reasonable for us to kill time, right? Well, what you said makes sense. Paimon scratched her head, always feeling that there was something wrong with what the other party said, but she couldn't find out what was wrong. Aang. Payman, you should be more careful. They are not good people. What about Zio-kun? Where is he? Payman asked. Go find him. We'll play again. Wendy replied. Payman. Payman was silent for a while and turned to Aang and said, let's go, Aang. It seems that these gods can't be relied on. Let's go find Zio-kun. Zio-kun. It's time to go. Aang and Payman were looking, and Payman shouted, I'm coming. I'm almost done with my visit here. Soon, Kunjun heard Payman's voice and rushed over. Brother Kun, did you gain anything? Zhongli asked Kunjun, who came while playing cards. Kunjun saw Zhongli playing cards with the other 3 gods, and his mouth twitched a little. He calmed down and replied, the stones in this area are very beautiful, but there is nothing special. I didn't see more clues when I put my hand on them. Sure enough, the memory of the or will also change with time and environment. After saying that, Kunjun glanced at Zhongli, who was still playing cards with a hint of meaning. Aang asked, what did you find? Well, it's not easy to summarize. I personally think that most of the memories left in the mine are recent memories. Are there no ancient memories to see? Payman asked. Aang saw Payman start to talk and knew that she had nothing to do for the time being, so she walked behind Nashida and watched the 4 gods play cards. Rocks are eternal, but time will erase many memories. Only those extremely strong emotions or thoughts can be preserved for a long time. Payman replied, so realistic, just like people. Yeah, that makes sense. By the way, how long will it take for Mr. Zhongli and his friends to set off? Kunjun asked Zhongli, who was still drinking tea and playing cards slowly. Since Brother Kun is anxious, let's set off immediately. Zhongli slowly put the cards in his hand on the table and then stood up in Wendy's surprised eyes. Old man, it's not kind. I'm about to win the Grand Slam this time. How can you give up your cards and run away? Wendy accused Zhongli of his behavior. I think so too. I can't let Kunjun wait too long. Liusu also put down the cards in his hand and said with a fierce face. Seeing Liusu throw down the cards, Nashida followed suit and put the cards in her hand into the deck. Wendy, okay, let's go. The 3 gods threw their cards directly. Even though Wendy felt a little uncomfortable, there was nothing she could do. After all, playing cards was just a casual game. There was still a mission this time. If she wanted to blame someone, she should blame these gods for being too skilled in taking advantage of the situation. Wow, what a big tree. Everyone continued to move forward and then saw a relatively tall tree here. Aang and Payman had both seen the golden tree hidden in another space, so a tree of this size could not shock them. Speaking of the golden tree, Aang even walked to the foot of the golden tree on purpose, and then she found that the golden tree was virtual and could not be touched at all. Later, she asked Liusu and found out that the golden tree was actually in another space. Although Liusu could observe it, it could not be touched. The tree in front of her looked the same as the tree next to it, but the trunk was indeed made of bioluminescent rock, and only the surface was covered with a layer of something like bark. There are many mysterious crystals on it. So wonderful. Payman replied. This ancient tree. Zhongli looked at the ancient tree and said to Aang and Kunjun, investigate separately. Leave that to me. I'll leave this area to you. Be careful. Aang said. Zhongli nodded. Yes. Do we need to do anything? Wendy asked Liusu next to her. Liusu glanced at Wendy and said, do you know what to do? I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. I don't know either. Why think so much? Just take action when there is a problem. I'm going to go fishing next to you first. After Liusu finished speaking, he walked to the pond and skillfully took out a stool and threw the fishing line into the pond. Nashida also took out her own stool and sat next to Liusu, supporting her chin with both hands, looking at the clear water. Wendy. Liusu's behavior made Wendy helpless. She could only do the same as Liusu, take out a stool, walk to the pond and sit down, take out her own drink, and drink it up. Aang. So, what are these 3 here for? Payman complained as he looked at the 3 gods who were in the fishing mode. Forget it, leave them alone. Aren't they always like this? Let's find some clues ourselves. What you said makes sense. Payman said, scratching his head. It's not the first time that the 3 gods have been like this. Aang said that he is used to it. If they work seriously, Aang will feel strange, just like Zhongli who left. This makes Aang feel a little puzzled. Paimeng thought carefully, and it seemed to be true. He overestimated these gods. There are singing, shopping, fishing, and one who looks so cute, but is not cute. Paimeng decided not to think about these things. He turned to Kunjun and asked, Zio-kun, do you see anything worth investigating? Only a stone tablet. Aang and Paimeng followed Kunjun's line of sight and saw a stone tablet that looked quite old next to the book. The words on it were basically blurred. It doesn't sound useful. I'll go look somewhere else. Paimeng said. Well, it's better than nothing. Let's give it a try. Kunjun said as he sensed the stone tablet. Kunjun. The memories he felt from this ancient stone tablet made Kunjun feel a little surprised. Chapter 118 Ruo 2. Morax, you have no moral principles. This is. Kunjun's emotions fluctuated greatly. His face kept changing, and his body couldn't help shaking. Kunjun's drastic emotional changes attracted Aang's attention. She didn't know what Kunjun saw that made him so excited. Huh? What's wrong with you? Paimeng, who had finished his round of inspection, came back here again and asked Kunjun, who was in a drastic change of mood, a little worried. I just felt a little dizzy. It's okay, I'm fine now. Hearing Paimeng's words, Kunjun woke up from the drastic emotional changes. He closed his eyes and covered his forehead. In Aang's eyes, Kunjun seemed to see something in the past that he couldn't bear to look back on. Are you okay? Then what did you find? Although she knew that Kunjun couldn't tell the story, Aang asked out of curiosity. Kunjun answered a little hesitantly, for the time being. Well, not yet. There's no way. Aang, I'll look over there again. You climb up the tree and take a look. Hearing Kunjun's answer, Paimeng suggested to Aang. Aang asked suspiciously, are you sure there are clues on the tree? Paimeng crossed his arms and said to Aang in an unquestionable tone, how do you know there are no clues if you don't try? Besides, you can climb high and see far. Kunjun. Ah. Yes, is that so? Kunjun's absent-minded answer made Aang feel even more suspicious. She turned her head to look at the three gods sitting in a row not far away, and then looked around. She didn't find the shadow of Zhongli. Suddenly, she felt a headache. This group of gods not only slacked off, but also each of them was a riddler. Yes, the methods I think of are always very good. Wait, I can fly. Oh, then I'll go. You wait here, I'll be right. Everyone, come over here. Paimeng was interrupted by Zhongli's voice before he finished speaking, causing Aang, Paimeng and Kunjun to shift their sights over there. Hey, Zhongli's voice came from behind the tree. Did he find a new clue? Go and have a look. Maybe he found someone. Paimeng and Kunjun left in the direction of Zhongli first. Aang lowered her head and looked at the words on the stone tablet thoughtfully. Zuan Huang loves life, and the immortal king is kind and benevolent. Suppress the evil dragon here. Idle people should not act rashly. Immortal king? Are you talking about Liusu? But it doesn't seem like it. And what is the evil dragon? Kunjun must have seen something just now, but why didn't he say it? Or this matter is related to him. After all, his ability is not something that ordinary people can have. Aang walked towards Zhongli while thinking. Let's go and take a look. After Liusu finished speaking, he put away the fishing rod and the bench in his hand. Seeing that Nashida had also put away the bench, she followed Liusu and walked towards Zhongli and others, which surprised Wendy who was still sitting there. Wait for me. Zhongli, did you find anything? Oh, Liusu, you are here. Zhongli looked at Liusu who had arrived, and Wendy who showed her head behind him. You are the one who shouted, come here, everyone. Zhongli, you are indeed the one who is more talkative than Liuan. This road is newly dug. It seems that the answer is ahead. Zhongli said, skipping Liusu's topic, and pointing to the mine next to him. There seems to be a sound in the tunnel. Wow. I don't want to be the first one. You seem to have been the first one, and I'm always the first one. Aang glanced at Paimeng and said, it's because you are very strong, Aang, and feel very safe. Paimeng scratched his head and complimented Aang embarrassedly. Zhongli said slowly, don't worry, I will be the first one. Kunjun. Zhongli reminded, there is some unusual smell at the end. For the sake of caution, everyone, please be prepared. After Zhongli finished speaking, he walked directly to the mine, and everyone followed behind. After passing through the narrow mine tunnel, they found that there was actually a large space inside. Everyone looked inside curiously, and there were 3 other miners digging hard there. The missing miners are all here, Paimeng exclaimed. What are they digging? Zhongli analyzed. I'm afraid they dug this tunnel with all their might. That door, was it there originally? Following the direction pointed by Paimeng, everyone saw a door sealed by golden runes. Zhongli analyzed. Dig a tunnel leading to an ancient seal. If no one finds it, they will keep digging until the sealed door is opened. Paimeng looked at the 3 people in front of him, all of whom were emitting a black aura, and said with a little fear, it's hard. Could it be that there is something inside the seal? Before Paimeng finished speaking, the 3 miners rushed towards everyone like crazy, and Paimeng's body, flying in front, quickly flew back and hid behind Zhongli. Collect everything, Zhongli said softly, and a golden barrier protected everyone inside. The crazy miners outside kept attacking the Yuzhang shield. What should I do? I can't attack these civilians, Paimeng said worriedly. Zhongli stretched out his hand, and golden energy overflowed from his hand, releasing it towards the 3 controlled civilians. As if being purified, the bodies of the 3 civilians continued to overflow with black mist. Is this the holy attribute? Paimeng asked curiously. Well, in this case, the holy attribute is still very useful. To a certain extent, it will not cause harm to ordinary people, Zhongli answered while controlling the holy attribute to purify these civilians. Zhongli, didn't you say that this demon god would not harm the people of Liu? But I see these miners. The reasoning is indeed correct. Although the demon god controls them, it uses the power of the demon god to maintain their lives. Otherwise, ordinary people would mine at this level. Zhongli means that the demon god controls them, just to let himself come out of the seal. Suddenly, several black air seeped out from the miners' bodies and gathered behind Zhongli to form a little girl with blue hair wearing glasses and green clothes. She stood up, showing a smile that didn't match her age, and looked at Zhongli with an evil face. The black attack went straight to Zhongli's back. At this critical moment, Kunjin suddenly flashed behind Zhongli and blocked the little girl's attack. The attack released by the little girl was completely blocked by Kunjin, but a lot of energy still overflowed and hit the golden seal. In an instant, the golden seal on the gate suddenly turned into white light and disappeared, leaving only a rune in the shape of a rock ridge. Suddenly, a huge suction force appeared from the door. Aang and Paimeng were sucked in without being able to stand steadily. Even Zhongli, who was too close, was sucked in. The little girl with blue hair saw Zhongli enter and followed him into the door. Were you sucked in? Wendy spread her hands to Liusu. Yeah. Liusu replied, touching her chin. Should we go and then? The old man is really pretending. How could the suction have any effect on him? Let's go in and take a look. Although Zhongli can solve it, the result may not be what he wants. After Liusu finished speaking, he took Nashida into the unsealed door. Oh, really? Although he is not very reliable at ordinary times, he is still as reliable as always at important moments. Wendy smiled at Liusu's back and thought, it's okay to say anything at ordinary times, but he can stand up at important moments. This is a good friend, isn't it? Although Wendy didn't know what happened in Zumi 500 years ago, she was already dead at that time and had done enough for this world. Now that she has revived for some unknown reason, it seems that there is nothing wrong with this. Aang, Paimeng, Zhongli, and Kunjin were sucked into a huge space in which there was a huge rock dragon as big as a mountain. The dragon-like monster was sealed inside by 8 rock ridges with the same pattern on the door, so Aang knew at a glance that it was Zhongli's work. The moment the dragon saw Zhongli, the surrounding rock ridges began to shatter under his action. When the last rock ridge disappeared, the seal that trapped the dragon also disappeared. Morax, it's time to settle everything. The dragon roared, and the terrifying pressure attacked the few people, suppressing Paimeng a little breathless. Hey, what kind of monster is this? Where have we heard this sentence before? Paimeng flew behind Zhongli in fear, and looked at the giant dragon that broke through the seal like a mountain. This is the Dragon King Rota, Zhongli answered Paimeng calmly. Morax, you came to my door in person, which makes it convenient for me to avenge the seal. Rota laughed strangely and attacked Zhongli. Zhongli stood in front and resisted Roto's attack while analyzing. So that's how it is. The little girl was formed by your power. But King Roto, if you still remember, it was not our intention to come to this point. King Roto did not listen to Zhongli's explanation at all and continued to attack. No need to say more, accept your death. In that case, this is the only way. Zhongli sighed. With the combined strength of the Golden Tree and the faith of the people of Liu, Zhongli's combat power was even stronger than before. You betrayed me before, and you still want to do this now? Roto was a little unable to withstand Zhongli's attack. Why was he still so strong after so long, and seemed to be more than twice as strong as before? If you think so, then think so. People who carry memories are destined to bear the weight of the truth. It should be so. Zhongli said, thinking of the world tree that carries the memories of the entire Teyvat, and the golden tree that carries the memories of the people of Liu. What kind of feeling can you bear? Zhongli thought of Liusu, who had been fishing next to the golden house of Liu, and felt that this memory was something he could not bear. Morax, why can you still become stronger? Ruotu roared. The more he beat him, the more he felt that something was wrong. You are too worn out, my old friend. Zhongli replied calmly, but he showed no mercy. Although he said he would beat Wendy before, he couldn't really do it if Wendy was not in trouble. He hadn't fought for a long time, and his body was almost rusty. It just so happened that Ruotu bumped into him today. Ruotu was thick-skinned, and Zhongli could still beat him comfortably if he restrained his strength. Morax, do you really want to destroy me? Ruotu's tone was no longer as serious as before. He was scared. Kunjin. Zhongli. Zhongli didn't say anything, but he was still as ruthless as before. The long spear condensed on the rock ridge directly hit Ruotu, making the whole cave tremble. It seems that the old man can solve it alone, but the old man seems to have become stronger again. It's really scary. It probably takes 3 gods to defeat him now, right? Wendy said as he looked at Zhongli, who was fighting with Ruotu. It's okay. Liusu commented. You are not one of the 7 gods. What are you commenting on? Wendy turned her head and said to Liusu. What a joke. How can a group of normal gods beat a cheater? Wendy directly expelled her from the team of the 7 gods and let the little grass god take the position. Liusu. I said I was not one of the 7 gods before, and you said I was. Now I comment on it, and you say I'm not? Zhongli directly turned into a long-range attack, and the rock ridge spears continued to gather in the air and attacked the fat body of Ruotu. Ruotu's huge body was inconvenient to move, and he took all of Zhongli's attacks. Ruotu looked at Zhongli, who was wearing a jade shield in the distance, and kept throwing rock ridge spears, and felt very aggrieved. Morax, you have no martial ethics. Ah. Ruotu's huge body finally couldn't withstand Zhongli's attack, and fell to the ground with a bang, roaring unwillingly. Zhongli. At this time, Zhongli felt happy and his whole body was hot, just like a massage. Morax. It was you who sealed me underground before, and it's you again 1,000 years later. And you actually humiliated me like this. Ruotu's body slowly turned into the little girl with blue hair. At this time, he was once again bound by Zhongli's formation. Zhongli. You should call it fate. Ruotu Dragon King. Fate. 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 Ha 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 ha. Ruotu Dragon King started laughing at this point. The laughter of complaining about the world made Paimeng feel scared. Is this what God considers? Destroy what you don't need, and bring butchers to ravage the wilderness. No, you forgot. Kunjin stood up and said. Who is this voice? Zhongli said calmly. Ruotu ha. Kunjin. Paimeng looked at Kunjin in surprise. Long time no see, Morax. Kunjin walked to Zhongli and said. Unlike the sealed Ruotu, the breath emanating from Kunjin was white. Who are you? Asked the trapped Ruotu. As you can see, Ruotu Dragon King. Kunjin replied. Zhongli crossed his arms and replied calmly. Sure enough, what Liusu said is true. At the beginning, even I couldn't be sure, but I just felt that your ability was a bit similar. Haha, you are worthy of being the god of wisdom. Even though I lost my memory, she couldn't hide it from her. Indeed, she knew it from the beginning. When we were still in Liu Harbor, she said. Morax, it's time to settle everything. It made me remember something, but I'm still not sure. Zhongli asked, then how did you remember it? The second time the god of wind said that sentence again in the mine, it made me remember something again. As for remembering everything, it was outside the mine. After I touched the stone tablet, all my memories were revived. Kunjin replied. Who is Ruota Dragon King? Aang asked curiously. She slept yesterday, and he didn't know about the conversation between the three gods. I'm sorry I can't tell you the whole truth. To be precise, I'm not the complete Ruota Dragon King but a small fragment. Kunjin continued to explain, heaven and earth, yin and yang, two principles. You can regard me and the Dragon King over there as this kind of existence. We are all splits of Ruota Dragon King's will. There are two Ruota Dragon Kings? Paimeng looked back and forth between the sealed Ruota Dragon King and Kunjin in confusion. No. Impossible. Could it be that you are? After the barrier loosened, your power took the form of a child in the outside world. You used this identity to tell people about your suppressed resentment, but people didn't take it seriously. Then you thought that the loosening of the seal gave you an opportunity. You kidnapped the miners in order to dig out the entrance to the seal. You planned to attack from both inside and outside to break the seal. Your plan was indeed flawless. You even knew that Liu Skynet could transmit messages, and you used your power to seal the Skynet of those people. Ruota Dragon King widened his eyes and said unwillingly, how dare you speak? What a boast. If you are really a part of me, why are you standing next to a betrayer? And I'm another force that awakened when the seal loosened. I'm too weak to form an individual on my own, and can only possess humans. My consciousness is very chaotic. I can't even remember who I am. I only react to things related to the past. I have only one goal, to find Morax and let him stop you. If your power was stronger, I would have recognized you earlier, instead of noticing something strange when Liusu said that before this operation. Zhongli replied. Don't blame you. I have changed beyond all recognition. It was not until I touched that ancient stone tablet that I remembered all the things in the past. It's been too long. A secret that neither young humans nor old earth dragons know. Morax, you tell me or I? Zhongli chuckled and said, it doesn't matter. You decide. Kunjin also smiled and said, haha, you are still the same. Then let me do it. Kunjin explained to Aang and Paimon, the Dragon King Rota was originally an acquaintance and comrade in arms of the rock god Morax, and his lifespan was far longer than that of humans. However, the derivatives of the earth are just like the rocks on the ground. The memory of rocks is not very long. Only extremely strong emotions can be retained in them. The longer the time, the more blurred the memory. Wear and tear is the fuse imposed on them by the world. Wear and tear. Aang has heard this word more than once. Liusu and Zhongli have both said it. Wear and tear have taken away King Rota's ability to think, and he gradually can't remember the faces of his old friends, and can't remember the Liu port that he once protected personally. The originally complete Dragon King has become irritable and aggressive. King Rota retorted, it was humans who attacked the earth veins on which I depend for my survival. Kunjin nodded and said, that's true. So you attacked the layered rock abyss, and that led to the battle with Morax. Initially, in order to expand the territory and develop production, the Liu people went into the mountains to mine. Excessive mining caused the earth veins to vibrate, and we suffered terribly. Wear and tear has made us like beasts. No matter how we struggle, we continue to lose the ability to coexist with others, and lose our rationality. Morax divided his own strength to prevent us from further wear and tear, but it was in vain. Wear and tear is the law of nature, and it is beyond our power. Having said that, Kunjin turned to Zhongli and asked, Morax, why do I feel that your wear and tear seems to have been repaired a little now? Because the old friend has returned. The memory is no longer forgotten. Zhongli replied indifferently. Oh, the memory is no longer forgotten? Is it her? Kunjin turned to look at Liusu who was standing aside and watching. Yes, she has returned now and consolidated our memory. When the memory no longer disappears, how can there be new wear and tear? Zhongli said this, and a smile appeared on his face, which was originally calm. That's good, Kunjin said with relief. Kunjun turned his head and looked at the Dragon King Ruota and said, "We became you, but you gave birth to me. I'm your final contract." Witnessing the agreement between the Dragon King Ruota and Morax. "You can be angry, but you should never deny me." Chapter 119. The four gods died suddenly. No, no. Looking at the incredulous Rodo Dragon King, Kunjun continued, "I'm the remnant of Rodo Dragon King's kindness, representing the aspirations of the contract, the lofty heart, and the peaceful desire to coexist with humans. No. I'm Rodo Dragon King, a creature of elemental crystals, carrying the power and memories of the earth, and living as long as the mountains and seas. I'm definitely not an ally of ants. But you haven't beaten Morax." Kunjun replied indifferently. Ruota Dragon King. "That's because he has no martial ethics. He came to deceive and attack an old dragon like me. Moreover, the god of ants is nothing but ants." Zhongli. "You have forgotten too thoroughly. The person who recognizes Morax the most is you and me. Everything you have forgotten is stored in my heart. If you are the memory of the earth, I'm the memory that coexists with humans. The sky moves all things, and the mountains and seas take shape." Hearing Kunjun's words, Ruota Dragon King couldn't help but recite, "Stars are born in the wasteland, as bright as the scorching Sunday." "Strange, what is this feeling?" Thesar Kunjun explained slowly, "You have been exhausted a long time ago, and will disappear before me. But before that, I will share these with you. Snow falls in the wilderness in spring and melts in a moment. Even if it is fleeting, and cannot leave any trace in your heart even if this is the last time." Ruota Dragon King said unwillingly, "No, how could it be? I don't admit that this is fate." Kunjun replied, "Maybe it's not fate, but it's a doomed disaster. Are you feeling that fate is unfair? Are you still resentful of Morax?" King Ruota felt that his power was dissipating. Suddenly, a gentle female voice came into his mind, like a whisper from the abyss. "Who are you?" King Ruota asked in his heart without changing his expression. "I can help you. I can lend you my power to break through this cage, but there is a certain price." The voice continued, "I don't care about the price now. As long as I can get revenge on Morax, I can do it." "Really? The contract is done. Remember what you said today. I will pay you back in the future." The voice in his mind disappeared after it finished speaking, and then King Ruota felt his body quickly filled with power. Morax. The influx of power allowed King Ruota to transform into his original body again, and his body was many times larger than before. Hey, what's going on? King Ruota has revived again, and he is even more powerful than before. Paimon looked at the revived King Ruota in horror. Zhongli's eyes wavered slightly, and he saw Liusu's eyes emitting green light not far away, and Nashida stretched out her hand, and green divine power was slowly radiating. What should we do?" Paimon asked anxiously. "Morax, it's time to settle everything." After Ruota said this, a four-color light wave gushed out of Ruota's mouth. Seeing this, Zhongli hurriedly opened his shield to resist. The violent elemental energy bombarded Zhongli's shield, causing the jade shield that Zhongli used to flicker continuously. Then, in the unbelievable eyes of Paimon and dying, the jade shield around Zhongli was directly shattered, and the energy directly bombarded Zhongli's body. Morax. Kunjun didn't expect such a change to happen. That kind of energy was not something that Ruota Dragon King could possess. "It's okay, just a little tired." After Zhongli finished speaking, his body slowly turned into golden light and dissipated under the attack of Ruota Dragon King. Paimon. Morax. Kunjun looked at the disappearing Zhongli in disbelief. At this time, he could no longer feel Zhongli's existence. Aang and Paimon were also in disbelief. They never thought that Zhongli, as one of the 7 gods, would perish in front of them. Ha 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 ha. "Morax, you have come to this day. Don't you cherish your Liu port? Without your protection, I wonder what they can do to resist me." The Dragon King of Rota looked at Zhongli, who had completely disappeared, raised his head and laughed, but there was a trace of sadness in his red eyes. This situation was seen by Kunjun. Kunjun hurriedly said, "Rota Dragon King, you can't do this. The people of Liu port are innocent. Morax has been defeated by you. Your resentment cannot implicate ordinary people." This sudden change made several people at a loss. With their strength, they could not stop the current Dragon King of Rota. Liusu, Wendy, Nashida, come and help. Paimon said hurriedly. You are also one of the 7 lords of the earth, right? Like Morax, since you are his good friends, you should also go down to accompany him. King Ruotu turned his head and looked at the 3 gods, Liusu, Wendy and Nashida. Damn it, I'll meet you. Wendy stepped forward first, activating the wind elemental force with great momentum, but the attack had no effect on King Ruotu. Is the singing man so strong? But his attack can't cause any harm to King Ruotu now. Paimon remembered to circle in the air. Wendy, buy some time. I'll deal with him. Liusu said. The grass elemental energy in his hand continued to gather. Wendy replied, okay. As long as Liusu performs that move, it should be fine, right? Paimon said with an expectant expression. No, King Ruotu won't give them time. Aang replied. As soon as Aang finished speaking, the Dragon King of Ruota said, do you want to use the move that killed Ozza again? I won't let you succeed. The Dragon King of Ruota noticed the movements of the gods, and the terrifying energy attacked the gods. Wendy, Liusu, Nashida. Alas, there is no way. I can't resist Ruota's attack now. I'll rest for a while. Wendy said to Aang with a smile, and her body turned into wind element under the attack of the Dragon King of Ruota, and disappeared on the spot. Liusu just glanced at Aang. She stretched out her hand and a golden energy appeared from her hand, teleporting Aang, Paimon and Kunjin out. At the last moment, Aang and Paimon saw Liusu and Nashida disappear together under Ruota's attack. The figures of several people suddenly appeared in Liu Port. The sudden change made them unable to recover for a while. Why did it become like this? Isn't Liusu that powerful? And the singing singer, Zhongli, they are not really dead, right? Paimon asked puzzled. I don't know, but they have indeed disappeared, and Skynet can't contact them. Aang said with a serious look, and at the same time he felt his own powerlessness and weakness. Kunjin said, then what should we do? Oh, right, the golden tree. Paimon seemed to have thought of something, and turned his head to look at the golden tree. How could this happen? Aang heard Paimon's exclamation, turned his head and looked, and his pupils shrank immediately. The golden tree, which was originally golden, had completely lost its previous divinity. Zhongli, have Liusu and the others really disappeared? Paimon said in disbelief, holding his head. Aang replied, let's notify the immortals in the Liu 7 stars first. Liusu, you are worthy of being you. You can even think of such a method. Wendy said to Liusu, who was standing next to him, and looking at the Dragon King Ruota. Liusu looked at the unsealed Ruota Dragon King and said calmly, let him vent. Once the resentment is gone, we can continue with the next plan. Nashida's ability is very useful. All of this is simulated. Through the golden tree, this power can be spread to the entire Liu. Zhongli sighed and said, alas, I hope he can be more normal after this time. That's right, all of this is acting by the 4 gods, and even the power is lent to Ruota by Liusu. But this is too much, isn't it? What if the people of Liu can't stand it? Wendy said worriedly. If you can't beat it, try again and reset the memory until you can beat it. Liusu replied. You are worthy of it. Wendy gave Liusu a thumbs up and said. Small problem, although the memory is reset, their body's instinct still has memory, so according to calculations, a few hundred times should be enough. Zhongli, what should we do now? Continue playing cards? Wendy asked. Zhongli nodded and said, yes. Come on, let's set the table. The 4 gods skillfully took out the benches. After Wendy set the table, she began to shuffle the cards skillfully. The people of Liu are so miserable. First, you faked your death, and then let them face a demon god. Now Liusu has done it again. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wendy complained while shuffling the cards. Liusu glanced at Wendy and said, hurry up and shuffle your cards. Why are there so many things? Hey, this is just a sigh. Wendy replied with a smile, then put the cards on the table, and cut the cards directly. Seeing that Wendy had cut the cards, Zhongli, who was sitting at the bottom, leisurely picked up the first card, and then Liusu and Nashida. When Liusu was picking up the cards, she suddenly received a message from Keking, but she did not reply, but continued to play cards with Zhongli and others. At this time, Ganyu and Keking in Monster received a message from Ying. They couldn't believe that this was true. What's wrong, Keking? Did the Emperor reply? No. Keking answered after waiting for a long time. It can't be true. Not sure. Master should be fine. She is so powerful. Maybe this is another test? Keking said, touching her chin. Huh? Is that really the case? Ganyu asked doubtfully. Keking explained, it should be. Since the Emperor can fake his death once, then Master can definitely do it. In this way, Liu will truly become a godless country. Even if my guess is wrong, since it was done by Master, then all this must have had deep meaning. Ganyu. Why does this sentence sound so familiar? Then shall we go back now? Ganyu asked. Let's go back. Since this matter has been exposed, although I also want to go home, after get off work, I can't refuse my position like this. People will talk about it behind my back. Keking replied. Ganyu said faintly, Keking, you have changed. No, I'm still as good to you as before, but this way, I can spend more time with you. Keking said and gently scratched Ganyu's nose. Keking, don't do this. I'm not used to it. Ganyu's cheeks blushed at Keking's intimate gesture. Keking smiled and replied, you will get used to it after a while, right? Ganyu. Let's go back to Liu Port. Keking held Ganyu's little hand and used the teleportation array to return to Liu. You see, the teleportation anchor point is still usable, which means that Master is fine. Keking explained to Ganyu after landing. Yeah. Ganyu nodded happily. The Emperor was still able to use the teleportation array after faking his death, so the people of Liu naturally thought that this was a gift from the Emperor that was exclusive to Liu. So the Immortal King's death and the fact that he could still use Skynet were the same as before for them, and they didn't think that the two gods were still alive. Let's go. According to the travelers, they are now in the Master's courtyard. Immortal Lord, Emperor Lord, are they really dead? Jechen Langshi's engine no longer looked like Grandma Ping, but turned into young Aping again. She asked in disbelief. Well, we saw it with our own eyes. Paimeng nodded seriously. Impossible. Immortal Lord and Emperor Lord are so powerful, how could they die? Liusu Dishan's engine said. We also thought it was impossible, but in the end it was Liusu who sent us out. Wendy, Liusu, Nashida, and Zhongli all disappeared under the attack of Ruo to Dragon King. Paimeng explained. Ying said, Kunjun, you tell us something. Kunjun. The immortals followed Ying's topic and saw an ordinary young man with glasses. Long time no see, everyone. Kunjun spoke in the voice of Ruo to Dragon King. It's you, Ruo to Dragon King? Ying's engine said in surprise. Kunjun nodded and said, it's me. Then who is the Ruo to Dragon King outside who is about to attack Liu Harbor? I'm only an incomplete Ruo to Dragon King now, representing the human side, that is, the side that signed a contract with Morax to jointly develop Liu, and the Ruo to Dragon King outside is the other side of the beast nature that hates Liu. If what Paimon said is true, then with our current strength, how can we resist the attack of Ruo to Dragon King? Said Master Zuiyang. It's not impossible. Liusu said that he used his last strength to reduce most of Ruo to Dragon King's strength. His current strength is only a little stronger than Ossel. Kunjun said, making a small gap with his index and middle fingers. Ganyu, is Keking back? Master Liuan Jifeng said suddenly with a flickering look in his eyes. Ying replied, I have notified her. I believe she will be back soon. We are here. Keking said as she walked into the door with Ganyu. Keking, you? Ningguang said in surprise as she looked at Keking, who was completely different from the past. At this time, Keking was wearing the purple feather skirt given by Liusu, like a blue phoenix, and her temperament was completely different from that of an ordinary person. Ganyu explained, it was the Immortal Lord who accepted Keking as his disciple. So the Immortal Lord also accepted disciples. Jechen Langshi's engine sighed. Liuan Jifeng's engine glanced at Jechen Langshi's engine and said, does Liusu need to tell you whether he will accept disciples or not? Jechen Langshi's engine. Okay, let's stop arguing now. Ningguang has notified ordinary people to evacuate, right? Zuiang's engine spoke to reconcile. Ningguang pressed her forehead with a headache and said, notified, but except for some old, weak and disabled people in Liu, other people are unwilling to evacuate. Hey, let's set up a defense line in Xianheng Mountain first. Liuan, how many Gizhan machines can you take out? Jechin Langshi's engine asked. Probably only 300 can be taken out, and there are only 50 for the immortal to drive. Liuan Jifeng's engine replied. Jechin Langshi's engine. 300? We can't find 300 people to urge. Okay. And what's the matter with your regretful expression? Then let's set up a defense line in Xianheng Mountain. Ruotu should attack from there. With his current situation, he should not take a detour. And even if Ruotu attacks from other places, he can be faced on Xianheng Mountain. Kunjin said. Well, in this case, I will go to Xianheng Mountain to set up the return to the end. After saying that, True Lord Liuan Jifeng left directly. True Lord Jechin Langshi looked at True Lord Liuan Jifeng, who left in a hurry and sighed. Liuan, this guy. True Lord Yixio Daoshan, I didn't expect that Liu would encounter problems again not long after you revived. No problem, but I can't fight with you this time. True Lord Yixio Daoshan said regretfully. Because of the negative buff of the golden tree, True Lord Yixio Daoshan could not touch other affairs of Teyvat, and the Dragon King Ruota could not cause harm to him. Similarly, his attack was ineffective against the Dragon King Ruotu. It's okay, we will take care of it. This time Liu is stronger than last time. Lishu Dishan's engine comforted. Yixio Daoshan's engine. Kunjin heard the immortals talking. He did not see any immortal Lishu Dishan's engine, nor did he have any record of Lishu Dishan's engine in his memory. Liuan's engine just sent a message saying that he has seen Ruotu Dragon King attacking from the north of Xianheng Mountain. Ganyu said at this time. There is no time to lose, let's hurry up and leave. Zuiang's engine replied. Yes. Everyone turned into streams of light and teleported to Xianheng Mountain. Rows of return machines were placed in the air by Liuan Jifeng's engine. You are here. Ruotu Dragon King has arrived at Dunaiyu Mausoleum. Liuan Jifeng's engine said. Everyone followed Liuan Jifeng's engine's gaze and saw a huge yellow-brown dragon as big as a mountain moving towards Liu Port in the distance. Especially the tree behind Ruotu Dragon King was particularly conspicuous. That's the Ruotu Dragon King? It's so big. Ganyu said a little worriedly as she looked at the Ruotu Dragon King in the distance, whose every move shook the earth. It's okay, we will get through this crisis. Keking gently held Ganyu's hand and comforted her. Yeah. This crisis is even bigger than the last crisis on the Jade Pavilion. Payman said worriedly beside Aang. Aang sighed and said, yeah, Liusu and the others can't withstand the attack of the Ruotu Dragon King. Aang, how about we run? The Ruotu Dragon King is not something we can resist now, and the Ruotu Dragon King only has a grudge against Liu Port. We can go to Mondstadt or Zumi. Payman suggested in a low voice. Aang refused. No. Chapter 120 A Dream. Why? Payman asked. Liu is so good to us, how can we retreat in this situation? And Liusu, Zhongli, Wendy, Nashida, they are all our friends. I won't give up just like that. Payman wanted to say something else, but King Rota is too strong. Liusu used his last strength to reduce King Rota's power. If we retreat like this, when King Rota fully recovers, will we still have a chance? Aang turned to Payman and said seriously. Well, let's do our best. Payman said happily. Aang is getting stronger and stronger now, not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of mind, which makes Payman feel very relieved. Okay, Payman, you actually tested me. Aang realized that Payman was testing her just now. Come on, Aang, I will always be by your side. That's right, I will try my best. Aang replied. Thank you, Payman. You're welcome, we are good partners, right? Payman said, scratching his head. How many times has this happened? Wendy said boredly. Liusu replied, I don't know either. I can't count. Nashida knows. This is the 263rd time. Nashida replied. The 263rd time. Zhongli said, stroking his chin. The 263rd time. This means that we have spent more than half a year on the same day. Wendy said with emotion. Didn't you have a lot of fun during these 6 months? Liusu said. It's not your weird ideas, otherwise I would be bored to death. Wendy replied, don't say that, this is much more fun than the 7 summonings. Then you should hurry up. Liusu yawned and said, don't worry, my turn is not over yet. I will specially recruit this one, and then this one, and retrieve this one. Liusu hugged Nashida and rested his chin on Nashida's head, watching Wendy telling stories. If he had known, he would not have released this game. How long would it take to finish this round? Okay, come out. The last one is the flowing star dragon. Old man, how is this one? 3 cosmic brilliant dragons, 2 flowing star dragons, all 5 can invalidate your operation. This victory belongs to me, Wendy. Liusu looked at Wendy with a dual disc and 5 white dragon-shaped creatures flying behind him. This is a card game called Yu-Gi-Oh! That Liusu found from his past life memory because he was bored. As a result, he became more bored after playing it. The wisdom of the god of wisdom is indeed not covered. Liusu has never felt that he is so good at playing cards. Zhongli raised his eyelids and glanced at Wendy and said, not very good. Damn, I can't attack in the first round, so my turn is over. It's your turn. Wendy said, my turn. Draw a card. Zhongli learned it by himself and drew a card with a move like Capelaran. Zhongli picked up the drawn card and looked at it, and an abnormal smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Oh, interesting. Seeing the smile on the corner of Zhongli's mouth, Wendy had a bad premonition. Discard a card, and I activate the quick play magic card, Super Fusion. Wow, no way. You can even draw this? Wendy looked distressed. He spent half an hour setting up the field, and this Super Fusion directly destroyed his 5 dragons. He couldn't accept it. Zhongli said lightly, use the monsters on your field as fusion materials to summon 5 dragons. Wendy, no, it's boring. You finally got no ash, but you drew Super Fusion. Wendy looked at the 5 elemental headed dragons summoned by Zhongli and surrendered directly. So how long will they fight? Yu-Gi-Oh is tired of playing. Wendy said as he put away the dual disc. I don't know either. Zhongli replied with a smile on his face. Although other Liu people have been dealing with the Rota Dragon King every day these days, the 4 of them are having fun, especially Liusu's strange and varied playstyles, which are never repeated every few days. Liusu, how about changing the game? I don't want to play Yu-Gi-Oh anymore. Wendy said. Zhongli killed all 5 dragons in the classic game, which made him lose the desire to play. Who do you think I am? Why don't you just take a few days off? It's boring. Wendy said, scratching his head. If you're bored, go play the piano. Wendy. He also wanted to. Before Liusu's game, he could still spend his days like this, but now that he has experienced all kinds of strange gameplay, it's impossible for him to go back to play the piano. Liu's ants, your gods are gone now. Prepare to accept the wrath of my White Dragon King. Listening to White Dragon King's second year speech, Aang didn't know why he had a strong sense of deja vu, as if he had experienced it somewhere before. Everyone, prepare to meet the enemy. Ningguang commanded the people below on the platform. Aang, what's wrong with you? Payman turned around and saw Aang covering her head and asked worriedly. Aang shook her head and said, nothing, I just feel a little tired. Are you really okay? I think you look a little strange. Paimeng asked worriedly. I feel like I've experienced this kind of scene before. Aang said, rubbing her head. She watched several immortals control the Gizhang machine to bombard the distant Ruota Dragon King. Every move seemed to have happened in her mind before. Paimeng said a little puzzledly, no way. We just met Ruota Dragon King today. But after you said that, I feel a little headache, as if I forgot something. Paimeng said, covering his head. Oh. Did you find out? Suddenly, Keking's voice appeared behind Aang. Paimeng asked in surprise, are you really Keking? Who else can I be if I'm not Keking? Keking looked at Paimeng strangely and said. Aang said suspiciously, but you don't look like that at all now. At this moment, Keking was wearing a feather skirt, standing in midair. Yes, she was standing in midair without any support, just like an immortal from Liu. A purple-green longsword was suspended vertically beside her. Not to mention Paimeng. Even I doubted whether the kecking in front of her was real. Are you talking about my current situation? This is just the result of this period of time. Kecking also knew Aang's doubts. After all, this was not the first time she answered Aang's question. Paimeng asked, the results of this period of time. It's only been a few days. Is there such a big result? A week ago, Aang and Paimeng learned that kecking took Ganyu on a trip, and Kekking's changes were also caused by Liusu accepting her as a disciple a week ago, but Kekking's current appearance does not look like the result of just 7 days. Okay, let's not waste time talking. The first wave of attack from the Ruo to Dragon King has arrived. Aang asked in confusion, what first wave of attack? Wow, Aang, there are so many young rock dragon lizards. They are attacking here, big and small. Paimeng exclaimed as he looked at the large group of young rock dragon lizards rolling towards here. What? Is this the first wave of attack? Kyanyan army resist the attack of the rock dragon lizards, and those who control the Gizhangji attack the Ruo to Dragon King. Ningguang said as he stood on the platform. The Gizhangji is an improved version of the true Lord Liuan Jifeng. Ordinary people can convert mora and minerals into energy to launch attacks, but this converted energy is not as strong as the Gizhangji driven by immortal power. More than 300 Gizhangji fired energy shells at the Ruo to Dragon King in the distance, and 50 of them were more powerful than the others. Gizhangji. Morax, is this your backup plan? The Ruo to Dragon King's body withstood the attack of the Gizhangji and roared angrily. Liusu, I didn't expect you to disappear and use your last strength to strip away the power I gained. Immortal Lord is really gone. Jechen Langshi Zhenjun said with some sadness. At this time, he did not say Zhongli's name because the previous Zhongli was dead. Her meaning made the immortals present understand that, since Liusu was in trouble, then the Emperor Wen Gui must have been in trouble. I don't believe it. Liusu will be fine. Zhenjun Liu Yun Jifeng's originally blue eyes had turned scarlet at this time. Liu Yun. Shut up, don't say it. Zhenjun Jechen Langshi wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Zhenjun Liu Yun Jifeng. Zhenjun Jechen Langshi, Liu Yun must be feeling bad at this moment. After all, their relationship is very good, just like you and Gui Zhang before. Zhenjun Zhu Zhu Yang said. Alas, I know. Zhenjun Jechen Langshi sighed, and also understood Zhenjun Liu Yun Jifeng's feelings at this moment. I feel like I forgot something important. Master Liuan Jifeng thought to herself while controlling Gizhangji, but she had no idea what to think about, so she gave up thinking about it again. Something seems wrong with the immortals, Paimeng said, scratching his head. I didn't expect you to find out so quickly today. Kecking said in surprise. What was found so quickly? Paimeng said puzzledly. Aang seemed to have a clue and asked, Kecking, you mean, our memory has been affected? Yes. Kecking nodded. But, Kecking, why weren't you affected? Aang continued to ask. Kecking smiled and said, because I'm the master's apprentice, of course it won't affect me. Do you mean Liusu is not dead? You have asked me this question more than 200 times, and the answer is of course no. Wow, so angry. I was so sad at that time. Paimeng said angrily. Aang asked, what is the current crisis? I can't tell you. You can only understand it by yourselves. Kecking, how come you have become a riddler? You weren't like this before. Paimeng stared at Kecking with wide eyes. The Kecking who was vigorous and outspoken before has become the riddler she hates. Well, I don't know, but this matter cannot be said. Even Ganyu doesn't know. Having said this, Kecking turned her head and looked at Ganyu who was still controlling the return machine, and sighed. Let's go. The rock dragon lizards have arrived outside Xianheng Mountain. We need to stop them from entering. After all, Liu Harbor is behind us. We can't let them enter Liu Harbor, Kecking said and turned into a purple light and flew away. Aang, it's so strange. Why has Kecking become so powerful? And there is this inexplicable sense of deja vu, and what Kecking said, you are obviously the first question, but she said you have asked it more than 200 times. Paimeng concluded on the side. I don't know either. Let's do as Kecking said, and stop the rock dragon lizards first. Aang walked outside the defense line and began to fight with the oncoming rock dragon lizards. Every time she swung her sword, she felt something was wrong, as if she had experienced killing this kind of rock dragon lizard thousands of times in her mind. Sword out, shadow follow. With a light shout from Keking in the distance, the purple glow longsword Kingluan floating in front of her suddenly split into countless sword shadows, and like a stream of light, it killed the surrounding rock dragon lizards. Every time a sword light flashed, a group of rock dragon lizards fell. But, so strong. Paimon said in surprise. Keking is growing so fast. Aang watched Keking's figure shuttle through the battlefield. She was completely different from Keking, who had a hard time fighting the Fachu in the Kwanau pavilion last time. It's you. You have her scent on you. The Dragon King Ruota observed Keking, who was attacking him, quickly, and said in a thunderous voice, "Go." Keking controlled the flying swords and attacked the Ryota Dragon King. Countless grass and lightning flying swords flew through the Ryota Dragon King. Every time a sword blade passed through, it would leave a shallow mark on the Ryota Dragon King. "You tiny bug, you angered me." Seeing Keking attacking him with the same despicable long-range means as Morax before, the Ryota Dragon King was furious. Aang. Ryota Dragon King, it's time to wake up. Kunjin came out and said to the Ryota Dragon King, who was still attacking Keking. Keking was very fast and was still circling around the huge Ryota Dragon King, making the Ryota Dragon King very angry about Keking, who kept biting him like a text. "What are you talking about? I haven't attacked Liu Port and destroyed Morax's hard work yet. How can I stop now?" Ryota heard Kunjin's voice and said so, but his body stopped attacking Keking. "Ruotu, it's been almost 300 days. Do you still want to continue like this? You have destroyed Liu Harbor 262 times. Isn't that enough? And your anger has almost dissipated, right?" Kunjin said calmly. Ruotu Dragon King. I didn't expect her to use this method. Ruotu Dragon King was silent for a while and sighed. "But I still can't accept it. I'm you, so I can feel your mood at this moment. Although you don't want to admit it, you are already very satisfied." Kunjin said. Ruotu Dragon King. Morax. Ruotu Dragon King looked at Zhongli, who suddenly appeared in front of him, and shouted with complicated eyes. Zhongli nodded and said, "Ruota, hey, Zhongli? Aren't you dead?" Paimon said in surprise. Aang. Good guy, this god is really good at pretending to be dead. Last time, he threw a magic transformation with a snap. This time, it was even more direct, allowing Ruota Dragon King to break up his body and deceive Aang, who was present. Morax, since the obsession has disappeared, I should also go back. After a moment of silence, the Rodo Dragon King spoke. The black aura on his body was no longer there, and his huge body began to slowly dissipate. "Is the Rodo Dragon King dead?" Paimon asked, scratching his head. "You are the only one who can speak, so you are obviously not dead." Aang glanced at Paimon speechlessly. "Zhongli, what's going on?" Paimon asked Zhongli. "Okay, it's time to wake up." Zhongli did not answer Paimon's question, but said something that made Paimon puzzled. "Hey." Aang and Paimon felt their eyes go black, and when they woke up again, they still appeared in the secret realm, where Odo was sealed. "What happened to us? My head hurts." Paimon said, covering his head. "Liusu, are you really going to do this?" Aang heard the voice of the Rodo Dragon King as soon as she regained consciousness. When she opened her eyes and looked around, only the huge Rodo Dragon King was left, and Kunjin had disappeared. At this time, the Dragon King Ruota no longer had the previous anger, but became as stable as a mountain. His tone no longer sounded so angry, but rather calm. Liusu replied, "I also want to slack off. It's not good to hang the title of a god in Liu, and it's not conducive to the future development of Liu, right? Haha, I didn't expect Morax to have such behavior before. He can do such a thing for a tournament. It really makes me look at him with new eyes." The Dragon King Ruota lowered his head and looked at Zhongli and said, "Zhongli, I can't help it. It's been too long. I have to calm myself down. There's nothing wrong with taking a break, right? Morax has suffered a lot of wear and tear. At the beginning, he even divided his strength to help me resist the wear and tear. Alas, if it weren't for you, I might be asleep again now." The Dragon King Ruota said this and looked at Zhongli again. Zhongli. There was no way. What the Dragon King Ruota said was true. He didn't have the ability of the golden tree, so he could only rely on Liusu for help. How do you feel now? Zhongli asked. Very good. I've never felt so good since I was worn out, and my thinking is no longer slow. The Dragon King of Ruota replied in a relaxed tone. So what are you going to do? Like me, get a new identity and live in Liu? That sounds good. I just want to try your current life. Thank you again, God of Wisdom. You gave me a new life. I, Ruota, will always remember the previous contract, just like the contract with Morax. After talking to Zhongli, the Dragon King of Ruota turned to thank Liusu. It's just a piece of cake. And just call me Liusu. I'm not the God of Wisdom anymore. Liusu? Just like Morax, you got a mortal name, but I think Morax is more convenient. Zhongli, whatever you like. Hahaha, of course not. You all want to retire, so I can't ruin it, right? Zhongli and Liusu. Then I'll give myself a Liu name. Let's call myself Kunjin. The Dragon King of Ruota said with a smile. Hey, isn't this the same as the previous name? Payman asked. The Ruota Dragon King explained. Kunjin and the Ruota Dragon King were originally one. Kunjin is the Ruota Dragon King, and the Ruota Dragon King is also Kunjin. Due to wear and tear, Kunjin's humanity fell asleep, leaving only the Ruota Dragon King who knew only resentment. But now that the hostility has been eliminated, I can become the real Ruota Dragon King, that is, Kunjin. Well, although I don't quite understand, it sounds like a good thing. Payman said, scratching his head. Chapter 121, New Street People in Liu Harbor. Zhongli, no, I still like to call you Morax, when there is no one else around. The Dragon King Ruota turned into Kunjin, and walked towards Zhongli and said, I have not forgotten the matter of dotting the I's. Zhongli responded calmly, it's just a small favor, don't worry about it. Your eyes are intact, so you naturally don't know the blind dragon's pursuit of sunlight. But I will never forget that Morax gave the Dragon King Ruota 2 eyes. Likewise, I will always remember your kindness in giving me a new life, Liusu. There is no need to talk about this now, and the credit this time goes to Liusu. Haha, that's right. These are the 2 luckiest things in my life as a dragon. It feels so good to be alive again. Kunjin said with a smile. Zhongli, how about going out for a walk? Zhongli suggested after a moment of silence. Okay, but isn't the most urgent task now to rescue the miners outside? After going out, I will solve the problem you did. Haha, that's right, let's go. After that, Zhongli and Kunjin left. I didn't expect that the matter would be resolved like this, but I always feel that something else has happened. Payman said, scratching his head as he watched Zhongli and Kunjin leave. Aang's eyes flashed. Was everything he had experienced in Liu against the Dragon King Ruota a dream? No, this dream was too real. He could even skillfully perform the moves and fighting methods he learned in the dream. So, that was not a dream, but something that really happened, just like entering the world of Genshin Impact. But why did Payman forget it? But he still remembered it. Liusu, you are really amazing. You solved all this. Wendy praised. Liusu said with a fierce face. Keep a low profile. It's just a piece of cake. Wendy. Liusu. Liusu interrupted Aang's doubts and said, let's talk about this later. Let's go out first. Aang. Then let's go out too. I wonder if Old Day has found the message we left and come here. Payman suggested to everyone. At this time, in a hotel in Mondstadt. Keqing rubbed her aching head, got up from the bed, opened the Liu Skynet, and found that only 1 day had passed. Is this a dream? Why is it so real? No, this is not a dream. Oh, the sword technique that master gave me. After saying this, Keqing began to urge Kingluan according to her memory. Sure enough, the Kingluan sword stood upright and floated around her just like in the dream. Ganyu, Ganyu. Keqing hurriedly pushed Ganyu who was sleeping next to her. What's wrong, Keqing? Ganyu rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at Keqing a little cutely. Keqing asked, Ganyu, did you encounter anything strange? No, I just felt a little headache. When I woke up, and I didn't seem to have a dream last night, nor did I enter the memory of Genshin Impact, Ganayu said while rubbing her aching head. Keking understood a little. She guessed that it was probably Liusu who deleted all the memories of other people about the past 200 days. Although the memories were deleted, the memory of the body obtained from the battle with the Dragon King Ruotu did not disappear. Keking, do you know what happened? Ganayu asked. No, I also feel something is wrong. Let's ask Master when we go back. Keking finally decided to hide this matter. After all, among the memories of those hundreds of days, only her daily memories would not be cleared. That's the only way. Let's go back and ask, but where are we going today? Let's take a look around the scenery of Mondstadt. Ganayu replied with a smile. Okay, I'll listen to you. Hey, how did we get teleported here? Let's go back and see those workers. After leaving the secret realm, everyone appeared under the ancient tree in front of the mine. When they walked to the entrance of the mine, they found that Leode was standing there looking for something. Leode saw everyone coming and said, "So you are here. My brothers and I saw the clues you left and chased you all the way here. On the way, we also found Xiaomao who fainted in the tent of the camp in front of us and have settled him. Unfortunately, we haven't found the other 3 brothers yet. Xiao-kun, what are you doing?" Leode looked at Kunjun at this time. He was completely different from before. There was a kind of ethereal white smoke on his body. This sudden change made Leode stunned. Kunjun smiled and replied, "It's just a small matter, don't mind it. If you want to find those workers, they are in the cave next to us." Mountain, cave. What happened to them? Zhongli explained. They spent a lot of effort, but their lives are not in danger. Don't worry. Hearing what Zhongli said, Leode felt relieved and thanked him. Okay, thank you all. I have to go see them quickly. Are you going to bring them back to Liusu Harbor later? Kunjun, can I go with you? Leode quickly agreed. No problem. You are all our brother's saviors, and I will definitely meet any requests. Let me go and see their situation first, and then come to thank you all. Xiao-kun, no, I should call you Dragon King. Are you going back to Liusu Harbor too? Yes, but it's not me that Leode is asking to take away, it's this body. Kunjun replied. After I leave, let the owner of this body go back to Liusu with the foreman. Kunjun is the descendant of a famous craftsman, and he will surely become famous in the future. Such a person must not make mistakes, but in this case, I don't think I can use the name Kunjun anymore. I was used to calling him that before. Ha ha ha. Kunjun said with a smile. Then think of another one. Liusu said. Speaking of which, I don't know what to name. Liusu said tentatively. How about calling you Ficho? Zhongli looked at Kunjun and nodded. In terms of universal rationality, Ficho is indeed suitable for you. Kunjun. Zhongli's mouth twitched when he heard Liusu's words. You are still as talkative as ever. Kunjun was silent for a while and said, let's discuss this matter later. You are still the same. You prefer blacksmiths. Zhongli said. Swords have no eyes, but craftsmen have feelings. Isn't the word human feelings the thing that humans are most proud of? Ruotu, I'm no longer the god of rock. Zhongli reminded. Kunjun replied, I know this. Didn't Liusu say before that you gave up your identity as the god of Jia in order to retire? Zhongli. Now I'm just an ordinary Liu person. Ha ha ha, you should take a rest too. But is Liu possible without the god of Jia? If there were no gods in the world, this would be the kingdom of humans. I used to be the god of humans, and I should witness the rise and fall of humans. Any life will be worn out and deteriorate over the years. You are the strongest soul among us, but you are worn out by it. Although the golden tree can now suppress this kind of wear and tear, it is impossible to completely eliminate it. But it doesn't matter. Cause and effect are determined by God. If our mission has come to an end, we should bravely embark on the road of leaving. I originally thought that you were immortal and destined to be lonely, but I didn't expect that now you have someone who is destined to travel with you. After Ruota finished speaking, he looked at Aang, Liusu, Wendy, and Nashida behind him. You are slightly better in lifespan. The lifespan of elemental creatures may be the longest on this continent. Kunjun smiled and said, that's not true. I feel that your life is also increasing, and the degree of wear and tear is decreasing. I believe you can go further now. You are joking. It is a happy thing to meet old friends, and now you can do the same as me. Zhongli replied. Did you hesitate in the Laird Abyss before? Kunjin asked. Rocks can have hearts, so I naturally do. But I'm the god of contracts and the god of the people of Liu. After listening to Zhongli's words, Kunjin sighed. You chose righteousness, but did not abandon benevolence. So you did not kill me. I was sealed voluntarily. The earth dragon turned over and shook the world. With your ability, even if I was in my prime, it would be difficult for me to fight alone, let alone seal it. Kunjin, you were not like this when you beat me in the secret realm before. I suspect you are implying something. That's why I was born. After all, I'm also an elder who saw the birth of Liu Harbor. Even if I'm no longer the same as before, I will implement the agreement in my own way. Does the contract still count? Zhongli suddenly asked. Kunjin was stunned for a moment and said, of course. I'm no longer the god of contract, so the contract with the god of contract has been invalidated. Now you can live freely. Kunjin understood what Zhongli meant and said, thank you, Morax. Zhongli said lightly, change your identity and live in Liu. Liu is more prosperous than ever before. Is it because of her? Kunjin asked. That's right. Well, it's really good to be able to live soberly again like this. After Kunjin finished speaking, a yellow-brown figure separated from his body and slowly formed a man as tall as Zhongli. Welcome back, Ruo2. Zhongli said as he looked at the figure in front of him. Haha, Morax, I haven't felt so happy for a long time. Ruo2 raised his head and laughed. Wow. Payman looked at Kunjin who suddenly fell to the ground and the solid Ruo2 Dragon King in surprise. The one who fell down now is the real Kunjin, right? Aang looked at the Ruo2 Dragon King who appeared in front of them, with a clothing style somewhat similar to Zhongli's. Yes, don't worry, he just fell asleep. Ruo2 replied. Hey, so is it Kunjin or Ruo2 Dragon King that we know? Paimeng said puzzledly. Zhongli replied, we are indeed strangers to Kunjin. Aang analyzed. Zhongli means that the person we met since Liu Port was Ruo2 Dragon King? That's right, it's just that the previous Ruo2's memory has not yet recovered, but Kunjin had fallen into a deep sleep at that time. So that's the case, so we won't be embarrassed. I thought Kunjin would become a person we didn't know. It would be easier if they were all Ruo2 Dragon Kings. Paimeng said excitedly. Ruo2, what identity do you plan to live with when you go to Liu Port? Zhongli asked. Ruo2 replied, I also want to try what your life is like now. Isn't that just a social loser who refuses to pay his debts? Exclamation mark. Payman exclaimed when he heard what Ruo2 said. Zhongli, Ruo2, Payman, you are the only one who knows how to talk. She has not been smart since she was a child, so Zhongli and Ruo2, don't take her words to heart. Aang quickly covered Payman's mouth and showed an awkward but polite smile to Zhongli and Ruo2. Why did Payman say anything? Now that the matter has been resolved, I should go back to fishing. Liusu said. By the way, you can make the Skynet at Ruo2's place by yourself. You can do it anyway, so I'll slip away first. After that, Liusu took Nashida away with a teleport. You are worthy of you. Seeing Liusu suddenly leave, Zhongli was silent for a while and squeezed out a few words from his mouth. The wear and tear of the god of wisdom may be more serious than yours. I don't think her behavior is strange. Ruota's words made Zhongli turn his head and look at him. What does her wear and tear be more serious than mine? Morax, you said that the golden tree was created by the god of wisdom to store and protect memories so that it can resist wear and tear. However, the more memories it carries, the more wear and tear it will suffer. This tree carries the memories of all the people of Liu. Alas, I can understand that, but she is the only one who can do this. Zhongli sighed. Old man, now that the matter has been resolved, it's time for us to leave. Wendy said. Zhongli nodded and said, well, let's go back to Liu first. Aang followed Zhongli back to Liu in a daze. It seemed that she had done nothing along the way, but the task was completed. Especially after a good sleep, she hadn't understood anything yet, but the dungeon was cleared. A few days later, the last time it was said that the Rock Prince was walking alone in the mountains and heard a distant sound that had never been heard before. As the people on the stage told the story, the plot began to slowly emerge. Zhongli, most of the ancient rock elemental creatures living underground in Liu are blind and have not seen the sun for thousands of years. The sound was sometimes sad like a song and sometimes terrifying like thunder. After many twists and turns, Lord Yan finally found a strange and bizarre stone in the rock layer. Zhongli, this is the Dragon King Ruotu. I brought him to the surface as he wished. The storyteller continued. Lord Yan felt pity for the spirituality of this stone, so he personally carved it into a giant dragon that was ingenious and lifelike. Zhongli, I gave him eyes to see things clearly and made 3 rules with him. Then he used his finger as a pen to point at the dragon's eyes. In a flash, there was lightning and thunder in the sky, and a real dragon was born. At this point, the storyteller's tone and magic became excited, stirring the atmosphere of the surrounding audience. Zhongli, I promised him to coexist with the people on the earth, but if he disrupts the order one day, he will be sealed in darkness again. After that, the dragon often accompanied Lord Yan and accompanied him in his battles in the north and south. There is a saying praising this event, which is just like the bursting of metal and stone. To shake off the dust, the winding water of the rocky mountain to open up, the dragon's eyes being open to gain help, and the lingering dragon attracting rain and dew. Well, this event does not match the situation at the time, and it is a bit exaggerated. Zhongli took a sip of tea and said, in fact, it is not much different. The incident of opening the eyes seems unimportant in other aspects, and the subsequent battles with you in the north and south are also true. Ruotu said as he sat next to Zhongli. By the way, what was the matter that Liusu came to discuss with you before? Zhongli suddenly thought of something and asked Ruotu. Ruotu replied, well, she said she also wants to retire. Hasn't she never served? Why would she think about retiring? Zhongli couldn't understand this. She said that she felt a little uncomfortable with having an identity in Liu, and it would be better for her to retire peacefully. Zhongli, did she tell you the specific retirement process? Zhongli said after a moment of silence. That is true, but, when he said this, Ruota showed a conflicted expression. Since this matter cannot be said, I will not ask. Zhongli looked at Ruotu's suddenly frowned brows, thinking that Ruotu and Liusu had signed some kind of confidentiality agreement, and comforted him. Not really, it's just that. As Ruota spoke, Zhongli's expression became more wonderful. You are worthy of it, Liusu. After a long while, Zhongli squeezed out a sentence. Since meeting Liusu, he has used the 4 words worthy of you countless times. I remember that it was Liusu who used it to complain about him at the beginning. It just so happens that Liu is only one step away from entering the era of human rule. Let the immortal king in the open pass away again. Only in this way can Liu become a real era of human rule. What Zhongli could not have imagined was that after Liusu retired, a 3rd god would appear in Liu. Of course, this is also a story for later. The taste of today's tea is a little worse than the day before, Zhongli said, holding the teacup. I think they are all about the same. Ruotu picked up the teacup and took a big sip, drinking all the tea leaves. Zhongli. He now understood a little bit how Wendy felt when she saw Liusu drinking wine like water. Shopkeeper, settle the bill. After almost finishing the tea, Zhongli waved and called the shopkeeper over. Mr. Zhongli, the total is 150,500 mora, the tea is 500 mora, and you have rewarded the storyteller with a total of 150,000 mora. The shopkeeper took out the bill and said, Ruotu, do you have money with you? Zhongli asked Ruotu a soul-searching question. No. Ruotu shook his head and replied. In his opinion, Morax could easily create mora, right? Zhongli covered his forehead and sighed. I feel a little tired. Send the bill to Master Hu of the Rebirth Hall. Zhongli said to the shopkeeper. Okay, Mr. Zhongli. Zhongli. Hearing the voice, Zhongli turned around and saw Hu Tao, who was wearing the apron of Wan Min Hall today, and was looking at him angrily. Master Hu, how come you have the leisure to come and listen to the story today? What else did you say? Wang Sheng Hall has no business now, and you are still spending money lavishly. Not only that, you also brought a friend to join Wang Sheng Hall. I really believed your lies. He is indeed very knowledgeable and farsighted. And then what? Isn't he just like you, slacking off and doing nothing every day, and now Wang Sheng Hall has no business. Hu Tao looked at Zhongli with gritted teeth. Now, you add another huge bill to Wang Sheng Hall. How dare you? 15,000 more S? You gave it out in one afternoon. Do you know how much I have to entrust? Zhongli, as a guest of Wang Sheng Hall, you can't just bring business to our Wang Sheng Hall, but you can't keep sending bills to me, can you? Look at what strange things you bought. I won't talk about the reward, but what's the matter with this tea that costs 10,000 more? Zhongli glanced at Ruotu. Ahem. Ruotu. Ruotu chose to pretend not to see it. He is just a mortal now, and Master Hu is talking about Zhongli, so why should he care about Ruotu? Zhongli. Chapter 122 Aang's first experience of petting a fox. It has been a while since the last incident with the Dragon King Ruotu. On this day, in Liusu's yard. Oh. Are you going to Inazuma? Liusu touched her chin and looked at Aang and Paimon, who came to say goodbye. Paimon explained excitedly, yes, we met Bidao and Manai before, and also participated in the Southern Crossfight tournament. The result is of course obvious. Aang won the final victory, and we got the boat ticket to Inazuma. I know Bidao, but this Manai? Liusu pretended to be puzzled. Although Manai is from Inazuma, he is now following Big Sister Bidao. Paimon explained. Oh, so that's the case. When are you leaving? Liusu asked. According to Big Sister Bidao, it should be a while before we leave. As for how many days, we don't know. It may be tomorrow or next week. If that's the case, then I know. By the way, take this. After Liusu finished speaking, he took out a golden seed and handed it to Aang. What is this? Aang took the golden seed curiously. It looks like a golden seed. Paimon said, touching his chin. I'm not blind. If this isn't a golden seed, what is it? Aang turned around and rolled her eyes at Paimon. Hey. Paimon scratched his head. This is a teleportation anchor point. When you go to Inazuma, plant this golden seed anywhere on the Narukami shrine, and you can form a teleportation anchor point. Liusu explained. Wow, so we can travel between Inazuma and Liu anytime and anywhere? Paimon said excitedly. Liusu explained. Of course not. This anchor point has energy restrictions. It will be gone after a few teleports. After all, Inazuma is not under the cover of the golden tree. Okay, then Liusu asked us to plant the anchor point at the Narukami shrine in Inazuma. Are you going to come over? Paimon found the blind spot and asked Liusu. Of course not, I can come directly. This is for others. Okay, I heard that you are going to Inazuma. Liu Yan walked out of the house and said. Paimon exclaimed, wow, it's that woman. How dare you? Which woman? Liu Yan replied involuntarily. Aang. Hey, Master Liu Yan. Paimon scratched his head and said. Liusu asked, Liu Yan, are you going to Inazuma? Yeah, I miss the furry little fox at Mingshantasia. Liu Yan replied. Mingshantasia? Master Liu Yan, are you going to Mingshantasia too? Can you take us there when we get to Inazuma? Paimon heard that Liu Yan was going to Mingshantasia too, and said expectantly. It's easy, let's go. Liu Yan said. Liusu, aren't you going? No, I'm too lazy to move. Just call me if you have anything to do. I'll get there quickly. I still have to go fishing. Okay, then let's go, travelers. Liu Yan turned to Aang and said. Hey, aren't we leaving tomorrow? Paimon said puzzledly. How can a boat be fast? Since you are going to Mingshantasia too, I'll just give you a ride. Well, that's fine. Paimon replied. It's true that a boat is not fast. Aang, then you contact Big Sister Bidao. We won't go there tomorrow. Let's go to Inazuma with Master Liu Yan today. Paimon turned to Aang and said. Aang. So what was the purpose of all the preparations for going to Inazuma? So Master Liu Yan Jifeng carried Aang and Paimon and flew straight to the direction of Inazuma. Wow, so fast. Is this the immortal? You fly much more steadily than you. Aang glanced at Paimon and said, if you can talk more. Oh wow, Aang, look, the one in front is Inazuma, but what's going on outside? Such a big thunderstorm. Paimon pointed to the archipelago surrounded by thunderstorms in front and said. Aang replied, it should be. No wonder one eye and the other said that the road to Inazuma is very dangerous. Aang, do you think we will be struck by lightning? Paimeng looked at the purple lightning as thick as a bucket falling in front of him and said a little scared. Of course not, this immortal will protect you. Master Liuan Jifeng spoke at this time. It's me who's too nervous. Master Liuan is an immortal, or thunderstorm is no problem for him. Master Liuan Jifeng flew through the thunderstorm. The blue spherical shield protected Aang and Paimeng inside. The purple lightning from the sky was blocked outside by the blue spherical shield. Master Liuan Jifeng flew very fast. Because he had a target, he flew directly to the Mingshantasia. Mingshantasia was still like the first time he came. The cherry blossoms on it surrounded the shrine, and a huge sacred cherry tree stood on the cliff. We are here. This is Mingshantasia. After Master Liuan Jifeng landed, he used his immortal power to move Paimeng and Aang down, and said Liuan, who had turned back into a human form. Wow, it's beautiful. Paimeng looked at the cherry trees planted around Mingshantasia. When the wind blew, many cherry blossoms slowly fell down and piled on the ground, as if it was pink snow. Master Liuan, what should we do now? Paimeng asked. Waiting for an acquaintance, she must have known that I didn't hide my tracks this time. Liuan replied. Oh, who am I? It turns out to be Master Liuan. What brings you here? After a while, in the eyes of Aang and Paimeng, a pink-haired woman wearing a red and white witch costume walked out. Aang, are those fox ears? Paimeng whispered. Yes, this should be the little fox that Master Liuan mentioned, right? Aang said uncertainly. Paimeng scratched his head and looked at Yi Shenzi and said, but this fox is not small. Liuan glanced at Yi Shenzi and said, can't I find you if I don't have anything to do? Yi Shenzi, I was just being polite, but I didn't expect you to be so rude. Let's go, let's talk inside. Liuan walked towards Yi Shenzi's residence without any politeness, and Yi Shenzi followed behind Liuan with an uncomfortable look on his face. Aang, why don't we follow too? Paimeng suggested. Aang and Paimeng followed Liuan to the residence of Yi Shenzi. Close the door. Liuan said to Aang and Paimeng. Although she was full of questions, Aang still closed the door according to Liuan's instructions. What are you going to do? The door was closed, and Yi Shenzi's face showed a little panic, which reminded her of what this woman and another woman had done to her before. Nothing. Liuan said it was nothing, but his hands did not stop moving, and he directly turned Yi Shenzi into a cute pink little fox. Then, in the shocked expressions of Aang and Paimeng, Liuan began to stroke the fox. Unlike Liuan's expression of squinting and smiling, Yi Shenzi, who had turned into a fox, was struggling hard, and there was an unknown whimper in his mouth, which made Aang blush. Aang. Paimeng. Afterwards, Liuan let go of the little fox with a comfortable look on his face, left contentedly, and found a place to start studying the mechanism. Ye godson. The little fox fell to the ground with a dull look in her eyes. Her pink eyes lost their luster. If it weren't for the small body still rising and falling slightly, Aang would have suspected that the little fox had been played with. Aang, it's so scary. Is the little fox okay? Paimeng said a little scared, because it was the first time he saw Liuan with such interest. Aang, it should be okay. Aang said uncertainly. Is this the interest of immortals? Fortunately, Master Liuan likes furry creatures, otherwise, a very scary scene emerged in Paimeng's mind. She shook her head and removed these strange thoughts from her mind. Are you okay? Aang walked up and poked the little fox's body carefully and asked. Woo. The little fox jumped up as if frightened, and the hair all over its body exploded. This situation scared Aang. The little fox relaxed when he saw that the woman had left. Woo 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 woo. The little fox wanted to say something, but because it was blocked by Liuan's immortal power, it could only be like an ordinary fox, and couldn't speak at all. Aang looked at the cute appearance of the little fox, and could not connect it with the Yi goddess, who was wearing the shrine maiden costume. Then, under the horrified eyes of the little fox, she stretched out her evil claws towards the little fox with an evil smile. Woo. Paimon looked at Aang, who was stroking the fox, and smiling with a shocked face, and his mouth opened into an O shape. What a shame, what a shame. The little fox looked at Aang, who stretched out her evil hand to her with grief and anger. At first, she thought that the other party cared about her. She had planned to thank her before, but she didn't expect that she couldn't speak. As a result, the blonde woman in front of her was the same as the white-haired woman before. I didn't expect that my reputation as the Yi Palace Master was completely ruined by 3 women who were even more hateful than Aang. And in her observation, these 3 women are still connected, especially the white-haired woman with green hair, who is obviously their leader, and she can't afford to offend him at all. Ye goddess, I'm tired. Destroy it. I can't stay in this Teyvat anymore. As the fox was stroking, the little fox in Aang's arms suddenly turned back into the eightfold godchild. This sudden change made Aang unable to stop moving at all, and the soft fox hair in her hands turned into a strange touch. The delicate touch in her hands made her pause, and her face turned red, as if she had touched a red-hot iron, so she hurriedly stopped her movements and pulled away. Then with a snap, the eightfold godchild fell to the ground. I'll fight you. Anger rose from her heart. I couldn't beat the 2 women in front, so can't I beat you? At most, I won't use elemental power to cause you harm, but this time I'm so angry that no one can help me, I said. As solid as a rock, Aang looked at the eightfold godchild who was attacking with fangs and claws, and hurriedly opened the shield that Liusu gave her, which she had not used yet. Aang felt that if she didn't use it this time, she would definitely be beaten badly by this pink-haired woman. Bang! The eightfold godchild rushed towards Aang fiercely, and then hit the golden shield opened by Aang. Ye God! Ye God looked at the golden shield that appeared on Aang's body, protecting Aang in 360 degrees without blind spots. The shield still exuded the breath of that woman. He lost hope for a moment, and then under Aang's gaze, he silently walked to the corner, squatted down with his back against the wall, hugged his knees with his hands, and buried his head in his knees. Aang, did you go too far? Paimon said in a low voice. It seems a little. Aang scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Then go over and apologize to them and send some delicious food. Liusu's grilled fish is good. In order to get their understanding, we can only do this. In addition, we still have to explore Inazuma. Her status in Inazuma should be like the immortals of Teyvat and Liu, although she is not a match for Liuan's engine. Paimon analyzed Aang, as if he was sober in the world. Okay. Are you okay? Aang walked forward embarrassedly and asked Ye God again. Ye God, do you think I look okay? Move your shield away quickly. Can I not retaliate? Aang also reacted. She didn't expect that the shield given by Liusu had such a large range. She walked forward and used the shield to squeeze the eightfold god into the corner. Sorry, my fault. Aang hurriedly stepped back and released the eightfold god who was squeezed into the corner by the shield. Eightfold god. Well, how about you say something? Aang asked carefully. The eightfold god looked at Aang with resentment. It has come to this point. Do you still want to bully me? Relying on the shield given by that woman is great. It seems that things have become serious. Paimon looked at the eightfold god squatting in the corner and ignoring people, and spread his hands to Aang. Aang scratched his head. Aang looked at the eightfold god carefully, and slowly turned off the shield given by Liusu. The shield given by Liusu needs to be charged, but it only takes 1 use, and does not consume it. The energy is fully replenished in an instant. Yishinko watched Aang put away her shield without any action. There is nothing more sad than a dead heart. She gave up. Do you want to eat a fish? Aang asked carefully. HMPH. Hearing Aang's words, Yishinko turned her head away with a look of dissatisfaction. She wanted to bribe me with a fish. What do you think of me, Aang? Why is Yishinko, who looks like a big sister, acting like a little girl? This smells very good. Aang took out the grilled fish made by tassels that she had saved last time and walked carefully to Yishinko to tempt her. Yishinko. Damn, what did the golden-haired woman in front of her take out? Why did it smell so good? Do you want to eat one? Aang handed the grilled fish to Yishinko and said. Yishinko looked at the grilled fish, so close to her, and couldn't suppress the foodie attribute in her heart. She snatched the grilled fish given by Aang, and took a bite. Various indescribable flavors bloomed in the taste buds, just like eating a piece of nature. This rare delicacy made Yishinko eat the grilled fish in her hand in a few bites. Are there more? Yishinko said expectantly. There are only two. Aang took out the two grilled fish and said with a sad face. Although she still had more than 100 in her backpack, one less grilled fish like this would be one less. She couldn't bear to eat it herself because Liusu was too lazy. Sometimes even when Nashida needed help to grill the fish, Liusu didn't move. Well, I'm sorry about what happened before. I apologize to you. Aang suddenly said to Yishinko when she was chewing the fish, which made Yishinko pause in eating the fish, but she didn't answer Aang, but just chewed the fish in her hand silently. If apologies are useful, what's the use of the Kyanine army? Yishinko looked at Aang, who looked a little stupid, and said with dissatisfaction. Hey, does Inazuma also have the Kyanine army? Aang said puzzledly. Of course not. I've been to Liu before. You can understand the Kyanine army a little bit. Yi Shenzi replied. Aang, tell me, what do you want in order to accept my apology? Aang put her hands on her waist and looked up at Yi Shenzi. Yi Shenzi, looking at Aang, who was like a piece of meat on a rolling knife, and looked like, if you don't accept my apology, I will fight you. Yi Shenzi felt his head buzzing. Is it you who apologizes or me? Why can you be so righteous? Yi Shenzi felt for the first time that his moves were not working. As for the two women before, they didn't count because he didn't even have the opportunity to practice using his moves. It's not impossible to accept your apology. After weighing the pros and cons, Yi Shenzi decided to compromise with Aang. Aang asked, what do you need me to do? Just call me sister. Yi Shenzi replied. Sister. Aang said without hesitation. This was too simple. Calling her sister wouldn't cost her a piece of meat or a piece of mora. If she had known that Yi Shenzi's request was so simple, she wouldn't have taken out the tassel fish. No, you have to call me Sister Shenzi. Yi Shenzi didn't expect Aang to call so quickly that she didn't even react. Aang shouted with a fierce face, Sister Shenzi. Yi Shenzi. Although Aang called her sister, why didn't she feel a sense of accomplishment? In Shenzi's view, the other party calling her sister was like completing a task. The word sister came out so naturally, so straightforwardly, and so emotionlessly. Yi Shenzi wanted to say something, but seeing Aang with her hands on her waist and looking up at her with an expression that said I will do whatever you say, she held back the words in her mouth again. Do you still have that kind of fish? Yi Shenzi asked. No, this fish is very precious. It was made by a god I met before for his sister. I have a good relationship with her sister, so I got a few. Now there are only 3. Aang immediately understood what Yi Shenzi meant and immediately said seriously. This sincere look made Yi Shenzi believe it. Okay then. Yi Shenzi sighed. This fish was indeed not something that an ordinary person could make. There was still some divine power left on the fish, which made her know that Aang was not lying. Then, does the god still need a sister? I can. Yi Shenzi suddenly thought of something and said expectantly. Isn't it? Aang said uncertainly. Oh. Okay then. Yi Shenzi replied a little disappointedly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, The Immortal King Who Eats His Own Table. At the same time, just as Liu and Jifeng's engine took Yunqian away, a change took place in Liu. Ruotu Dragon King revived and began to attack Liu. The immortals who heard the news entered Liusu's house by instinct and asked where Gizhangji was. The battle was like a replica in a dream. Ruotu Dragon King's lines and everyone's behavior were as if they had practiced hundreds of times. Unlike that battle, this time Liu and Jifeng's engine, Aang and Payman did not join the battlefield because Liusu cut off their network cables. Everyone resisted Ruotu Dragon King with the instincts they gained in the virtual world. Some people slowly revived their memories in the dream during this experience. The final result was that the immortal was born and suppressed Ruotu Dragon King with his own power. In the end, because his life was exhausted, he died together with Ruotu Dragon King, who was much stronger than Ossel. At this point, the immortal passed away, and Liu truly became an era without gods. Inazuma, Mingshan Taisha. The next morning, Master Liu and Jifeng received news of yesterday's battle. This news was conveyed by Ganyu, and the time was yesterday noon, which means that Liusu or the Emperor cut off her network cable. The subsequent news showed that Liusu and Ruo to Dragon King died together, and officially announced her abdication, although she had never served. Master Liu and Jifeng was very angry when he heard the news. You actually started acting again while I was in Inazuma, and you didn't take me with you. So Master Liu and Jifeng found Ye Shenzi again, and stroked the fox once, and then returned to Liu refreshed. Before leaving, he also asked Aang for help. After all, Liusu attached great importance to Aang. Master Liu and Jifeng also knew that Liusu had a plan for Aang, so naturally he couldn't let the little fox bully her after she left. After Master Liu and Jifeng left, Aang and Ye Shenzi were left in the room looking at each other. Tell me, what are you doing in Inazuma? Ye Shenzi asked after a moment of silence. Aang wanted to say that she came to Inazuma to explore and make money, but she gave up this idea when she remembered that Ye Shenzi had been in a very unstable mood for the past 2 days. Instead, she looked at Paimon and asked, Paimon, what are we doing in Inazuma? Paimon scratched his head and said uncertainly, we should be looking for the Thunder God, right? Ye Shenzi. We should be looking for the 7 gods? It seems that you don't even know what you are doing in Inazuma. Why are you looking for the Thunder God? Ye Shenzi followed Paimon's words and asked. Aang answered uncertainly, looking for my brother? Paimon hurriedly agreed, yes, we are here to ask the Thunder God about the traveler brother. Then Paimon started the professional storytelling mode, making Ye Shenzi believe that Aang came to Inazuma for this purpose. What she didn't see was that Aang gave Paimon a thumbs up behind her back at this time and told Paimon with lip language that he promised her a big meal. This unexpected surprise made Paimon happily spin in the air. Ye goddess. Forget it, let them act. Without Aang, I'm just a weak and pitiful little fox, and I can't even do anything to the golden hair dying in front of me. This is the amulet I made by myself. It can show your identity in Inazuma. I don't want you to be caught by the Tenryo Bujio in Inazuma, because you have no identity, and then cause trouble for me. Ye goddess took out a pink amulet, and handed it to Aang. Paimon, say thank you to Sister Shenzi. Aang happily took Ye goddess's amulet, and turned to Paimon. Why do you want me to say it? Paimon scratched his head. I've already said it. It's your turn this time. Do you still want to eat delicious food? Wow. No, I'll say it now. Paimon quickly turned his head and said to Ye goddess, thank you, Sister Shenzi. Ye goddess. Okay, you can leave. Remember to hang the amulet in a conspicuous place so that you can avoid some unnecessary trouble. Ye goddess rubbed his swollen and painful head and said weakly, what troubles does Inazuma have? Aang asked. Inazuma is now in isolation, and there is also an eye hunting order. The screening of outsiders is very strict. Wearing this thing on your body is a symbol of identity and you will not be checked. Ye Shenzi explained. So this is how Inazuma is now? Paimon asked in confusion. The last time they met Bidao, they heard that the other party was coming to Inazuma, so they took the opportunity to participate in the Southern Cross fighting tournament and met Manai. They knew nothing about Inazuma's situation, and had never understood it. Because they came here to complete the mission, they could just run back to Liu if there was any danger. Ye Shenzi smiled and replied, yes, so keep this thing. This is a gift from the beautiful and wise Sister Ye Shenzi to you. You must cherish it. In the surprised eyes of Ye Shenzi, Aang hung the amulet given by Ye Shenzi directly on her chest, put her hands on her waist, and raised her head proudly and said, I know this. When someone asks about my identity, I will hang this on my chest and say that this is a gift from the beautiful and wise Sister Ye Shenzi. You, just be happy. Ye Shenzi was choked by Aang. Don't you think this is shameful? Why can you say such a serious thing? I was just joking. I didn't ask you to really do it. Let's go, Paimon. Let's go. Aang said to Paimon. Here we go. Goodbye, Sister Shenzi. We will come to see you when we have time. Aang pushed open the door and turned to Ye Shenzi and said, goodbye. Ye Shinko said to Aang with a stiff face. At this moment, in her heart, Aang became the third woman she didn't want to see the most. "Inazuma, we are here," Aang said with high spirits, standing on the top of Yingxiang mountain with her hands on her waist. Payman also imitated Aang's movements and said with his hands on his waist in midair, "That's right. Then let's go exploring quickly. Inazuma should have many new monsters. This time we can make a lot of money again," Payman said to Aang excitedly. "This time we must earn enough contributions and go back to exchange for 5 moon weapons." Aang clenched his fists to cheer himself up. Because of the adjustment of the tassel, the weapon levels are divided into stars, moons, and suns. Except for stars with 1 to 5 stars, the other moon and sun weapons are all 5. The divine body sword in Aang's hand is a weapon of the 5 sun level, but it can only be effective against eroded life. "Let me try the sword." Fall down. At this time, Inazuma's Nobu and Karangui were carpet clenched by Aang, because these monsters were too weak, and they ran away every time they were halfway through the fight, making it difficult for Aang to collect data, so he could only look for the next target. But the more she looked for these wandering warriors, the more Aang felt something was wrong. This time, she came to Renlian Island to clean them up again. "It's that blonde stranger in the white floating spirit. Let's run." Aang's reputation spread among these nomads and sea ghosts. When they saw a yellow-haired girl with a white floating object, they ran away, leaving Aang with a confused look. "Well, what should we do now? These people ran away when they saw us," Payman said to Aang. Aang looked at the sea ghosts going away and said unwillingly, "Damn it, it's only 10% short." As for why she didn't stop them, it was because she had stopped them before, but they were so scared that they couldn't even use any moves, let alone collect data. "What should we do now?" "Find the Thunder God," Payman said to Aang as he looked at the Inazuma wandering warriors who left. "That's the only way. Let's go to the city to rest first. We haven't been to Inazuma City for so long," Aang suggested. "Great, let's go have a feast." During this time, Aang was out exploring, sleeping in the open, looking for monsters unique to Inazuma. Except for Karanki and Nobushi, all other monsters were basically collected. "Hey, Aang, look, isn't that the ship of Big Sister Bidao?" Payman, who was on Renlian Island with Aang at this time, pointed to the Death Star in the distance and said, "It's really Bidao's ship. Wait, let's go over now." Aang took a closer look and found a golden exclamation mark moving with the Death Star. No wonder there was no mission. After exploring for so long, it turned out to be here. "Hey, aren't we going to have a feast?" Payman scratched his head. "We'll eat later." Aang didn't know how to explain this main quest to Payman. It was obviously unreasonable, but this main quest was real, which made Aang understand why Liusu said that the Teyvat continent was not real. "Respond to me, Alicia." Aang raised the divine body sword and shouted. During this period of time, Aang used this sword to attack the wild Fuzzhang and the sea ghosts. As long as he didn't know that the other party was a great evil person, Aang would not kill him, so the divine body sword became the weapon Aang used during this period. "I responded to you, little cutie." A strange female voice suddenly came into Aang's mind, which made her suddenly alert. "Who are you?" Aang asked hurriedly. But after waiting for a long time, the other party did not respond. Aang shouted again tentatively, "Respond to me, Alicia." Don't shout, I have already responded to you." The female voice came again. "Alicia?" Aang asked tentatively. In the end, the other party still did not respond. "Respond to me, Alicia." Aang shouted again. The female voice replied proudly, "No more." Aang suddenly remembered that when she shouted this sentence in another world, there was a kind of power flowing into her body. So Alicia is from that world? Can the other party sense it when I shout this sentence? Aang, what are you thinking about? Are we going to get on the ship or not? Payman reminded Aang while she was in a daze. Nothing, let's go. After leaving Mondstadt and Liu, Aang can only rely on herself. Without a teleportation anchor point and the blessing of the god of wind, she can only take off by relying on the energy of the oath made by the golden tree. "Oh, it's you. I wonder who it is." Aang and Payman landed on the Death Star, and Bidao came out. "Big Sister Bidao," Payman greeted. "It seems that you have been in Inazuma for a while. How did you get here?" Bidao asked. Master Liuan brought us here. Payman replied. Master Liuan Jifeng? Yes, big sister Bidao knows this immortal. Bidao explained. The last time we were sailing on the sea, Master Liuan Jifeng asked us about the way to Inazuma. Why? How did you suddenly come to my ship? We were just cleaning up the wild ambushes on Renlian Island, and we came over when we saw the Death Star. You really can't stop for a moment. Are you also doing this for Liu's mission? Bidao said. Paimeng asked curiously. Yes, the rewards for the missions issued by the Immortal are too rich, and there are contribution points. So, big sister Bidao, why don't you do it? I want to do it too, but Inazuma doesn't allow outsiders to enter the island now, so we can only stay on the outlying island. Bidao explained. So that's how it is. By the way, something happened in Liu, and it seems like you guys don't know about it. Bidao suddenly remembered something and said, it was a well-known fact in Liu that Skynet could not be used outside of Liu, and she naturally included Aang in it. I don't know if the Immortal and Aang's Skynet could be used outside of Liu, but it was blocked by someone. Paimeng asked curiously, what happened? Bidao was silent for a while and then said, the Immortal Lord passed away. Ah. How is that possible? How could the Immortal Lord Liu die? Paimeng said with wide eyes. A few days ago, the Road to Dragon King returned and said he wanted to take revenge on the Emperor, but the Emperor had already passed away, so he launched an attack on Liu Harbor and Dunaiu Mausoleum. I still remember that day, countless rock dragon lizards were like passing locusts. Did such a big thing happen in Liu after we left? Yes, at that time, each of the Immortals urged dozens of Gizhanji to resist Ruotu's attack, but what surprised me the most was Yu Hengxing. What happened to Kaking? When she appeared, she was a completely different person, just like an Immortal. She could fly in the air, and the sword in her hand seemed to have life. Under her control, she shuttled through the group of rock dragon lizards. Every time a sword light flashed, a group of rock dragon lizards fell down. I couldn't believe it. Bidao continued. In the end, when we couldn't resist it, the Immortal King appeared, but we couldn't see what the Immortal King looked like. But the powerful aura and the shouts of the Immortals let me know that it was the Immortal King who had been hiding in Liu for a long time. In the end, the Immortal King was defeated by the Road to Dragon King and used the method of exchanging his life for his own to stop the crisis. Aang. Paimeng. Why is this situation so familiar? Isn't this what happened in the last dream? Suddenly I feel that the people of Liu are so pitiful. First, Zhongli pretended to die, and then Ruotu and Liusu acted. No one except the Immortals should know about this, right? As for Liusu's death, Aang didn't believe it at all. The fact that Skynet is still there can prove the problem, and the golden tree is still standing there. Big sister Bidao, I'm sorry. Wan Yi walked up and said, it's okay. Since it has happened, it's useless to think so much. Besides, it's a blessing for us Liu to have the Immortal King and the Emperor. Since they are gone, we can't be decadent. We must build a Liu they left behind. Bidao replied. Inazuma has arrived. Aang and Paimeng followed Bidao off the boat and met a yellow-haired man in red clothes sitting down and waiting. He didn't look like an Inazuma person at all, and what surprised Aang was that this man had the eye of God. Aang. As expected, this is the correct way to open the main storyline. If you sneak across the sea alone, you won't encounter these key tasks at all. Just like the previous trip to Zumi, Aang didn't encounter a person with the God's Eye, even after digging 3 feet in Zumi, and the same is true for Inazuma this time. As for the Eightfold Goddess, she is not a human in Aang's eyes. She is a fox. Yo. This sloppy person saw Aang and others getting off the boat and stood up to greet everyone. Finally here, the big sister of the Liu people, I've been waiting for you. And these two stowaways, oh no, distinguished guests. Who are you talking about, stowaways? Paimon responded confidently after getting the amulet given to Aang by the Eightfold Goddess. Bidao said, it's all because of your general. Recently, the thunderstorms and waves off the coast of Inazuma have been stronger than before. Although my fleet has performed very well, it still delayed us a bit. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. This is Thomas. He's a business partner I've just gotten to know. Thomas replied with a smile. Oh, I've been looking forward to meeting you. Thomas, who are these two? Bidao was about to introduce Aang and Payman when Thomas interrupted him. No need to introduce them. The reputation of the foreign traveler is so great that even the storms off the coast can't stop it. I've heard of him for a long time. Aang, you're flattered. You're flattered. Payman also replied happily. You speak so nicely. Well, that's very convenient. Bidao turned to Aang and said, Traveler, Thomas has been hanging around on the outlying islands for a long time. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's the local tyrant here. If you have any difficulties, go find him. But if he has ill intentions towards you, I'll stand up for you next time you come to Inazuma. Thomas replied with a smile. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, I have a feeling that we will get along very well. Then it's about time. After all, there is a wanted criminal hiding on my ship. It is not convenient to stay for long. The cargo has been unloaded. Payman said, I mean man, I see you next time, traveler. No matter what storms you encounter in Inazuma, you must survive for me. Aang. Listening to Bidao's words, Aang thought of those wandering warriors who ran away when they saw her. Now for Inazuma, she is the storm. Hey, don't worry, big sister Bidao, we are fine. Bye, have a good trip, Captain Bidao. Payman replied hurriedly. Of course, he and Aang couldn't tell anyone about their digging exploration in Inazuma. Then, let's go to the inspection station to register. Watching Bidao leave, Thomas said to Aang. No need. Payman said. Don't underestimate the lockdown order. As a stowaway, you can't avoid identity checks. Payman retorted. I've already said we are not stowaways. Thomas persuaded. Do you have anything to prove you're not stowaways? Anyone who's not registered will be considered a stowaway, so it's better to do things in a proper manner. Aang, take that thing out and show it to him. Payman turned to Aang and said. Yingxia took out the amulet given by Yi Shinko and hung it around his neck, then put his hands on his waist and said, we have identities. Thomas looked at the pink amulet and asked uncertainly, excuse my poor eyesight, what is this? Chapter 124 Aang, Yi is my sister, Akimbo. Aang put her hands on her waist and raised her head and said to Thomas with her nose, this is the amulet given to me by the beautiful and intelligent sister Yi Shenzi. Thomas. Looking at Aang's expression and tone, she is even more Yi Shenzi than Yi Shenzi. Thomas suspected that Yi Shenzi, who gave the head of the family a headache, could not do this. Yes, really? Thomas said with a forced smile. This amulet is very recognizable. After all, it is what Yi Shenzi wears every day. But what makes Thomas puzzled is why this traveler is seriously inconsistent with the rumored personality. Of course, if you don't believe me, go and ask. Payman replied. No, I know. Yi Ganja's amulet is very recognizable. I just confirmed your relationship before. Since you have this identity, it's easy to say. After hearing Payman's words, Thomas hurriedly refused to meet Yi Ganji. This is a person that the head of the family can't deal with. He must be crazy to go to Yi Shenzi to confront her. What? It turns out to be to confirm our identities. I thought the things given by the Son of God were fake. Aang said in a shocking tone. Thomas, did you change your face so quickly? She changed from the sister of the Son of God to the Son of God in a moment. Since you have the identity problem, let's go through the formalities. Hey, do we still need to go through the formalities? Payman said puzzledly. Thomas explained, of course, it seems that, although you have a good relationship with Yi Palace, it should be your first time to come to Inazuma. With the amulet of Yi Palace, you can directly apply for Inazuma's pass, and you won't have to bother at that time. After all, some people have never seen Yi Palace. Payman, okay then. Thomas took Aang and Payman to the supervisory office to go through the formalities. Hello, please tell us your identities and the purpose of landing on the island. Oh, Mr. Thomas, you don't have to. The supervisor named Yunshin looked at Aang and Payman and said, you are completely unfamiliar faces. Payman turned his head and glanced at Aang. What's wrong? Please tell me the detailed information of the two of you and whether there are any accompanying goods. Aang understood and took out the amulet and hung it around her neck, looking up and saying, this is the amulet given to me by the beautiful and wise sister Yimiko. Yunshin. Thomas. Genshin looked at the amulet hanging on Aang's chest in silence, then turned his head to look at Thomas. Thomas spread his hands to Genshin and gave him a look that said this is true. Since it is Yumiko's, sister, I'm sorry, I'll go and confirm it. Genshin felt that she couldn't stand it. This was not something she could solve. Hey, is Yumiko's name so big? Why does she look so panicked? Paimon said puzzledly. Well, anyway, you just need to know that the person you can't offend the most in Inazuma is Yumiko, and the second is General Raiden. Thomas explained. Why? Paimon continued to ask. I can't tell you this. If someone hears it, and it gets to the ears of Lord Yi, I'll be in trouble. Even the head of the family can't protect me. Thomas hurriedly stopped the topic, and he looked scared, which made Aang even more curious. After a while, Genshin came over with an old man. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. This is the head of the Hiraji family, the Kanjo Bujio. Yes, your amulet was indeed given by Lord Yi. We will take you to the Far Country Inspection Office to apply for the Inazuma Permanent Pass. The head of the Hiraji family confirmed it with just one look at the amulet Aang was carrying. I'm curious, how did you know Lord Yi? Because as far as I remember, she hasn't gone out since the Inazuma blockade. Thomas asked in confusion as he walked. This, Aang didn't know how to start. Should she tell Thomas that she had stroked a fox at Narukamitasha? It's okay if it's inconvenient to say it. I was abrupt. After all, everyone has their own secrets. I'm just curious. Thomas looked at Aang's tangled expression and hurriedly comforted him. If this matter fell into the ears of the eightfold Son of God, he would definitely suffer. With the identity of the Son of God, Aang's procedures were handled very quickly, and he could directly leave the island and enter Inazuma. I didn't expect that the head of the Hiraji family, who is the governor of the Kanjo Bujio, would treat Yiren so attentively. I know Yiren, but what is Kanjo Bujio? Paimon asked in confusion. One of the three Inazuma Bujio, mainly responsible for earning and managing the country's wealth. The one in front is the head of the Hiraji family, who is the governor of the Kanjo Bujio. You haven't heard of it? No. Paimon scratched his head and replied. It shouldn't be. Then why are you? No, stop this question. Then how deep do you know Inazuma? Thomas continued to ask. Paimon counted on his fingers and said, Inazuma is in seclusion, and Inazuma's god is the god of thunder. What else? Paimon scratched his head and thought for a while and said, no more. Thomas. By the way, Aang, the 7-day god statue is in front of you. Go and resonate with it, and see if you can get the elemental power again. Paimon pointed to the statue of the god of thunder in front and said, okay. Aang walked to the statue of the god of thunder excitedly. In the strange eyes of everyone, he pressed his hand on the statue. Suddenly, the 7-day god statue seemed to be lit up, and Aang also got the fourth element, the element of thunder. The thunder element is in hand. I can use the intensification reaction. Great. Paimon said excitedly. Yeah. Aang also nodded excitedly. After so long, she can finally use the elemental reaction, and it is still a very strong intensification reaction. Let me introduce myself. I belong to the Kamisato family of the Narukami Island Society, and I'm a close servant of Princess Shiraha. Thomas looked at the flash of thunder elemental power in Aang's hand, and walked to Aang and said, I know your name is Thomas, no need to introduce yourself. Is a shrine magistrate also one of the 3 magistrates? Paimon asked. No, I've heard rumors about the traveler before, but seeing you gain elemental power in person is a different feeling. Thomas shook his head and said, as for the shrine magistrate, the Kamisato family is currently in charge of sacrificial activities and humanities and arts. I don't even know many of their specific duties, and I was just fortunate enough to be taken in by the Kamisato family and take care of the eldest daughter of the Kamisato family, Kamisato Ayaka, who is known as the White-Egret Princess. White-Egret Princess sounds like she's a very famous person in Inazuma. Paimon stroked his chin and thought. Thomas smiled and replied, ha ha ha. Of course, the dignified and kind-hearted Miss Kamisato has always been loved by the people of Inazuma. Her reputation even overshadows the current head of the family, that is, her brother, Kamisato Ayato. Compared to the son of God Yi, Princess Bailu and the son of God Yi, Who is more famous? Hearing Aang's words, Thomas replied with a wondering look. Well, Princess Bailu certainly can't be compared with the beauty and wisdom of the Lord Yi Gongxi. In his heart, he silently said, I'm sorry, miss, Lord Yi Gongxi is really not someone I can mess with. So that's the case. Paimeng, don't you see, if the people that Master Liuan Jifeng contacts are ordinary people? Aang said helplessly. It seems so. Apart from us, Master Liuan Jifeng doesn't seem to have contacted anyone else. Paimeng said, scratching his head. What do you mean by Master Liuan Jifeng? Of course, it doesn't matter if I can't say it. I'm just curious. Thomas said. Paimeng explained. Zhenjian Liuan Jifeng is a fairy from Liu. She brought us to Inazuma and then met Yi Shenzi. Is that so? Thomas nodded. Everything made sense now. These two definitely have a background. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about Princess Bailu, Kamisato Ayaka. Aang asked. After listening to Aang's words, Thomas continued. Although Miss Kamisato is not as good as Yi Gongxi, she has always treated servants like me as equal friends. This is the performance of gentle people being treated gently. Then what is your identity as a local snake? I heard from Big Sister Bidao that it doesn't seem simple. Paimeng asked. Thomas replied, you know, you can't pretend to be a local tyrant. It took me nearly a month to get to know everyone on the island and make friends with Big Sister Bidao. 1 month is already amazing, right? Haha, I just have a little talent, and this is all for the purpose of contacting you as soon as possible. Even with the closed door order, your deeds in Mondstadt and Liu have already reached the ears of many Inazuma people. And after Miss Kamisato heard that you were interested in coming to Inazuma, she has been looking forward to your arrival, and at the same time, she is also looking forward to whether you have the ability to change the situation as rumored. After Thomas finished speaking, Aang asked, do we have this ability? Of course, with the Liu Immortal escorting him, and knowing the Eightfold Palace Master, he must be quite capable. I was prepared to reveal my identity while walking along the way when I met the Eightfold Palace Master, but when I saw that the traveler could still obtain elemental power with the 7-day statue, I hurriedly revealed my identity, and the test I prepared before was no longer necessary. Paimon exclaimed, wow, there is a test. Haha, of course. After all, what I heard was just a rumor, but now it seems to be more powerful than the rumor. If there is another test, if the Eightfold Palace Master knows about it, our society will be in trouble. Thomas explained with a smile. So, what do you need our help with? Aang said, looking at the golden exclamation mark on Thomas's head. You are really sharp-eyed, so I will just say it directly. I need your help with the eye hunting order. Eye hunting order? Aang asked puzzledly. Although it was not the first time she heard this term, she had never understood it in depth. Yes, is the traveler willing to help? Thomas said expectantly. Aang glanced at Thomas and said, no. Huh. Unexpected result. Is there something wrong? Hearing Aang's refusal, Thomas touched his chin and thought. No, you didn't mention the reward. I'm a level 60 adventurer. You have to entrust me. I won't work for nothing. Aang continued, because Dainsleep had deceived her badly last time. This time she directly pointed it out. Thomas didn't expect Aang's question to be this. So that's how it is. Let's take you to see Miss Kamisato now. You can talk to Miss Kamisato about the reward. I can't make the decision. Okay then. Aang nodded. It's late today, so I'll go back first. I'll tell Miss Kamisato Ayaka about this first. I've prepared the map for you. You can come directly to the Mulati house tomorrow. After Thomas finished speaking, he left. Paimon turned to Aang and said, I'm so hungry now. We should go to dinner, right? We've been delayed for so long now. Let's go to Inazuma Castle for dinner. Aang said. Hey, isn't Inazuma City far away from here? Can't we eat well on the outlying islands? Paimon said puzzledly. Are you stupid? The outlying islands are full of outsiders and they eat food from other countries. We can only eat Inazuma dishes in Inazuma City, and we don't have to walk, we can fly. That's right, then let's go to Inazuma City. Paimon replied excitedly. She didn't know why she always ignored the fact that Aang could fly. Respond to me, Alicia. Aang found a deserted place, raised her sword and shouted loudly, "I didn't hear you, and don't want to reply." Aang. It sounds like this girl named Alicia has a lot of resentment towards her, but she can't do anything about it. This is a one-way call and she can't explain anything. Spreading her golden wings, Aang took Paimon and turned into a golden stream of light and flew towards the location of Inazuma City. She had basically explored the Inazuma map except for the urban area, so the black area on the map must be the urban area. Combined with the map given by Thomas, Inazuma City is very easy to find. Oh, what a pity, this can only fly a certain distance every day, which is not as good as the wind wings in Mond. After landing, Aang folded her wings and looked at the bottomless blue bar displayed in her Skynet and complained helplessly. Paimon comforted her from the side. "It's already very good. You can fly so far. Besides, you can recover after a day of rest or walking to the teleportation anchor point. I just think, if Liusu opened anchor points all over Teyvat, I can travel quickly. Is this impossible?" It was already a great achievement for Liusu to drive the anchor point to Mondstadt, which was because they had a good relationship with the singing girls. You have to know that the gods behind them are all new gods. Let's go. Let's not talk about this. Who knows if it will work later. Let's go to eat first. Paimon said excitedly, a big meal. Because he didn't have the Eye of God, but still had a pass, Aang had no obstacles in Inazuma City. After dinner, he found a hotel to rest. He lay on the bed and opened Genshin Impact with Paimon. The next day, let me see, Mulati House. Judging from the invitation letter given by Thomas, it should be this. Paimon and Aang walked to a place that looked like a tea house and said uncertainly, "We don't entertain ordinary guests, please go back." A clerk at the Mulati house named Sheo walked over and said. Aang took out the invitation letter and handed it to Sheo, saying, "Here, an invitation letter. The seal of the community magistrate. Is it Mr. Thomas? It seems that your identities are not simple. Well, welcome to the Mulati house, the small protected area of the society." Seeing the invitation, Sheo bowed to Aang and Paimon and said, "What is a protected area?" Paimon asked. "Of course it means literally, you will know when the time comes." Sheo did not explain much. Paimon turned to Aang and said, "Well, it looks like another riddle man. Aang, let's go in." "Thoma? Thomas? We are here. Where are the people?" After entering the Mulati house, Paimon shouted inside, "I'm here." What's going on? Is the dog talking?" Paimon and Aang looked at the yellow earth dog in front of them in shock, because the sound came from this dog. Ha ha ha. There's nothing to be surprised about. This is the first time you have seen me like this, right? Thomas said with a smile. "Thoma is a dog?" Aang asked in disbelief. "Well, you should have seen similar ones in Liu, right? Just like the true Lord Liu Feng you mentioned before." Paimon suddenly said, "Is that so? I seem to understand it all of a sudden. But it's totally a dog, right?" Aang couldn't understand why Thomas didn't want to be a good person and became a dog. Ha 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 ha. Okay, no more jokes. Thomas couldn't help laughing and walked out from the back. Aang was silent for a while, looked at Thomas and said, "Thomas, it may not be a person, but you are a real dog." "Thomas, it's just a joke. Why are you scolding people for no reason? Isn't this a special reception method prepared for you? I didn't expect that you, the traveler, would say I'm a dog. I'll take you to the society magistrate's mansion to see Miss Kamisato later." Thomas put away his smile and said, "Isn't Princess Shirayuki here?" Paimon said puzzledly, "Yes, I will take you there, but before that, there is a place I hope you two can go with me to see." Thomas explained. "Where?" Aang asked. "As long as you live on Narukami Island, you can't ignore the huge building under construction, the 1,000-armed and 100-eyed statue." "What is that?" "This is the statue built for Inazuma's eye hunting order. This time I'm taking you to learn about the situation." Aang nodded and said, "Okay then." So Aang and Paimon followed Thomas and walked all the way to the 1,000-armed and 100-eyed statue. There is a solemn atmosphere around this statue. "Ordinary people won't come here," Paimon said, looking at the tall statue. "Well, if you look closely, what is embedded on it are?" Thomas added, God's eye. God's eye. So the eye hunting order is used to collect the god's eye, and then these god's eyes will be built on this statue? Thomas replied, yes, the eye hunting order is issued for the purpose of hunting god's eye. Why did the general issue the eye hunting order? Aang asked. Thomas explained, before explaining this, you should know that, just as Mondstadt is a free city-state and Liu is the city of contract, and Inazuma is the kingdom of eternity, only eternity is closest to the law of nature. Aang's eyes flashed, and he remembered the sentence he heard before. This sentence was designed by Liusu, and the purple-haired woman had a similar face to the statue, which made Aang understand something. Thomas continued, General Raiden is both the supreme ruler of Inazuma and the god of Inazuma. The eternal eternity, that has not changed for thousands of generations, is her will to rule this country. Chapter 125 Princess Egret and Mr. Jyakian. For this reason, the three magistrates were relied upon to stabilize the country's politics, and the isolation order was relied upon to cut off the flow of people. The general wants Inazuma to maintain a static state, so that the long river of time can flow by on both sides, and only Inazuma will remain motionless until eternity. Every god has his own ideas. Listening to Thomas's narration, Paimon spread out his hands, and turned to Aang and said, just like the ones we met before, the street singer, the debtor, the fisherman, and the saboteur. Aang. She thought Paimon's summary was very good, and perfectly portrayed the personalities of Wendy, Zhongli, Liusu, and Nashida. Of course, this is also my own understanding. As for the recent issuance of the eye hunting order, the reason is, Thomas touched his chin and analyzed, perhaps the general believes that the eye of God can provide the people with the power of change, and the eternity in the general's eyes cannot allow such instability to exist. So General Raiden sent the men of Tenryou Bujio to collect the eye of God everywhere, and embedded the eye of God into this statue one by one. So the statue of the 1,000 hands and 100 eyes can be regarded as a symbol of Inazuma's eternity. If you say that, General Raiden is actually a bit selfish, right? Paimon summarized what Thomas said. Listening to Paimon's blunt words, Thomas smiled and replied, haha, only foreigners like you dare to criticize General Raiden's actions so bluntly. But, I agree. The eye hunting order is indeed something that should not exist. Miss Kamisato has made up her mind to fight since the first day the eye hunting order was issued. Hey, Aang, what's wrong with you? When Paimon and Thomas were talking, Aang next to him suddenly activated the will of the fire. Nothing, I was affected by something when I was looking at the statue just now. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise I would have been trapped. Aang frowned and looked up at the statue in front of him. Ah, what happened just now? What's the matter with the flame pattern on your head, traveler? Thomas asked in confusion. Nothing, I just touched the statue out of curiosity, and then I heard a little sound coming from the statue, and I used my ability to block the sound that affected me. Aang explained. Aang, did you hear anything? Paimon asked. No, those noises are too noisy, and they give me a headache. Aang replied, but I can feel a strong desire from it. Wish? Well, this seems to confirm a saying. Thomas touched his chin and thought, have you heard of it? When a person's wish is strong enough, the sight of God will be projected on him. That's the origin of the eye of God. It can also be said that the eye of God represents the wish of that person. Aang. Why is this different from the version I heard? When a person's wish is strong enough, a purple exclamation mark will appear on his head, and then a golden haired full knot will help them complete the task. If what you said just now is true, then it seems that the wishes of these people are more persistent than I thought. So, the eye of God does not symbolize power, but wishes? Aang touched his chin and thought. Thomas said, okay, that's about it. I'll take you to Kamisato Palace. Paimon said to Aang excitedly, I wonder how much Kamisato Palace can give as a reward. I'm really looking forward to it. After all, it's also the third magistrate of Inazuma. I don't know, it should be enough. If I had known that last time in Liu, when Keking asked me what I wanted as a reward, I wouldn't have asked my brother. Aang thought with a little regret. At the same time, Liu held another ceremony to send off the immortals. Is this what it feels like to hold a funeral for yourself? It's a bit strange. Liusu looked at a statue in front of her that was not recognizable as her, unless she looked closely. On the Yujing terrace, Ningguang read the death words again. Liusu turned to Zhongli and said, Zhongli, how did you feel at that time? I think you were very happy at that time. Yes, I was very happy, and there was also a sense of relief from unloading a burden. Zhongli replied. Although I can't understand how you felt at that time, I was also very happy. I won't be missed by others in the future. Liusu said as she looked at the grand ceremony to invite the immortals that Ningguang held for her. Hey, I want to do one too, but I'm an evil dragon that was destroyed, so I definitely can't do this ceremony. Ruotuo looked at the ceremony that Wen Kixing prepared for Liusu with envy. Ruotuo, it's not impossible for you to do it once. When the time comes, we can do this and that, isn't it? So it can be done this way. You are worthy of being the god of wisdom. I'll earn it. I will do it this way next time. Ruotuo looked at Liusu with an astonished expression. It seems that he was completely convinced by Liusu's wisdom. Zhongli, you guys don't play anymore. Liu can't stand your tossing. 3 gods died in a row. Even history doesn't dare to make up this. Oh, today is a day worth celebrating. Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal. Invite the other immortals. Ningguang must have been tired after talking for so long. Invite her too. Zhongli, Ruotuo, Ningguang, Keqing, and Ganyu. Let's go and have a meal at my place. After the ceremony of sending off the immortals was completed, Liusu called them. Liusu, this is not good, right? Ningguang said hesitantly. It's okay, everyone is here. Liusu said, turning her head to look at Ruotuo and Zhongli. Well, I'll go back and pack up and come right over. On this happy day, Liusu personally cooked and used divine power to automatically cook. Because of the knowledge base, cooking and frying, as long as the ingredients are thrown into the pot wrapped in divine power, the food can be quickly formed. Come on, for a better tomorrow. Zhongli, Ruotuo, the immortals, the 7 stars, and the immortals' apprentices were all present, and even Shenhe was pulled over from Aozang Mountain by Liu Yunji Feng's engine. Everyone looked at Liusu and showed an awkward but polite smile. After all, she was the protagonist today. Unlike the people of Liu outside who were once again in grief over the death of the gods, Liusu's yard was full of a happy atmosphere. If she hadn't soundproofed her house, the Qiannian army would probably come to her door soon. After a meal, everyone left one after another, with only one thing in mind, that is, today's meal was really delicious. We are here. This is Kamisato Mansion. In the evening, Aang and Paimeng walked from Inazuma Castle to Kamisato Mansion. If it weren't for Thomas, Aang would have flown there long ago. What Aang wanted to complain about was that Inazuma's carriage was really slow. Not only was it slow, but it was also unstable and shook. Aang felt that this speed was not as fast as walking. Is this the house of the wealthy family in Inazuma? It's not as exaggerated as I imagined. Paimeng commented. After all, I've seen the Jade Pavilion and the Dawn Winery. Aang replied. As for the immortals' caves and small courtyards, it goes without saying. A small courtyard was turned into a paradise. Ordinary people can't catch up, no matter how hard they try. Welcome to Kamisato's residence, 2 distinguished guests. The lady has been waiting for you for a long time. Paimon asked, is this the white-egret princess you mentioned? Where is she? Ahem. Paimon heard the voice, and turned around, and asked in confusion, behind the screen. Thomas explained. As the eldest daughter of the community, Miss Kamisato usually treats guests like this. It can be said that this is a custom of the community for hundreds of years. Please understand. Paimon said, after all, she is the noble white-egret princess. I understand, but you have to pay more. Aang nodded and replied. Ahem. Kamisato Ayaka was drinking tea behind the screen, and was choked by Aang's sudden words. You two have traveled across the ocean, and are tired from the journey. But you can only meet like this, when you come to your residence. Please forgive me for the impoliteness. Kamisato Ayaka said after easing up. I have been looking forward to your arrival. From what Thomas said, I'm convinced that you have the power to change the situation. In today's Inazuma, the wishes of the people are being wantonly trampled upon by the Eye Hunting Order. Although the society Bujio serves the shogun, it is the party closest to the people's livelihood due to its duties. The power of the Bujio comes from the trust of the people. How can we sleep peacefully if we sit back and watch such a situation? Traveler, please lend me your power. We will definitely be able to. I can do what you said, but you have to pay more. Aang replied. Kamisato Ayaka was choked by Aang again. I told you, miss, this won't work, Thomas replied. Aang's previous look, coupled with Aang's words of level 60 adventurer and Yikamiko is my sister, and many other sentences, let Thomas know that Aang was just to complete the task to get rewards, and Kamisato Ayaka's emotional card would not work with Aang. So, after saying so much, you don't want to pay, right? Aang asked suspiciously. If you don't want to, then let's just leave it at that. After all, this is a matter of facing the gods, and I don't have the Eye of God, so the Eye hunting order has no effect on me. Plus, I have the pass of Sister Yikamiko, so I can come and go freely in this Inazuma. Payman, let's go, we are going to make money, Aang said, and was ready to leave with Payman. Payman said tangledly, Aang, this is not good. If you don't make money, what will you eat? It's not impossible if your food expenses are reduced by half. Aang replied. No, let's set off quickly. Payman directly rejected Aang's request, which was like a devil to her. Thomas. Wait a minute. Please, don't leave first. Kamisato Ayaka heard Aang was leaving, and hurriedly called Aang. What's wrong? How much do you plan to pay? 100 million. Kamisato Ayaka said after a pause. What? Aang, so many more. Payman's eyes lit up. Be more generous, it's only 100 million. Although Aang was excited, she still pretended to be calm. Traveler, 100 million more, how about it? If it's not enough, I'll find a way to add more. Kamisato Ayaka asked uncertainly. 100 million sounds like a lot, but for her who knows Aang's identity, this is really nothing in her eyes. If the company's magistrate does not have so much money, well, I accept this commission. Aang replied with her hands on her hips. Thank you. Kamisato Ayaka said with a sigh of relief. So, what do you want us to do? Aang asked. Before that, please fulfill my 3 little wishes first. Kamisato Ayaka said. Payman asked, what is your wish? Kamisato Ayaka explained. It's about the 3 people who lost the God's Eye. When you meet them, maybe you will understand. Aang and Payman heard Kamisato Ayaka's description of the 3 God's Eyes. Okay, but this. I know. Add money, right? For the 3 people who lost the God's Eye, I will give an extra 1 million more. Kamisato Ayaka took over Aang's topic, before Aang finished speaking. Aang. That's not what I mean. What I mean is that I don't understand what you said at all, and want to ask more about the situation. But since you asked, then I will accept the 1 million more. When Aang was excited and distressed, Payman played her role again. The warriors who protect the village, the former Rai hunting order, and the swordsman who once aimed to be the best in the world, right? Yes, please help them as much as possible. I will wait for you here. Aang, okay. Kamisato Ayaka said with a smile. Haha, then please. Aang's agreement finally made Kamisato Ayaka feel relieved. She thought that this traveler would do something puzzling. Come on, buddy. Thomas encouraged from the side. Thank you, Thomas. We haven't received such a big commission yet. This is the Windflower Festival limited sea idea we brought from Mondstadt. I'll give it to you. Aang took out a bottle of sea idea from her backpack and handed it to Thomas. Thomas said puzzledly, how do you know I'm from Mondstadt? I didn't tell you before. Hey, after all, you have a sense of freedom. Really, the Windflower Festival limited sea idea. Thank you, traveler. Thomas happily took the wine from Aang. The wind god fooled you, my friend. Aang made a funny gesture of Mond, because she was really happy today. This Yamura was a commission from Thomas in front of her, which made her like Thomas. Haha, may the wind god protect you, and wish you a safe journey. Thomas was stunned, because at that moment, she felt the breath of wind from Aang. Let's go, bye-bye Thomas. Payman said hello, and followed Aang to leave Kamisato's house. Thomas waved and said, goodbye. The breath of wind? It's more powerful than I thought. As a Mond person, the sense of wind belonging to Mond is particularly strong. Even though he is in Inazuma, Thomas still believes in the wind god Barbatus. Thuma, what's wrong? Kamisato Ayaka waited for Aang to leave and came out. I felt the breath of wind on the traveler at that moment. Thomas replied. Kamisato Ayaka asked puzzledly, the breath of wind? To put it simply, it is the blessing of the wind god. Thomas explained. So that's how it is. Kamisato Ayaka's eyes flickered, and it was unknown what she was thinking. The next day, Aang followed Kamisato Ayaka's instructions to meet the 3 people whose god's eyes were taken away. Now he has met the last person. After understanding, it seems that he is the master of Mingjing Shisuryu, and there are 2 apprentices, one named Nanako and the other named Junai. At this time, Aang and Paimon were sitting on the slow carriage of Inazuma, which made Aang complain with an uncomfortable face. It's still much faster. I don't want to ride Inazuma's carriage again. This is not something we can do. Yishinko needs to see this master named Domin. He can't move well, so we can only follow him. Paimon comforted. Alas, I knew that this 1 million mora is really not so easy to get. Aang sighed and said. By the way, Aang, as expected, the god's eye is related to wishes. After the 3 of them had their god's eyes confiscated, they didn't remember many things. Paimon said as he followed Aang flying. Yeah, I didn't expect that the eye of God would have such a side effect. Fortunately, I don't have it. Aang sighed. Aang feels so pitiful for them. They even forgot their own wishes. Paimon, you said that without the eye of God, they would become like this. So what would happen to the gods without the heart of God? Wendy, Zhongli, are they slacking off like this because they lost the heart of God? Aang felt as if she had discovered a blind spot. But looking at Zhongli and Wendy, the heart of God is obviously dispensable to the gods. Paimon tried to think about the behavior of Zhongli and Wendy before and after they lost the heart of God, and then she found that the 2 gods had not changed at all. It seems so. Aang thought about it and found that it was indeed the case. So the reason why the 7 gods started to slack off was not because the heart of God was gone, but that they wanted to slack off in the first place, and the heart of God was just handed over. So, what was the purpose of us stopping the Fachu from obtaining the heart of God before? Aang questioned Paimon. I don't know either. Paimon spread his hands and said, it seems that he doesn't want the Fachu to obtain the heart of God so easily. It seems that the Fachu are also planning to plot the heart of Thor. Should we stop them? Aang found many Fachu when exploring Inazuma, but because the data of these Fachu had been collected by Aang, there were no new Fachu, so Aang ignored them. However, it's not that he didn't encounter new Fachu. Before, Aang met a Fachu hidden mirror lady who was alone in the west of Inazuma. Aang remembered that it seemed to be called this name in the illustrations. How could he not get the walking 1 million moras? So Aang secretly put the sack of this Fachu hidden mirror lady under Aang's series of tortures. The Fachu hidden mirror lady was like encountering a madman who was more perverted than the doctor. Under Aang's means, she shouted this. In the end, Aang completely collected the data of the Fachu hidden mirror lady, but this Fachu hidden mirror lady seemed to leave crying. I don't know about this either. Why don't we just forget it? After all, the gods have voluntarily handed over their hearts. Why do we still care so much? Damn the singing man, he has deceived us for so long. Having said this, Paimon couldn't help but complain about Wendy's unrighteous behavior, which made them worry in vain. When we get an Aruka let's ask Yishinko if she knows anything else about the eye hunting order. Paimon suggested. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.